It's true that very few of us here at Team TripleJump lived through 1990, and even fewer of us can remember it even if we did, but that doesn't mean that we can't be appreciative of all the video games that the year gave us, okay? The power couple that was Konami and Hideo Kojima gave the world Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Nintendo released Super Mario World, and point-and-click fans got to bask in everything that The Secret of Monkey Island had to offer. You know us, though. We don't like to remember the past fondly. No, we'd much rather dwell upon the shoddiest titles that yesteryear had to offer, and so we're back to highlight the 10 most horrible games of one particular 12-month period. For today's worst games of list, we've dredged up the crappiest titles from the year 1990. As ever, a game must have been released in at least one territory in that year and must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews, okay? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1990. Number 10. Balloon Kid. Game Boy, 66.67%. It seems that 1990 couldn't have been too terrible of a year for gaming, as the title in our number 10 spot wasn't actually awful. It wasn't a great game by any stretch, but Balloon Kid could have been much worse. Balloon Kid follows the exploits of Alice and her younger brother Jim, a duo who just love to play with balloons. One day, Jim gets the clever idea to tie all of his balloons together, though it all goes a bit Pete Tong when a particularly strong wind carries him into the sky, leaving Alice to rescue the little lad. Now, I'm not saying that Jim's fate is deserved, but balloons are terrible for the environment, so maybe think on Balloon Kid as a cautionary tale, eh, children? Critics didn't hate Balloon Kid. In fact, some had praise for its gameplay, which they felt was improved over its predecessor, Balloon Fight, and for the initial bit of fun they had whilst playing it. They did point out, though, that the game was a bit on the easy side and got repetitive after a while. Still, if you'd got kiddos that were in desperate need of some entertainment, they'd have probably had a nice afternoon with Balloon Kid. Number 9. Revenge of the Gator. Game Boy, 60.83%. A game with a title like Revenge of the Gator conjures up images of a town beset by an angry reptile and a plucky bayou-dwelling hero. Sadly, the game I just described doesn't exist, at least not to my knowledge, and Revenge of the Gator is in fact an alligator-themed pinball game. I know, I'm as disappointed as you are. I probably don't need to explain how pinball works, but for those of you who are unfamiliar, here goes. Players begin the game by launching the ball, which then whizzes into the machine and bops around the obstacles a bit before falling towards the flippers. Points are accrued for keeping the ball in play, and the ultimate goal is to rack up a high score. Revenge of the Gator did all of this, but with alligators. Big fun. Critics didn't hate the game, but they couldn't find much to love either. At the end of the day, Revenge of the Gator was pinball, which is usually quite good fun in and of itself, but didn't have much else to offer. Revenge of the Gator was originally released in Japan in 1989, but didn't take the long swim to North America and Europe until 1990. We do sort of wish it had drowned en route, though. Number 8. Insector X. Genesis, 59.17%. We did check, and no, that isn't a typo. The game really is called Insector X, which is a shame because we were expecting some sort of mashup between Inspector Gadget and the X-Men. Insector X places players into the teeny tiny shoes of Kai, a warrior who is on a mission to take on the cyborg insect army and free the insect world from the rule of the Dark Queen. The game was your standard side-scrolling shooter fare and didn't really bring anything fresh to the genre. On the whole, Insector X wasn't awful. Critics praised it for being technically sound, noting that the controls worked nicely and the hit detection was decent. The problem was that it just wasn't a particularly noteworthy offering. The graphics were fine, but a bit dull. The music was okay, and the game worked as it should have, though some found it to be a little on the easy side. Put simply, Insector X had all of the ingredients for a good game, bar one: excitement, and at a time where gamers ended up with more side-scrolling shooters than they did hot dinners, this was perhaps the worst thing the developers could have forgotten. Number 7. Double Dragon. Game Boy, 56.5%. Double Dragon? I'm surprised to see you here. Still, we welcome all shoddy games regardless of their reputation, so come on in. Double Dragon was originally released in arcades in 1987, but didn't make its way to the Game Boy until 1990. The story remained the same for the handheld port. Marion, girlfriend of protagonist Billy, has been kidnapped by a savage street gang known as the Black Warriors, and it's up to Billy to rescue her before it's too late. When it came down to it, the Game Boy version of Double Dragon wasn't the most egregious game ever to be unleashed upon the world, but it did have its problems. For one, the lower screen resolution of the Game Boy console meant that a lot of the game's details were lost, and whilst that lack of colour wasn't detrimental, the obscured field of view certainly was. Players also found that the pace of the game was slowed in comparison to Double Dragon Dragon's arcade and home console counterparts. This was done on purpose in order to overcome the visibility problems, but it ended up making for a sluggish gameplay experience, which isn't what you want when trying to mash your way through a never-ending stream of goons. I want my goons mashed quickly, gosh darn it! Number 6. Columns. Genesis. 56.3%. This isn't the first time we've seen a Columns title on one of these lists, and it would seem that when it comes to being mediocre, the Columns 3 apple doesn't fall far from the Columns tree. Columns gameplay was fairly straightforward. Stacks of gems would fall from the top of the screen, a la Tetris, and the players simply needed to rearrange the gems before finding a place in the play area to put them all. Mash 3 gems, and they disappear. If the game were released today, it would probably be some obnoxious mobile title with a ton of ads and microtransactions. Again, the game wasn't completely terrible. It looked nice enough, it controlled well, and its gameplay was reasonably simple to understand. If you were the sort of person that enjoyed Tetris, then you might have gotten a kick out of Columns, but it's unlikely that you'd have felt that the game stacked up, pun very much intended, to its inspiration's greatness. If Columns was the only puzzle game that you had access to, then it was perfectly serviceable for passing a few minutes. Otherwise, you'd have been far better off trying to get your hands on literally any version of Tetris over this pale imitation, even the graphics calculator one. Number 5. Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. Genesis. 54.2%. We've seen some bizarre games in our time here at TripleJump, but there are a few that measure up to the concept behind Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. There were actually several games developed and released under the same title, and although they were all kind of naff, it was the Sega Genesis version that took the brunt of the criticism. Moonwalker is based on the movie of the same name, specifically the segment Smooth Criminal, in which Michael sets out to find a bunch of kidnapped children. Players control Jackson, who must make his way through multiple levels, rescuing kids and fighting a load of goons sent by the game's antagonist, Mr. Big. The game did have a certain weird charm to it, but that soon wore off when players realized that the same beats were being repeated for the entirety of its runtime. Using Jackson's dance moves to defeat enemies was fun for a couple of minutes, but it was all that game had to offer, really. Hardcore fans would have absolutely had a hoot listening to the MIDI versions of Jackson's popular tunes, including the likes of Smooth Criminal and Billie Jean, but for everyone else the game was an exercise in vanity, and a banal one at that. Number 4. Dynamite Duke. Genesis. 50.62%. We've got to hand it to Dynamite Duke. That box art was certainly a choice, wasn't it? The slightly unnerving cover should have been the first tip-off to gamers that Dynamite Duke wasn't a particularly good game. The Duke started out life in arcades in 1989 before making his way onto home consoles a short time later. Players take on the role of the Duke as he and his cybernetic arm attempt to thwart the plans of an evil scientist who has used a secret formula to create an army of mutant warriors. Though its premise made for a few fun minutes in the arcade, it didn't really translate well to home consoles. For one, there was only about 30 minutes of action to be had, and considering the fact that Dynamite Duke retailed for a whopping $34.99 at the time, which adjusted for inflation is now the best part of 70 quid or the cost of a PS5 exclusive, this didn't translate to good value for money. The game was also severely lacking in the challenge department, which upset more experienced players, and it had some pretty janky controls to boot. Oh well, at least players only had to wait another year for the real Duke. Number 3. The Final Fantasy Legend. Game Boy. 48.5%. Hold on, this can't be right. Let me just... Hello? Writer, you've accidentally gotten some Final Fantasy in one of our worst games of list. What do you mean stop calling you with this faux outrage for the sake of a joke? Alright, there's no need to be like that. Although the Final Fantasy series has been renowned over the years for its quality, that doesn't mean it's immune from the odd misstep. Technically, the Final Fantasy Legend wasn't really a Final Fantasy game, as it was released in Japan as the first title in the Saga series. However, when it was translated into English, Square decided to slap the Final Fantasy branding on it in order to shift more copies. Very sneaky. Whether you call it Makai Toshi Saga or the Final Fantasy Legend though, the game wasn't all that great. Though some outlets praised the story and the RPG elements of the game, others simply couldn't look past the difficulty, with the game often proving to be challenging to the point of frustration, even for fans of the genre. Hardcore RPG fans might have been able to deal with it, but for most, the Final Fantasy Legend was just too tough to be enjoyable. Number 2. Atomic Robo Kid. Genesis. 38.75%. I wonder who'd win in a fight, Balloon Kid or Atomic Robo Kid? In a standard punch-up, my money would be on the Robo Kid, but if it was a battle of the review scores, Balloon Kid not only beats Atomic Robo Kid, but she thoroughly embarrasses him. Set in the distant future of the 21st century, Atomic Robo Kid follows the eponymous robotic child as he embarks on a quest to defeat the alien governors who are hell-bent on destroying all sentient life. It was the fairly classic tale of humanity's last stand against extraterrestrials who wish to wipe them from the face of whichever planet they're inhabiting. Atomic Robo Kid was guilty of a lot of bad game sins. The weapons, enemies, stories, and setting were all pretty uninspired, the graphics were lackluster, the sound was poor, and the game suffered from numerous bugs. Even when the game was working as intended though, there wasn't much fun to be had from the gameplay. Robo Kid himself was clunky and lethargic and was only really of any use once he'd found a speed power-up. The levels were repetitive, and the collision detection was very hit and miss. Once again, pun very much intended, you're welcome. Considering the fact that there were a number of far more successful space-themed shooters out there at the time, there was absolutely no reason to play this atomic shambles. Number 1. Technocop, Genesis, 33.75%. Now, you know us. We're not exactly averse to a bit of the old ultra-violence. After all, how else are we going to keep James in line? But even we have to draw the line when it's all that a game has to offer. Technocop was part side-scrolling shooter, part driving game, where players took on the role of a cop in a futuristic city and were tasked with gunning down a number of thugs within a time limit. The main issue with Technocop was that graphic violence was its main selling point, and it seemed like the developers spent all of their time making enemies explode in grotesque fashion and didn't bother to put any thought into anything else. There wasn't really any plot to speak of. The on-foot missions were repetitive, and the driving segments were little more than an exercise in frustration, giving players no control over where they were going and instead just flinging enemies and obstacles at them, presumably just to see if they could survive. We can only assume that the team behind the game hoped that they could trick fans of Robocop into buying Technocop. If you were one of the many people duped into purchasing Technocop, then you have our deepest and sincerest sympathies.
Oh yeah, we're back, baby. Who's ready to look at some more horrible video games? I bet you can't wait. The year 1991 is memorable for a number of reasons. Terminator 2, Judgment Day and the Addams Family all hit the big screen, Nirvana released Nevermind, and National Treasure's Rick Mayall and Ade Edmondson returned to our teleboxes with the side-splittingly hilarious Bottom. It was also a decent year to be a gamer, as the likes of Sonic the Hedgehog, Duke Nukem and Sid Meier's Civilization all made their debuts in 1991. If you're familiar with the series though, or at least took a cursory look at the title, you'll know that we're not about to trouble ourselves with good games, and instead we're here to list the biggest stinkers that 1991 has to offer. As ever, games are eligible to appear on a Worst Games Of list if they were released in at least one territory in the year in question, and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1991. Number 10, Alien Storm, Genesis, 61%. We don't often kick off one of these lists with a game that isn't terrible, and it does pain us to a certain extent to place Alien Storm in the number 10 slot. By no means is it a great game, but it wasn't the worst we've ever seen either. Alien Storm takes place on Earth, where hostile extraterrestrials have invaded, and the only thing that stands in their way are the Alien Busters, an elite force with the firepower to blast the aliens to Kingdom Come. Players took on the role of either Garth, a man armed with an electrical gun, Scooter, a robot with a lightning whip, or Karen, a woman demanding to speak to the aliens' manager. Alien Storm made no pretense about what it was. A game where players got to shoot aliens in the face. There was no nuance to the plot and no characters with inner turmoil to overcome. For a straightforward beat-em-up, that wasn't a bad thing. And if all you were after was a chance to kick some bad guy butt, then Alien Storm wasn't bad. It controlled well, the combat was satisfying, and the graphics looked quite nice. If you were after something with a bit more substance though, Alien Storm wasn't it. Number 9, Super R-Type, SNES, 61%. Another 61%er on a worst games list? Oh boy, we were spoiled. Indeed, it seems like the best word we could use to sum up 1991 in video gaming would be mediocre, as we take a look at yet another fine but forgettable title. A partial port of the arcade game R-Type 2, Super R-Type is probably most memorable for being absolute nails. Players jump into the cockpit of the R9, an advanced spaceship and humanity's greatest defense against the BYDO Empire. I hear they're a lot less fun than the BYOB Empire, but though they're also a lot less rowdy. The side-scrolling shooter fared okay with critics upon its release, with some praising it for its graphics, sound and additional levels that weren't in the arcade title. Most, however, found the game to be far too punishing, chastising Super R-Type for its tricky bosses, cool but sparse power-ups, and the fact that losing your ship meant going back to the beginning of the level. On top of all of this, the game suffered from massive problems in the slowdown department, though some did comment that it helped with the difficulty as it gave them time to react to obstacles. Silver linings, I guess. Number 8, Bonanza Bros, Genesis, 59%. According to the dictionary, a bonanza is something that is very valuable, profitable, or rewarding. And that being the case, we can only assume that the name Bonanza Bros is meant to be ironic. The game stars Robo and Mobo, or Mike and Spike if you want to get pal about this. Two brothers whose favourite TV show is interrupted by a mysterious and shadowy figure who asks them to break into various locations in order to test their security. Players must then take on the role of Robo or Mobo and retrieve objects in a number of different places. Each of the buildings is crawling with guards, so players must stealth their way around, and being the big brains that they are, Robo and Mobo have boasted that they can get in and out in under 3 minutes. So players are bound by a time limit. Players found that Bonanza Bros graphics were okay, but felt that the soundtrack was grating, the controls were clunky and the stealth elements were poorly executed because enemy NPCs always seemed to know where the player was. Though the game had a single player mode, it was best experienced with a friend. Though that's kind of like saying Guantanamo Bay is better if you've got a mate with you. Number 7, Darius Twin, SNES, 58.6%. Before anyone asks, no, this is not a game about the lesser-known brother of Baby One More Time murdering one-hit wonder Darius Dinesh. If only. Nope, Darius Twin is, in fact, part of the Darius series, which debuted in arcades in 1987 and has spawned a new title every few years since. Originally released in Japan in March 1991, Darius Twin saw players piloting the Silverhawk fighter jet and attempting to thwart the Evil Alliance. Golly, it sure seems like the flyer plane or spaceship to defeat megalomaniacal empire formula was the way to sell games in the early 90s. Gameplay-wise, Darius Twin offered up standard side-scrolling shooter fare. Players started out with limited firepower, but were able to boost this by collecting power-ups, and unlike previous Darius games, these weren't lost if the ship was destroyed, which did make things a little less frustrating. The game worked fine on a technical level, and critics did show some love to the design of the bosses, which were mostly grotesque biomechanical monstrosities. If players had grown tired of ploughing through enemy-strewn levels which accumulated in a boss fight though, then they wouldn't have had a particularly good time with Darius Twin. Number 6, Exile, Genesis, 53.33%. If you were after a great JRPG, then Final Fantasy IV was a good shout. Alternatively, those looking for a bit of dungeon crawling fun could pick up The Bard's Tale. If it was mediocrity you were after though, then you need have looked no further than Exile, a game that filled most of its players with the desire to wander out into the wilderness, never to interact with society ever again. Exile follows on from the events of its predecessor and sees protagonist Sadler teaming up with the powerful leader of the Knights Templar in order to find a mysterious artifact that would allegedly put an end to a religious war. Exile was originally released on PC but was later ported to the Sega Genesis. As was often the case with home console ports at the time, a great deal was lost as the Genesis wasn't as powerful as your average PC. The graphics weren't as colourful, the sound wasn't as crisp, and some cutscenes had to be removed in order to ensure that Exile would run on the Sega Genesis. In short, players ended up with a game that most agreed should be sentenced to a life in exile. Number 5, Lagoon, SNES, 50.25%. We're sticking with rubbish RPGs for the moment as we take a look at Lagoon, a game that was only slightly more exciting than loading a dishwasher. Lagoon is set in Lakeland, a place gripped by the horrors of dirty drinking water and slightly overpriced kitchen utensils. But who would be so dastardly as to pollute the country's rivers? Why, none other than antagonist Zera, who has done so in the hopes that it will allow him to release the creatively named evil spirit that is hiding under Lagoon Castle. In order to resolve Lakeland's many woes, and maybe get their hands on a really good non-stick frying pan, Players must jump into the heroic shoes of Nicaea, the champion of the light. Critics didn't have many nice things to say about Lagoon. The graphics and animations were subpar, making character movements look jerky, the music was forgettable, the sound was irritating, and the bosses took ages to defeat. Reviewers were also none too pleased with Nicaea's sword, which had the approximate range of a potato peeler and roughly the same level of ability to detect collisions as an actual potato. In fact, he'd have probably been better at launching actual spuds at his enemies, as they'd have done a similar amount of damage. Number 4, Double Dragon 2, Game Boy. 49.17%. Double Dragon 2? What are you doing here? You're not a bad game! Although it bore the same moniker as the 1988 title, Double Dragon 2 for the Game Boy actually had little to do with Double Dragon 2 found in arcades, but was actually a localization of the Japanese game, and bear with me here because I'm about to butcher this, Neketsu Koha Kun I Okun Bangai Ranto Hen. I'm so sorry. We're told by people who know far more Japanese than we do that this translates as hot-blooded tough guy Kunio, the further brawls, which would have made for an altogether less confusing title than Double Dragon 2. Players take control of Billy Lee, a martial artist who'd been hunted down by the Scorpions for murdering one of their members. It turns out that he's been framed though, and players must fight through hordes of gang members in order to find the true culprit. Though there was a little fun to be had initially, players soon got bored of the repetitive gameplay, which consisted of little more than fighting through a bunch of goons to get to a boss. Billy was only capable of a handful of moves, and so most enemies could be bested by button mashing. If you're after a nostalgic beat-em-up experience, then do yourself a favour and seek out Double Dragon 2 with a revenge, and not this pale imitation. Number 3. Fatal Labyrinth, Genesis, 46.67%. We're back in bland RPG land now, as we take a look at Fatal Labyrinth, a game that was approximately as exciting as a documentary about carrots. The plot of Fatal Labyrinth, like the rest of the game, wasn't really anything to write home about. Players took on the role of protagonist Tricar as he ascended the multiple levels of a castle in order to retrieve the Holy Goblet, which, if not returned, would cause the world to fall into eternal darkness. Fairly standard fantasy stuff. The main issue reviewers had with the game was that it was repetitive. The roguelike procedural generation of levels meant the players would never experience the same run twice, but that wasn't enough to keep it from being dull. Players also found that the game failed to give them the items they needed, turning the whole experience into an incredibly frustrating one. Although Fatal Labyrinth made its debut in Japan in 1990, it didn't make its way to Western shores until 1991. Considering just how plops it was though, those in North America and Europe who did play it probably wished it had stayed in the East. Fatal Labyrinth? More like fatal mistakes were made when developing this game? Got 'em. Number 2, Zero Wing, Genesis, 43.33%. Even if you don't recognise the name of this, we can almost guarantee that you'll be familiar with one particular aspect of it. I am of course talking about the all your base are belong to us meme that's been floating around the internet for many years, spawned by the opening cutscene in Zero Wing that was poorly translated into English from the Japanese original. Sadly, the bad translation of the dialogue is about the only memorable thing about Zero Wing. The game follows pilot Trent as he attempts to liberate the Earth from the alien cyborg, cats. The gameplay was of the side-scrolling shooter variety. Players were placed in control of the Zig space fighter and given the task of taking down Cat's minions across 8 different levels. The main issue with Zero Wing was that it was completely forgettable, giving players nothing more than a paint-by-number shooter experience. The gameplay was enjoyable, though some critics found many of the levels to be far too easy. The visual and audio presentation was okay, but nothing out of the ordinary, and the controls worked just fine. In short, aside from some slightly wonky dialogue, Zero Wing didn't really do anything wrong, but everything it did right, it did in a way that had been done before. And number 1, Galaxy Force 2, Genesis, 36.67%. Before we get into this one, we need to get a few things straight. Galaxy Force 2 is not in fact a sequel to 1988's Galaxy Force, but is instead an enhanced version of it. Think of it as Galaxy Force 2.0 rather than Galaxy Force 2. Everybody clear? Good. Now we can get onto the public shaming. Galaxy Force 2, like Galaxy Force, was a space combat simulator where players assumed control of the Tri-Z, a starship on a mission to take down the Fourth Empire. Each level involved manoeuvring the ship through different worlds, shooting down enemies and avoiding obstacles. The galling thing about Galaxy Force 2's appearance on this list is that the original Galaxy Force was pretty damn good. Sadly, because of the technical limitations of the Genesis, a great deal of the game's features had to be scaled down. The frame rate was slashed, the textures were simplified, and the sprite scaling made the visuals look jerky. Galaxy Force was a great arcade title, but Galaxy Force 2 for the Sega Genesis was the absolute worst way to experience it. So, well done Galaxy Force 2. You will forever be remembered as the worst game of 1991. We hope it doesn't keep you awake at night.
What a year 1992 was. Not only was it the year that gave the world the likes of Super Mario Kart, Alone in the Dark and Sonic the Hedgehog 2, but it was also the year that saw the birth of a couple of absolute legends. For clarity, I'm talking about myself and Ben Potter. Sadly, not everything gifted to us by 1992 was great, and so we're back yet again to remind you all of the very worst games that were released in that 12-month period. As always, a game is eligible for this list if it was released in at least one territory in the year 1992 and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. Whilst we're here, we'd like to give a dishonourable mention to Home Alone 2 Lost in New York for the SNES, a game which is, in our opinion anyway, one of the worst that's ever been made, but that sadly didn't have enough reviews to qualify for a spot on this list. For shame, Home Alone 2, for shame. But without further ado, let's get to the qualifying dross. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1992. Number 10, The Duel Test Drive 2 SNES, 59.67%. Although you'd think that creating a racing game would be fairly straightforward, the number of times we've seen subpar driving titles on these lists leads us to suspect that it might not actually be all that easy. Whether it's janky mechanics, poor controls, or in the case of The Duel Test Drive 2, just being a bit dull, there are a plethora of issues that can prevent people from wanting to play a racing title. Like its predecessor, the focus of The Duel Test Drive 2, or Test Drive 2 The Duel if you want to get alternate title about this, was squarely on driving fancy cars along dangerous roads and trying to evade the police. In contrast to the original Test Drive though, Test Drive 2 gave players different gameplay modes and multiple different tracks which were situated in different parts of the USA. The main issue with The Duel Test Drive 2 was that it was just a bit bland. The graphics were okay for the time, but the environments all looked very similar, the cars were all functionally identical, and the excessive speeds displayed on the car's speedometers weren't properly conveyed to the players. Technically speaking, it worked fine, but Test Drive 2 committed the ultimate video game sin in that it was boring. Number 9, The Legend of Kyrandia, Book 1, PC, 57.5%. Point-and-click adventure titles have been around pretty much since the dawn of video game time, and if done successfully, they can provide players with several hours of puzzle-solving fun. On the flip side of things, games like The Legend of Kyrandia Book 1 probably just gave players a several-hour-long migraine. The game takes place in the Kingdom of Kyrandia, several years after King William and Queen Catherine, no, not those ones, are murdered by their court jester, Malcolm. The jester was imprisoned, but escapes after 18 years, steals a powerful magical artifact, and sets about causing chaos. The player takes on the role of Brandon, the king and queen's son, as he attempts to put an end to Malcolm's antics. The Legend of Kyrandia received some praise for its graphics, which were, at the time at least, a pretty solid effort. Unfortunately though, the pedestrian plot, often illogical puzzles, and infuriating interface left a sour taste in gamers' mouths. To be clear, no one element was completely awful, but they were all a bit mediocre and didn't gel gel together very well. Despite not being a particularly good game, The Legend of Kyrandia Book 1 still sold well enough to spawn not one, but 2 sequels, both of which achieved better review scores than the original. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again, I guess. Number 8. Lure of the Temptress, PC, 57.5%. We're going from one fairly disappointing point-and-click title to another now as we look at Lore of the Temptress, a PC title whose only allure was its option to exit the game. Lore of the Temptress tells the story of a peasant named Diamot, who, through a series of blunders, winds up trying to defeat an evil enchantress that's terrorizing the land. It's your classic tale of the underdog that stands up to tyranny, and it doesn't offer much new on the narrative front. In fairness to Lore of the Temptress, reviewers didn't hate it, but they certainly didn't love it either. It scored some points on the innovation front for endowing its NPCs with some degree of artificial intelligence, which allowed them to wander about the village and interact with each other, but it didn't gain much praise in any other department. Put simply, Lore of the Temptress was fine, but forgettable. The graphics and sound were okay, the puzzles weren't too convoluted, but they also weren't groundbreaking, and the gameplay was, on the whole, just a bit repetitive. Lore of the Temptress, more like Lore of the Mattress, right? Because it's the snooze fest and I want to go to sleep because it's really boring. Okay, that one's tenuous even for us. Number 7. The Terminator, Sega Mega Drive, or Genesis if you want to get American about this, 56.83%. Well, you knew there was going to be at least one movie tie-in at some point in this list, and it's a shame that 1992's terrible film-adjacent cash grab was spawned from such a fantastic movie. If you're not familiar with the 1984 action romp, it stars everyone's favourite Austrian bodybuilder, we've all got one, haven't we, Arnold Schwarzenegger, as the eponymous Terminator, a cyborg assassin sent back in time to kill Sarah Connor before she can give birth to a son that will one day save mankind from extinction. The video game had roughly the same premise, just without any of the fun. Though the Terminator did garner some praise for its dark, moody scenery, digitized stills from the movie, and futuristic soundtrack, critics didn't have many nice things to say about its gameplay. The platformer, which took place across several locations based on scenes from the film, was monotonous, repetitive, and had little to no replay value, and was also insultingly easy in places. This was in stark contrast to the Game Gear and Master System versions of the game, which players found to be way too difficult. God, there's just no pleasing some people, is there? The T-800 himself might threaten that he'll be back, but we certainly hope his awful video game won't be. Ha ha ha! Oh, good one. Number 6. Word Triss, SNES, 56.33%. In spite of how poorly it reviewed, we've kind of got to hand it to Word Triss for doing exactly what its title implied. It was Tetris, but with words instead of tetrominos. If only all games were named so succinctly. The premise was quite simple. The aim of the game was to build as many words of 3 letters or more as possible by using the letter tiles that fell from the top of the screen. Words could be built horizontally or vertically, and if players managed to construct the, quote, magic word at the top of the playing area, all tiles would be cleared, and they'd receive a massive Brucey bonus. In and of itself, Word Triss wasn't an awful game, it just had an awful title. Yeah, sorry writer, I disagree with you. It's not succinct, it's terrible. If you were into word puzzles, then this game wasn't a bad way to kill a few hours. However, the issue was that the game constantly drew comparison to Tetris, which was far simpler to understand and more accessible for a wider audience. It tried to combine the enjoyment of Tetris and Scrabble, but ended up capturing the fun of neither. It also gets a very low hypothetical review score from everyone here at Team TripleJump for all of the creepy clown imagery. Oh, who the heck thought this was a good idea? Number 5. Phalanx, SNES, 56.17%. It's a pretty poor showing when a game's box art is the most interesting thing about it. Many players probably bought Phalanx thinking they were getting hillbillies in space, which actually sounds pretty cool, but the game was just a straight-up space shooter, making the banjo-wielding chap on the cover a bit of a confusing choice, to be honest. Critics might have been able to forgive the bizarre box art had Phalanx had anything exciting to offer in either the plot or gameplay departments, but both turned out to be nothing special. Players take on the role of Wink Bowfield, a genetically enhanced pilot who is sent to the planet Delia 4, no, not that one, in order to reclaim it from the hostile alien forces that have taken over. In terms of gameplay, Phalanx gave players a very standard shoot-'em-up experience, with occasional doses of vexation. Some of the enemy tactics felt cheap and unfair, and forced players to replay levels again and again in order to learn their attack patterns. Yes, games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring have done something similar with their enemies in recent years, but it seems that in 1992, the world wasn't really ready for such frustration. Number 4, Splatterhouse 2, Sega Mega Drive, 54.58%. If done well, the humble side-scrolling beat-em-up can provide players with tons of mindless fun. If done badly though, as was the case with Splatterhouse 2, they become exercises in monotony. The game is set a few months after the first Splatterhouse, and protagonist Rick is feeling guilty over the fact that he was unable to save his gal pal Jennifer. The Terror Mask, which Rick believed was destroyed, reappears to him and tells him that Jennifer can be saved. All he needs to do is seek out the titular Splatterhouse. Cue multiple monsties and grotesque villains. Critics struggled to find anything nice to say about Splatterhouse 2 though. Most found the graphics to be ugly, though not in the way one might appreciate in a horror game, and found little to love in the sound department either. Perhaps the nail in Splatterhouse 2's coffin though was the fact that it felt bloated by sections that players were forced to endure time and time again. The enemies were unfair, and Rick's attacks were often unsuited for tackling them. So although the game did have a lengthy runtime, this was only really because players ended up having to repeat levels to try and best the ridiculous monsters. Number 3, Rival Turf, SNES, 48.25%. We're sticking with naff beat-em-ups for the time being as we turn our attention to Rival Turf, a game with too many exclamation marks, one, and not enough substance. I'll stop doing that. Rival Turf tells different stories depending on whether you purchased it in Japan or North America. The Western version stars Jack Flack, a man whose girlfriend is being kidnapped by Big Al and his street gang, and follows Flack and Officer Oswald Uzi Nelson as they attempt to rescue the unlucky lass. In the Japanese version, the protagonist is called Rick Norton, and it's his sister that's being kidnapped by an evil pharmaceutical company. Regardless of which version you played through though, Rival Turf wasn't very good. The premise was described as bland by a number of outlets, and the game's sound and music didn't fare much better. Perhaps the worst thing about Rival Turf, though, was the fact that it suffered from poor collision detection, which was frustrating at best and made the game downright unplayable at worst. The only thing that Rival Turf really had going for it was the fact that it had a two-player mode, where many similar titles didn't. Though considering that it was basically broken, all that meant was that players got to inflict it on their friends rather than having to suffer alone. Not really a selling point, is it? Number 2, Ernest Evans, Sega Mega Drive, 44.17%. Although he may look like a mullet-sporting Indiana Jones, we can't help but feel like a guy with a name like Ernest Evans would be more at home doing our taxes than he would scouring the world for treasure. Still, we could forgive a slightly daft name if the game behind it was worth playing. Sadly for Mr. Ernest Evans, his 1992 platformer was not worth playing. The game follows the eponymous protagonist as he sets out on a quest to retrieve a trio of ancient idols that possess enough power to bring about the end of the world. Naturally, he's not the only one on the hunt for the artifacts and must find them before Brady Tresider can get his hands on them and use them to destroy the Earth. As premises go, Ernest Evans didn't have a bad one, but it also didn't have the gameplay chops to live up to such an exciting story. The game was your standard platformer fare, but it suffered from very poor controls that made traversing the levels an absolute nightmare. It was a massive shame because the game looked and sounded quite nice, telling its story through a series of nicely designed anime-style cutscenes. Still, Ernest Evans was a video game, not a film, and so no amount of fancy graphics could save it from a rubbish review score. And number 1, Blazion the Bio Cyborg Challenge, SNES, 42.25%. Ports can be tricky beasts at the best of times, and over the years we've seen more than our fair share of downright travesties. We'd like to say that Blazion the Bio Cyborg Challenge is an example of a home console port done well, but if it was, it wouldn't be on this list, would it? Least of all number 1. The game is set in the midst of a war between the oppressive Imperial Earth Army and the rebel forces that oppose them. Players take on the role of a rebel pilot and must take part in a surprise attack on the Imperials. The arcade version of Blazion was received fairly well and quickly became one of the more popular games in Japanese arcades at the time. Sadly, the home port removed a great deal of the game's content, including a number of enemies, the animated opening, the ending, and 2-player co-op mode, leaving critics with little choice but to award it poor review scores. To make matters worse, what was there wasn't great either, as the SNES hardware struggled to keep up with the game. So congratulations to you, Blazion the Bio Cyborg Challenge, on being the worst reviewed game of 1992. We just hope it brings you some comfort to know that despite this accolade, you're still not quite as bad as Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. Oh, disgusting, isn't it? Just terrible.
Ah, what a year 1993 was. Snoop Dogg released his first album, cinema lovers were treated to the likes of Jurassic Park, Mrs. Doubtfire and The Fugitive, and Earring Magic What? An Earring Magic Ken? Well, apparently it became the best-selling Ken doll in history. I've never heard of it though. It was also a great year to be a gamer, as players got to experience Doom, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, and Star Fox for the very first time. Where there was the good though, there was also the very, very bad, and so we're back yet again to chronicle the most egregious games that the year 1993 had to offer. By now, you probably know how we run things around here, but for those of you who are new, the rules are as follows. A game qualifies for a spot on this list if it was released in 1993 and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. Those with fewer can find another list to frequent because they're not welcome here. Now! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1993. Number 10. The Seventh Guest. PC. 60%. It's always a bit strange to see a game like The Seventh Guest on one of these lists. After all, when it was released in April 1993, it was considered by many to be one of the best reasons to own a PC with a CD-ROM drive, so its pitiful review scores come as somewhat of a surprise. The game opens with a flashback that tells the story of Henry Stauff, a toy maker whose creations caused a number of children to fall ill and die. Following the incident, Stauff secluded himself in his mansion, only contacting the outside world after some time had passed to invite 6 people to a party. Players awaken in the mansion and must solve a number of puzzles in order to piece together what has happened. Though The Seventh Guest garnered praise for its graphics and puzzles, those who gave it lower review scores criticized the title for its unrealistic system requirements and incompatibility issues. If you owned a very high-end computer, which few people did at the time, then The Seventh Guest was a triumph of a game. If you weren't fortunate to own such a machine, though, it's likely that you would have had your immersion ruined by long load times and frequent crashes. Number 9. Battletoads and Double Dragon: The Ultimate Team, SNES, 59.17%. There have been a number of crossover video games released over the years that have been quite successful. The Super Smash Bros. Series springs to mind here, but sadly Battletoads and Double Dragon: The Ultimate Team is not one of them. The game stars Billy and Jimmy Lee from the Double Dragon series and the 3 humanoid toads from Battletoads as they work together to defeat the Dark Queen. She has returned with another plan to take over the galaxy and is teamed up with the Shadow Warriors of Double Dragon fame. On paper, the premise doesn't sound too bad, and if you had a friend that was happy to play the game with you, it could be a very entertaining experience. The problem was that the difficulty didn't scale at all, so if players decided to have a crack at the game by themselves, it was horribly unbalanced. Battletoads and Double Dragon also suffered from many of the usual symptoms of bad game-itis, with players complaining of slow and oftentimes unresponsive controls, jerky animations and outdated graphics, and grating audio. If you wanted to play Battletoads and Double Dragon, the best way to do it was separately and not by picking up whatever this mess was. Number 8. Mega Race PC, 54.67%. If you suffer from road rage, you'll know just how difficult it can be to not ram your car into that absolute knobbler that just cut you up. Thankfully, there are a number of brilliant video games out there that allow players to live out their wildest vehicular destruction fantasies, though unfortunately, Mega Race isn't one of them. The premise of the 1993 title is thus: the player is a contestant on a TV game show called Mega Race and must compete against speed gangs who they need to kill before the race is over. Most critics agreed that the game was presented quite nicely and had a lot of praise for the graphics and FMV segments. Regrettably, that was pretty much all that Mega Race had to offer. Players criticized the gameplay for being tedious, repetitive, and for failing to give them the sense of nail-biting action that the premise demanded. There was also little love for the controls, which many found to be needlessly complex for a game that boiled down to driving a car and shooting opponents. A couple of outlets in Germany even went as far as to say that it would have been more appropriate to call Mega Race Mega Cucumber. And whilst we don't 100% understand what they were getting at, we can't help but to agree. Number 7. Columns 3 Revenge of the Columns. Genesis, 51.5%. There are names out there that are inspiring just to hear. Take Ben as an example. It conjures images of a strong, intelligent, and downright handsome individual, doesn't it?
No.
Then take a name like Columns 3 Revenge of the Columns, a title that invokes memories of trying and failing to insert a table into a Word document. The game itself was a bit like a cross between Tetris and Candy Crush. Columns of 3 gems would fall from the top of the screen and players needed to choose where to place them. Within the column, the gems could be rotated, and the idea was to match 3 to make the row disappear. The trouble was that Columns 3 did nothing to differentiate itself from the previous Columns game. In terms of its gameplay, it functioned as a video game should. The controls worked, the graphics looked okay, and the sound wasn't half bad either. In fact, those who played it found that it was quite addictive, but it did nothing that its predecessors hadn't done already, so if you'd bought Columns 3 after playing Columns and Columns 2, you'd have probably felt a bit shortchanged. Are you sick of hearing the word columns yet? I know I am. Number 6. Family Dog, SNES, 50%. If you're not familiar with the TV series Family Dog, then I can't say I'm surprised. The show ran for just a few short weeks on CBS in the summer of 1993 and focused on the exploits of your average suburban family as told from the point of view of their pet dog. Despite having the likes of Brad Bird, Tim Burton, and Steven Spielberg at the helm, the show was a complete flop, with audiences panning its crude scripts and cheap production values. Still, it somehow managed to spawn a video game tie-in. The game consisted of just 3 levels, which saw players taking control of the eponymous canine in order to guide him through various obstacles, which included a vacuum cleaner, a cat, and a number of guard dogs. Family Dog suffered from all of the usual bad game problems. The graphics were subpar, even for the time, the sound effects were sparse, and the animation was incredibly choppy. The game was also plagued by unbalanced difficulty, with players finding that the first half of the game was insultingly easy, whilst the second half was punishingly difficult. You might say that the developers found themselves in the doghouse after this one. Number 5. Blaster Master 2, Genesis, 46.67%. Sequels can be tricky beasts, especially if the OG game was well received. Players will have lofty expectations, and developers need to ensure that they're staying true to the original while still giving the audience enough hot and fresh gameplay to keep them satisfied.
He shot Sonic in the back of the head. He executed him. Gotta go war crimes.
And it's unsurprising that so many sequels, like Blaster Master 2, drop the ball. Blaster Master 2 follows on from the events of Blaster Master, or Blaster Master, if you're Peter, during which protagonist Jason defeated the evil Plutonium boss. Not all of Plutonium boss's henchmen were defeated though, and one of them has destroyed Jason's tank, Sophia, and is using its parts to conquer Earth. Naturally, it falls to Jason to put an end to this catastrophe. The original Blaster Master, whatever, received a great deal of praise, with critics lauding its slick presentation and Metroidvania-style gameplay. There was no such love for Blaster Master 2 though, as many of the game's previous unique mechanics were stripped away, leaving players with a generic-feeling run-and-gun title. To add insult to injury, Blaster Master 2 was cursed with stupid AI, frustrating controls, and a brutal level of difficulty, all of which left players with nothing more than a game that was basically an instruction manual on how not to make a sequel. Number 4. Wayne's World, SNES, 46.17%. These days it almost goes without saying that if a movie is successful, or is at the very least expected to be, it will get a video game tie-in. By and large though, video game tie-ins are usually pretty floppers, and Wayne's World for the SNES was no exception.
It's like people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad.
There were actually 2 different versions of Wayne's World developed by different studios. The NES and Game Boy releases stuck fairly close to the plot of the film, whilst the SNES and Genesis versions told a completely different story. Although the NES game was derided for its simplicity, it was the SNES title that took the brunt of the criticism. Wayne's World for the SNES consisted of little more than jumping around and collecting items, which probably wouldn't have been so bad had it only made up part of the game, but that was all it had to offer. Critics also derided Wayne's World for its sound effects, which granted were lifted directly from the movie, but after hearing Wayne shout "Excellent" or "Swing" for the 900th time, they start to get a bit grating. In short, Wayne's World the video game was nothing more than a lazy cash grab that aimed to milk a few extra bucks out of fans of the film.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the beast doesn't include selling out.
Number 3. Mario is Missing, SNES, 43.5%. Mario, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be one of the good ones! Indeed, even the mighty Mario isn't immune to bad game fever, as his 1993 SNES outing proved. Mario is Missing stars Luigi, who must travel around the world in order to gather artifacts as part of a quest to find Mario, who has been kidnapped by Bowser. Players visit a number of different destinations such as Cairo, Tokyo, and Paris, and must speak to the local people in order to figure out which city they've arrived in and where they're likely to find the treasures they're looking for. The thing that let Mario is Missing down was the fact that it was an edutainment game, and those who had been used to the series' exciting platformers found that the title was incredibly slow-paced and not all that engaging. In fairness to Mario is Missing, many critics did praise its educational aspects as well as its graphics, but warned experienced gamers that they'd be in for a pretty tedious time if they picked up a copy of the game. As a vehicle to teach kids geography, Mario is Missing was pretty good, but as a piece of entertainment, it was about as interesting as an afternoon spent helping Mario to trim his moustache. Number 2. Mortal Kombat, Game Boy, 42.17%. Oh, come on, first Mario, now Mortal Kombat. What is this, some sort of joke? Ridiculous. Though Mortal Kombat was released in arcades in 1992, it didn't make its way to home consoles until 1993. Both the Sega Genesis and SNES ports fared well with critics, racking up review averages in the low 80s, but sadly the Game Boy version was a complete letdown. The main problem was that the handheld system just wasn't powerful enough to give players the full Mortal Kombat experience. Because of the Game Boy's technical capabilities, the game's graphics had to be simplified, which made the sprites difficult to tell apart, and even if you could discern your fighter from your opponent, the animations were painfully slow. Players also found that the controls were unresponsive and difficult to master, meaning that they had trouble pulling off the already tricky maneuvers that Mortal Kombat was famous for. Additionally, players found that even when they got their fighter within striking distance of their adversary, the two often wouldn't be able to land blows on each other. If you had absolutely no other choice, the Game Boy version of Mortal Kombat was just about playable, but it was the absolute worst way to experience the classic title.
But nobody can see.
So
it'd be nice to see.
God damn it!
Number 1. Paladin's Quest, SNES, 41.83%. Here it is, boys and girls and others, the worst game of 1993. Yes, Paladin's Quest isn't as bad as the worst games we've seen in other years, but it was still quite ploppers, at least if its review score is anything to go by. The game centers on a boy named Chesney, no, not that one, who is dared to activate a machine called the Dahlgren, and by doing so, he manages to unleash an immensely powerful evil being upon the world. What is he like, eh? With his magic school obliterated, Chesney's headmaster orders him to put an end to the Dahlgren before it winds up destroying the world. There were a number of problems with Paladin's Quest. Firstly, players felt that many aspects of the game seemed quite stale, as though everything from its story to its gameplay had been done better elsewhere. They also found that the characters felt underpowered in comparison to the game's enemies, criticizing the fact that they'd often have to backtrack to inns or reload saves multiple times. There was much condemnation directed towards the magic casting system, which drew upon the character's HP, meaning the more magic players used, the weaker they became. Throw into the mix some mighty awkward controls and below average graphics, and you've got yourself a recipe for an instantly forgettable RPG.
For many people, 1994 seems like it was only a few years ago, but it has, in fact, been the best part of 30 years since we got to fire up our SNESs and Mega Drives to play games like Donkey Kong Country, Earthworm Jim, and Super Metroid. Can someone send help? I think the boys are having an existential crisis. Those of you who are old enough probably have a lot of fond memories of gaming circa 1994, and we're here once again to sully those memories by reminding you of all the horrible games that were also released in that 12-month period. As is always the case for these sort of lists, we've scoured the murky depths of game rankings to find the, let's say, less than great titles released in 1994. In order to qualify for a spot, a game must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. And the bouncers here at Club TripleJump are pretty vigilant, so it's no good trying to sneak past with fewer. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1994. Number 10, King's Quest VII, The Princeless Bride, PC, 60%. We're kicking off our list with a game that wasn't necessarily what you'd call bad, but it was worse than most others that were released in 1994. By the time The Princeless Bride was released, the King's Quest series was already well established, having debuted in 1984 with Quest for the Crown. The reception of each game varied, though they could generally be relied upon to deliver puzzles and adventures with a fairy tale twist. King's Quest VII was no exception, though it didn't fare as well with critics as some of its predecessors. The game follows Queen Valenice and Princess Rosella as they're transported to the realm of Eldritch. After Rosella is transformed into a troll, the duo must find a way of turning her back, all whilst ridding the realm of evil forces and finding their way back home. Whilst the game was playable, a number of critics and fans were upset at the Disney-style graphics, which were a departure from those seen in the series' previous titles. Aside from that, most felt that The Princeless Bride didn't bring anything new to the table. The story was fine, the puzzles were okay, but overall, the game was nothing special. Number 9, Ecstatica, PC, 60%. I'm not going to lie, when we unearthed this, gem, we thought that a naughty magazine had got mixed up with all of the bad video games, but we'd like to assure you that Ecstatica is in fact a piece of software for the PC and not a nudie thing. Ecstatica is set in the year 928 AD and sees players taking on the role of a traveller arriving in the northern European town of Tirich, only to find that the whole place has been overrun by demons. Not ideal, but still better than what happened to those blokes in Hostel. Naturally, it falls to the player character to rid the town of its unholy problems by freeing the sorceress Ecstatica from her possession. Though Ecstatica did receive some praise for its storyline and sense of humour, it failed somewhat at what it was trying to do, i.e., be a horror game. The visual presentation was more Teletubbies than Alone in the Dark, and although 3D graphics were still in their infancy at that point, the cuddly looking bubble characters are unforgivable in a game that's meant to give you the willies. In short, if Ecstatica had been marketed as an adventure title rather than a survival horror title, it might have been better received. Oh well, lesson learned, eh? Number 8, The Death and Return of Superman, SNES, 58.63%. The Death and Return of Superman was once described by a well-known publication as being the best Superman game ever made. Considering the fact that more or less all of the other Superman games have been utter plops, however, that isn't really saying very much. It seems like Superman's only weaknesses are kryptonite and his ability to make good video games. In terms of functionality, The Death and Return of Superman worked as a game should. If you pressed a button on your controller, Superman would do the thing that was assigned to that button. Additionally, the story wasn't bad, though it was based on the comic book The Death of Superman, so we can't exactly give the game that much credit for its plot. Sadly, The Death and Return of Superman was guilty for the same sin as many other superhero adaptations. It was a soulless beat-em-up. Don't get me wrong, we like beating 9 bells out of a bunch of goons, but the game made little use of its license. You could have swapped out Superman for basically anyone else and still gotten the same basic experience. Still, at least it wasn't as bad as Superman: The New Adventures. Number 7, Wolfenstein 3D, SNES, 58.33%. Honestly, we are as shocked as you are about this one. Originally released in 1992, Wolfenstein 3D is considered by many to be one of the greatest video games of all time. Though it may look a little quaint by today's standards, at the time it was a technological triumph, with everything from its 3D graphics to its exceptional FPS gameplay garnering praise from critics. Without Wolfenstein 3D and one or two other titles from the time period, it's likely that the modern first-person shooter genre would look very different. So why was it so badly received on the SNES? The main issue was that it wasn't a direct port of the original game. Furthermore, each of the levels was simplified in order to allow it to run on the SNES. The port did add power-ups and a couple of new weapons, but this was nowhere near enough to make up for the severe lack of content. If you had absolutely no other alternative, then Wolfenstein 3D for the SNES was playable at least, but it was far from the best way to experience the title. Great game, poor choice of machinery. Number 6, Noctropolis, PC. 56.67%. We've already heard from Metropolis, now get ready for Noctropolis, a game that's sure to knock your socks off with how rubbish it is. Noctropolis follows the exploits of Peter Gray, a lonely bookshop owner that finds himself sucked into the world of his favourite comic book. Once there, he becomes the Batman-like Darkseer, a superhero without superpowers, and must protect Noctropolis from the villains that are wreaking havoc across the city. Though Noctropolis looked rather nice, it was severely lacking in substance. The premise and setting did garner some praise, but critics admonished the plot for being derivative, both of other video games and comic books. Additionally, the game was criticised for using shock value to distract from its lack of ideas, prioritising graphic violence and sexy bits over an interesting story and engaging gameplay. The puzzles also caught a lot of flack, as players found they were generally illogical and required them to use trial and error rather than any kind of brain power. With a bit more creativity from the devs and some competent brain teasers, Noctropolis could have been a slam dunk in the point-and-click space. Sadly, it ended up being all cape and no superpowers. Number 5, Double Dragon 5, The Shadow Falls, SNES, 52.75%. We come now to the first of several titles on this list that attempted to cash in on the success of Street Fighter II, only without any of the charm of Capcom's legendary fighting game. Up until the release of The Shadow Falls, the Double Dragon franchise had consisted of a series of beat-em-up titles, so Double Dragon 5's departure from the format was somewhat of a shock to fans. A change of genre isn't necessarily a bad thing, but unfortunately for Double Dragon 5, the developers decided to rip off Street Fighter II rather than bringing anything new to the table. In all fairness to Double Dragon 5, it was a fairly competent fighting game. The sprites looked quite nice, there was a decently sized roster of characters to choose from, and the game controlled quite well. The main thing that let it down was the complete lack of originality, leaving critics wondering why anyone would bother with it when Street Fighter II was right there. One of the only notable differences between the two was that Double Dragon 5 featured moves that were easier to perform than those in Street Fighter II, though this did mean the game was far less challenging than it could have been. Oh well, they say imitation was the sincerest form of flattery, right? Number 4, The Journeyman Project Turbo, PC, 50%. If there ever was a title that proved that just fixing your technical flaws won't magically transform you into a good game, it's The Journeyman Project Turbo. The game was a re-release of 1992's The Journeyman Project and aimed to remedy a number of technical issues that marred the original. All credit to the developers, Turbo did resolve the load time problems of its predecessor, and players found that their machines were able to handle it much better. Sadly, it failed to address any of the other problems that made The Journeyman Project a bit naff. The game is set several hundred years into the future, and players take on the role of Gage Blackwood, a man whose job it is to prevent people from manipulating the past through means of time travel. Earth is about to negotiate its entry into the symbiote of peaceful beings, but some dastardly git has altered history so that Earth's first contact with the aliens is hostile rather than peaceful, and it's up to Gage to sort it all out. The Journeyman Project Turbo did receive some praise for its graphics and storyline, but many critics felt that these were prioritised over actual gameplay, leaving players with a short title filled with lacklustre puzzles. I guess you could say that the developers didn't properly gauge the situation. Number 3, Clay Fighter, Genesis, 49%. We do kind of have to hand it to Clay Fighter, because although the game wasn't particularly good, as evidenced by its pitiful score of just 49% on game rankings, the developers did, at the very least, try something new with its graphics. Enjoy that praise, Clay Fighter, you won't be getting any more. The game itself was of the fighting persuasion, and was intended to be a parody of Street Fighter. As such, players could expect to choose from fighters like Blue Suede Goo, an Elvis impersonator that throws musical notes at his opponents and is able to use his hair as a weapon, and Icky Bod Clay, a pumpkin-headed ghost that launches balls of ectoplasm at his foes. Unique graphics and pun-based characters do not a good time make though, and players soon found that once the initial laughs had worn off, there wasn't much left to hold their interest. The controls were clunky, which made the game challenging, but once players got used to them, they found they could easily breeze through the whole thing in just a few hours. What's more, is that one thing Clay Fighter did have going for it, i.e. its claymation graphics, didn't carry over well from the SNES to the Genesis, leaving players with a game that was more mortifying than it was Mortal Kombat. Number 2, Shaq Fu, SNES, 44.5%. If we ask you to list celebrities who might appear in their own fighting games, the likes of Chuck Norris or Bruce Lee might spring to mind. Unless you're familiar with Shaq Fu, then it's unlikely that you'd immediately settle on Shaquille O'Neal. But here we are. As you might suspect, Shaq Fu was not a good game, but was rather a shameless money grab that set out to cash in on the popularity of professional basketball player Shaq. The story follows Shaq as he's transported to another dimension where he must rescue a young boy called Nezu from the clutches of the evil mummy, Set Ra. Like you, I am keen to find out what kind of drugs the developers were on when they came up with that premise. The main problem with Shaq Fu was the fact that it was an utter failure of a fighting game. The likes of Street Fighter 2 had set the bar pretty high, and so when Shaq Fu stumbled onto the scene with poor controls and a lack of moves, players were not impressed. Throw into the mix the laughable plot and sprites so small you needed a microscope to see them, somewhat ironic when you consider that Shaq himself is 7'1", and you've got a game that really has Shaq the bed. And number 1, Dreamweb, PC, 30%. Cyberpunk 2077 may have been a bit of a letdown, but compared to the Cyberpunk point-and-click title Dreamweb, it's nothing short of a masterpiece. Dreamweb tells the story of Ryan, a bartender whose nights are filled with horrifying dreams and whose days are plagued by blackouts and strange visions. He learns that this is all connected to the Dreamweb, a barrier that protects the world from darkness, and that he must destroy the 7 evil entities that seek to destroy it. Dreamweb was yet another example of a game that attempted to use shock to hide the fact it didn't have much to offer. The story lacked depth and nuance, the UI took up approximately 94% of the screen, and the bland puzzles were made even more frustrating by the fact that players could pick up literally any item they came across, even if they had no use. Perhaps the most interesting thing about the game didn't even happen during its runtime. The original release came with a diary that gave players more information about the story and the world, and though it was approximately as well written as a Twilight fanfiction, it did at least give the whole thing a bit of heart. Dreamweb, more like Dream Pleb, got him.
Ah yes, 1995. The year that brought us Kendall Jenner, Logan Paul, and Tim Burton's Batman Forever. I think we can all probably agree it was a terrible time all round. I actually don't mind Batman Forever, but I'm happy to go with the majority on this one. Sadly, there wasn't much reprieve for fans of video games either, and although the likes of Chrono Trigger, Super Mario World 2, and NHL 96 did really well with both critics and players, there were plenty more games that weren't worth bothering with. For today's serving of horrible titles, we've traversed the archives of online review aggregators to bring you the definitive list of awful games from the year 1995. 1995. Okay, fine, they're not all awful actually, but they are worse than most. As ever, a game must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews in order to qualify for this list, otherwise we'd be forever trying to rifle through a bunch of uni students' failed final year projects and other such unnoteworthy offerings. I don't have time for that, and neither do you. In fact, should we get on with it? I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1995. Number 10. Gex, PlayStation, 63.33%. Before you say anything, I know I'm as shocked as you are. It turns out, however, that though we may remember Gex quite fondly, it wasn't received particularly well by critics. That's not to say they didn't like it, it's just that the general consensus was that Gex was merely okay. The game itself followed the titular Gex, a TV-loving gecko, as he was sucked into the media dimension. Gex had to traverse a variety of levels, each themed around a different genre, in order to defeat antagonist Rez. The game was originally released for the 3DO in April 1995 and was ported to the PlayStation and Sega Saturn later that year. Though the original ended up with an average review score of 79%, the PlayStation port didn't fare quite so well. There was some praise for the game's sense of humour, graphics, and sound, but it drew a lot of comparison to other platformers of the time and received criticism for levels that some reviewers found to be dull and frustrating. Regardless of what critics had to say though, Gex was part of many gamers' childhoods, and nothing can ever take away from the nostalgia the game stirs up. Not even its appearance on this list. Shocking, I know. Number 9. The 11th Hour, PC, 63.2%. Arguably, the key to making a great video game sequel is to take everything the original did well and build upon it in new and exciting ways. Unfortunately, this is often easier said than done, and developers can either get caught up trying too hard to innovate, or they effectively just clone the previous game. The 11th Hour sadly fell into the latter category. The game was a follow-up to 1993's The Seventh Guest, and tells the story of Robin Morales, a reporter who has gone missing while on the hunt for secrets in the dilapidated home of evil genius Henry Stauff. The 11th Hour did receive praise from many critics for its graphics, its storyline, and for its variety of challenging puzzles. Despite all of this though, it was just too similar to The Seventh Guest, and though it did refine certain elements, most notably its graphics, through the use of a more modern engine, that was about the only new thing it brought to the table. That fancy new engine also proved to be a bit of a double-edged sword, as players without a high-end computer found that the game suffered from excruciatingly long load times. Still, it sold over 300,000 copies, so clearly it was pressing the right buttons for some players. Like I said in the intro, not every entry in this list is actually that bad. Number 8. Todd McFarlane's Spawn, the video game, SNES, 61.27%. This isn't the first time we've seen the good name of Todd McFarlane dragged through the mud on one of these lists, though if the numbers are anything to go by, Todd McFarlane's Spawn the video game is almost twice as good as 2004's McFarlane's Evil Prophecy. Based on McFarlane's comic book character Spawn, the game was a side-scrolling beat-em-up that saw the titular hero attempting to save the lives of several children by using his arsenal of powers and platforming his way about the place. When it came to reviews, it didn't seem like critics could agree on much. While some felt the game was faithful to its source material, others felt it didn't really capture the essence of the comics. There was also praise for the graphics from some reviews, whereas others were of the opinion that they were fine for a 16-bit machine, but in comparison to those seen on newer 32-bit consoles, they seemed outdated. Most did agree, though, that the game was repetitive and lacking in innovation. And whilst it would probably have been good fun for fans of the comic books, everyone else could just expect a fairly generic and, at times, frustratingly difficult experience. Number 7. Roberta Williams' Phantasmagoria, PC, 59.17%. There are some video game series that start out great and gradually get worse as time goes on. Conversely, there are those whose first entry is a bit naff, but who find their feet in later games. Phantasmagoria doesn't sit in either of those categories though, as neither the 1995 original nor its 1996 follow-up, Phantasmagoria: A Puzzle of Flesh, were particularly good. It wasn't for lack of trying. Prior to Phantasmagoria's development, designer Roberta Williams wrote a 550-page script for the game. It took over 2 years to develop, involved a team of more than 200 people, and cost a whopping $4.5 million. This is 1995 we're talking about, what the hell? Reviews were mixed, and though many publications praised Phantasmagoria for its attempts to capture the attention of a more mature audience, there were a great number of critics for whom this ambition wasn't enough. The graphics were mostly well received, but some found the story to be cliché, and the level of difficulty to be too low for more experienced gamers. The over-the-top violence also managed to outrage a number of parents and politicians, because of course it did. This controversy didn't hurt the game too badly though, as within the first week of its release it had sold over 300,000 copies. I guess it's true what they say about there being no such thing as bad publicity. Number 6. Addams Family Values, SNES, 55.67%. Uh-oh, here we go. The graphics are atrocious, the game mechanics broken. I wish that I was joking, this game's a travesty. Okay, fine, travesty might be a bit of a strong word, but like many movie tie-ins, Addams Family Values was not wonderful. According to the description on Moby Games, Addams Family Values is an action-adventure game with slight RPG elements. Though considering that the extent of this was that protagonist Uncle Fester gained additional hit points as he leveled up, they probably should have gone with a stronger adjective than slight. Might I suggest non-existent, perhaps? Though the franchise's sense of humour was very much present in the SNES title, it wasn't enough to save the game from mediocrity. The vast majority of the gameplay boiled down to couriering items from one place to another, which, unsurprisingly, got boring pretty quickly. That is, of course, if Fester wasn't killed en route by one of the game's many hidden and unavoidable traps. There was also little in the way of love for the game's saving mechanics, which required players to write down a ridiculously long password before they could switch the game off. Oh, and you thought just remembering to hit the save button was a pain in the arse. Number 5. Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster, PC, 55%. It saddens us here at Team TripleJump to see the talents of a national treasure squandered on trash. So although Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster isn't the absolute worst game on this list, we've decided to award it the TripleJump Special Commendation for hiring Tim Curry and then wasting him on a rubbish game award, 1995. The title could be a bit snappier, admittedly, but we think it makes the point quite nicely. In fairness, Curry puts in a smashing performance in Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster, but in and of itself, a strong leading lad does not a good game make. The game follows Philip, writer of our rank lists and recently deceased man resurrected at the hands of Dr. Frankenstein, as he traverses Frankenstein's castle to find the secret to reanimation. I think you'll find that Frankenstein was the name of the monster, not the doctor. Frankenstein drew a lot of comparisons to 1993's Myst, but although the graphics and FMV sequences garnered praise from critics, the actual gameplay received a great deal of negativity. The pace of the game was incredibly slow, the environments were dull, and the story ended up being nonsensical. Response to the puzzles was mixed as well, as though some reviewers found them to be engaging, others quickly got bored. In short, if you're looking for brain teasers with a side of Tim Curry, I don't know, do a Sudoku while watching the Rocky Horror Picture Show or something. Number 4. Doom, SNES, 54.05%. Hang on, this can't be right. Let me just... Hello there, is that the writer? Yeah, just calling to ask whether you've lost your goddamn mind, that's all. Okay, talk to you later, bye. It turns out the writer hasn't lost their goddamn mind, and though on the whole, Doom is one of the greatest games of all time, its SNES port was a bit rubbish. Now don't get me wrong, it was still playable, and by most accounts was a thoroughly enjoyable experience, but in comparison to other versions, especially the PC one, Doom for the SNES fell somewhat short. The main problem was that owing to its technical capabilities, the SNES was unable to replicate the experience of playing Doom on more advanced machinery. The fundamentals were there, it was still a first-person shooter, players were still tasked with sending a bunch of demon spawn back into the fiery pits of hell whence they came, and it was still all accompanied by a banging soundtrack. The graphics, however, were completely naff. Admittedly, Doom on any platform isn't much to look at by today's standards, but when it was released in 1993, it was something really special. The SNES, though, was incapable of recreating the overall look of the game, resulting in a port that was pixelated, jumpy, and in places unresponsive. I guess you could say that it was, doomed to fail. I'm here all week. Thank you very much. Thank you. Number 3, Justice League Task Force, Genesis, 44.67%. So far, this list has been populated by mediocre offerings, and whilst it certainly is a crime against video games to be bland, boring, and forgettable, we'd be willing to let our previous entries go with merely a slap on the wrist. These next 3, however, right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
The problem with Justice League Task Force was twofold. It wasn't Mortal Kombat, nor was it Street Fighter. Because those two properties dominated the fighting market at the time, everything of similar ilk drew comparison, usually negative. Sadly, this was certainly the case for Justice League Task Force, as it barely even tried to tread any new ground. And aside from not really bringing anything fresh to the table, Justice League Task Force was criticised for all of the usual bad game stuff. Credit to the developers, the sprites at least looked quite nice, when they were still. Once animated, however, they were an ugly, choppy mess. Justice League Task Force also suffered from unresponsive controls, which is irritating at the best of times, but when you're trying to execute an elaborate finishing move, it's frankly unforgivable. Maybe they should have deployed that task force to sort out the problems with the game mechanics. Number 2, Secret of the Stars, SNES, 44.8%. Originally released in Japan in 1993, Secret of the Stars was an RPG that didn't make it to North American shores until July 1995, though anyone who's played it will probably tell you that they wish it had never made it at all. Secret of the Stars was a turn-based RPG that followed the story of Ray and his Aquatalian warriors, I'm definitely pronouncing that wrong, as they embark on a quest to destroy the evil wizard Homuncrews, I'm definitely also pronouncing that wrong. One of the main concerns raised by critics was that the plot was difficult to follow, not because it was that complex, but more due to the fact that the translation was done poorly, often resulting in objectives that were impossible to understand. Not only did the story make little sense, but Secret of the Stars was also quite an ugly game with horrible sound. Some reviewers commented that the graphics would have been okay had they been on the NES, but on the SNES, they were inexcusable. One critic even went as far as to recommend that if you receive it as a gift from a relative, never speak to them again, which is harsh, but also entirely appropriate. And number 1, Venom/Spider-Man Separation Anxiety, Genesis, 35.83%. Do you remember what we said earlier about a series starting out strong and then going downhill when it comes to sequels? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Venom/Spider-Man, do you pronounce the slash? I don't know. Separation Anxiety. You definitely don't pronounce the colon, do you? They should have called this punctuation anxiety. The follow-up to 1994's Spider-Man and Venom, Maximum Carnage, Separation Anxiety was a side-scrolling beat-em-up that allowed players to jump into the shoes of the two titular superheroes. Maximum Carnage garnered reasonable review scores, especially on the Genesis. It was true to the comics, challenging but not overly so, and most of all, it was fun to play. Its sequel, on the other hand, was repetitive and completely unoriginal. In terms of things like graphics and sound, most critics agreed that Separation Anxiety was on par with its predecessor, but that's where the compliments ended. Though the controls worked fine, there wasn't an awful lot to them. Mostly, enemies could be defeated by just jumping around a bit and repeatedly smashing the attack button. Players also found the combat to be unfair, as enemies were capable of dealing damage that was impossible to avoid no matter what you did. Separation Anxiety? More like, this game is so bad it's giving me just like the regular kind of anxiety that I'd suffer with week to week. Oh, got 'em. What a way to end the video. Alright, bye everyone. See you later.
Oh yes, we are back with yet another year's worth of horrible video games. Fortunately, however, 1996 actually wasn't that bad of a year, certainly when it comes to games. We can't speak for anything else because, frankly, that is not our area of expertise. On the awesome end of the gaming scale, there was Super Mario 64, Tomb Raider, Quake, Tekken 2, Diablo, and Resident Evil, and that's barely scratching the surface of all the great titles that came out that year. Even those that were in receipt of lower review scores weren't that bad. In fact, without spoiling things too much, the game that we're crowning the worst of 1996 actually got a better review score than Rushdown, the game in the number 10 spot on our worst games of 1999 list. Still, there were games released in 1996 that were worse than most, and we're here to share them with you today. Once again, we've looked into the Game Rankings archives to find the title with the worst review scores, and as always, they must have had at least 7 professional reviews in order to qualify. Are you ready? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1996. Number 10. Andretti Racing, PlayStation, 65.86%. We're kicking off this list with a game that really isn't that bad, it's just that unfortunately there were a number of games released in 1996 that were much better. As the title might suggest, Andretti Racing is focused on getting behind the wheel of a fast car and zooming around a track as fast as you can in order to beat all of the other racers. Far from drawing the ire of reviewers, most actually found Andretti Racing to be a competent game, and although unlikely to go down in the history books, the variety of cars, drivers, and tracks was more than enough to satisfy even the pickiest of players. The AI was challenging enough to pose a threat of losing the odd race, but not so grueling that you'd want to tear your hair out, and the sound wasn't unpleasant either. Though few and far between, however, Andretti Racing did have its critics, and although it was quite fun to play, some were unhappy with the game's graphics, which were occasionally glitchy, and the overall similarity of the track designs. All in all, though, there were probably far worse things to find in your stocking that Christmas. Number 9. Contra: Legacy of War, PlayStation, 63.57%. This isn't the first time we've seen a Contra game on one of these lists. However, unlike C, The Contra Adventure, Contra Legacy of War was kind of alright. The main issue that critics had with the title was that it didn't live up to the expectations set by its predecessors. Up until the release of Legacy of War, the Contra games had all been run-and-gun side-scrollers, and it was only when development moved from Konami to Appaloosa Interactive that the series went 3D. And when we say 3D, we mean the type that comes with the flimsy cardboard glasses, which did somewhat backfire for Legacy of War because most people just thought it was a gimmick. Aside from the visuals, which most found were not enhanced in any way by the use of 3D, most reviewers thought the game was an okay action title. Though the change in perspective made it lose some of that classic Contra feel, it did retain many of the weapons and power-ups from previous games, so the atmosphere wasn't completely gone. In summary, if you like Contra, you probably won't hate this, and if nothing else, at least it's better than C, The Contra Adventure. Ugh. Number 8. Z, or Z if you want to get American about this, PC, 63.53%. Question time! If a real-time strategy game is described by a critic as the alcoholic, head-banging, gap-toothed, punch-drunk, inbred cousin of Command & Conquer, does that mean it's a good game or a bad game? No, seriously, someone please tell us because we have no idea. What does that even mean? Fortunately, other reviewers were slightly less cryptic in their appraisals, and we've been able to come to the conclusion that Z, or Z if you want to get American about this, is pretty alright as RTS games go, but sadly it did still review worse than most other games of the year, and so has landed itself on this list. In terms of gameplay, most critics found themselves having a good time with Z, or Z if you want to get American about this, and even went as far as to praise it for its lack of resource management mechanics, which meant that the game was focused on raw strategy rather than keeping tabs on how much iron ore you've accrued. In fact, the only real negativity that anyone could come up with was that it was a bit on the short side, so if you're after something you can sink days into, Z, or Z if you want to get American about this, probably isn't for you. A word of caution, if you plan on seeking out Z or Z if you want to get American about this, go for the PC version, as it turns out that the 2011 mobile re-release is a big old bag of ploppers. Number 7. NBA In the Zone 2, PlayStation, 63.25%. Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! I'm not going to do the whole spiel because by now, you know it by heart. Sing along! In terms of its review score, NBA In the Zone 2 actually fared better with critics than its predecessor, but that still didn't stop them from having some opinions. The game did garner a great deal of praise for its graphics, which most reviewers found to be excellent. Players looked very realistic, the play animation was nice and smooth, and the camera angles have a good view of the action. Where NBA In the Zone 2 fell down, however, was in its gameplay, which several critics accused of lacking depth. The features that the game did have were executed competently, but the problem was that it didn't bring much more than dunking and shooting three-pointers to the table. Many critics also found the gameplay to be quite slow, which meant that NBA In the Zone 2 lacked any of the excitement of its real-world counterpart, though one reviewer did say that the leisurely pace of the game would make it perfect for a newcomer to the genre who needs to learn the controls, so, silver linings. Number 6. Star Wars Dark Forces, PlayStation, 59.57%. Here, boys and girls, we have a great example of a good game whose console version completely screwed the pooch, because the PC and Macintosh versions of Star Wars Dark Forces actually received a decent amount of praise from critics, while the PlayStation edition made very few friends. Although the vast majority of the game carried over successfully, there were elements of the PlayStation version, namely the awful graphics, that upset players. On the whole, the actual gameplay was pretty decent, and considering that it was inspired by fan-made Doom mods, there really is little wonder. See, shortly after the events of A New Hope, the game follows rebel mercenary Kyle Katarn as he uncovers and works to put a stop to the Empire's Dark Trooper project. The main problem with the PlayStation version of Star Wars Dark Forces was the severe graphical downgrade it got when compared to the PC and Mac versions. Although the story, level design, and puzzles were all the same, everything was so blocky and pixelated that it took away from players' enjoyment of the game. The frame rate was choppy, and one critic even went as far as to call the game grainier than a loaf of bread.
I want to go home and rethink my life.
Number 5. Phantasmagoria, A Puzzle of Flesh, PC, 55.88%. We're not going to lie, when we first heard of Phantasmagoria, A Puzzle of Flesh, we assumed it would have something to do with what the Jigsaw Killer did with all those skin bits he takes from his victims. I've heard if you put them all together, you get a really nice picture of Neil Buchanan, but I digress. Like its predecessor, Phantasmagoria, A Puzzle of Flesh gained notoriety upon its release for its controversial violence and sexual conduct, which led it to be heavily censored or banned in a number of countries. Once you get past all of the scandal, however, A Puzzle of Flesh just isn't all that good. Because the vast majority of the game was FMV, it meant that there wasn't an awful lot of interactivity for the audience. They also found that what puzzles were on offer were nonsensical, whilst at the same time not being all that difficult to solve. The portion of the game in which you get your pet rat to fetch your dropped wallet from under the couch rather than, say, moving the sofa is a particular highlight. Throw into the mix a plot with more holes than your average Civ, gratuitous sex scenes, and poor pacing, and the only thing frightening about the title is the fact that people actually spent their hard-earned cash on it. Number 4. Santa Fe Mysteries, The Elk Moon Murder, PC, 54.57%. If done well, there are few things more captivating to an audience than a good whodunit, and video games like L.A. Noire and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney prove that playing detective in a video game is something that players love to do. Sadly, Santa Fe Mysteries' The Elk Moon Murder failed on a number of fronts to grab the audience with its tale of Anna Elk Moon, a famous Native American artist who is found dead. Critics lambasted the game for its lack of interactivity, owing yet again to the fact that it was mostly full-motion video, rendering it as little more than a soap opera with the odd element of point and click. A number of critics also found the game to be overly convoluted, even for a murder mystery, and quickly got bored of the suspect who would ramble on for long periods of time without really saying much.
Come on, get to the point, I've got to pick the kids up from school.
Some praise was given to the game for its graphics and sound, but considering the fact that it was filmed rather than programmed, those things really aren't that much of an achievement, are they?
A twisted web, and we are not finished untangling it, not yet.
Number 3. Mortal Kombat Trilogy, Nintendo 64, 51.9%. Once again, we have a title whose reception varied wildly from platform to platform. Whilst one or two publications thought very highly of Mortal Kombat Trilogy for the Nintendo 64, most preferred the PlayStation version, which ended up with a much higher average review score, beating the N64 version by 15%. Praise was given to the Mortal Kombat Trilogy on the N64 for its faithfulness to the arcade title that spawned it, as well as the vast array of content, absence of load times, and addition of the aggressor meter mechanic. On the more negative side of things, critics were unable to agree whether or not the music and sound effects were poor, or whether they were simply limited by the capabilities of the console, but it was clear that they weren't as good as those that PlayStation owners got to experience instead. There were also complaints leveled at the graphics, which some felt let down by, especially in comparison to other N64 games, as well as missing animation frames and the characters from the arcade version that were left out entirely. Even with all of that said, however, it still didn't manage to be as bad as Mortal Kombat Advance, so nice job. Number 2. Cruisin' USA, Nintendo 64, 50.63%. Sadly, those who did go Cruisin' USA very much wished they hadn't bothered, as the title ended up being one of the most disappointing of 1996. Although the arcade version of Cruisin' USA ended up being both a commercial and critical success, becoming one of the top 5 best-selling arcade titles of 1994, the Nintendo 64 port was a complete shambles. One of the biggest problems with the title was its graphics, with players being treated, in very heavy quotation marks, to some of the shoddiest frame rates they'd seen in a while, which was particularly upsetting considering that the N64 had decent processing power, at least for the time. In addition to this, Cruisin' USA also suffered for dodgy collision detection, so even if you could get past the graphical problems, it was still a nightmare to play, and at the end of it all, it didn't even have much variety in terms of its content. Despite all of its shortcomings, however, Cruisin' USA actually managed to sell pretty well and ended up being the 6th best-selling game of the 1996 Christmas shopping season. What, were all the good games released that year just too intimidating for you all? Come on. Number 1. Beyond the Beyond, PlayStation, 44.38%. It's somewhat refreshing for the number 1 spot on a list like this to be taken up by a game that divided critics rather than uniting them all in hatred. However, it does make us feel a little bit bad for calling Beyond the Beyond the worst game of 1996. Still, the averages on game rankings don't lie, and nobody ever said this job was easy, so here we are. Unlike many other terrible games we've come across over the years, on a purely technical level, Beyond the Beyond wasn't awful, or at least nothing about its graphics, controls, or sound were bad enough to be noteworthy. What critics took issue with was just how underwhelming the game was, especially when compared to other RPGs of the time. Many reviews said that the story was dull and derivative, though the odd one did note that fans of role-playing games would probably still enjoy it, even though it didn't bring anything new to the table. The dialogue, which was overly long and tedious, also drew complaints from critics, and the ridiculously frequent enemy and boss encounters, as well as the steep difficulty curve, were also serious problems. So, congratulations, Beyond the Beyond. We hereby crown you the worst game of 1996. We just hope there's some comfort in knowing that you're at least better than half the garbage that came out of 1999. So, there we are. 1997. What a wonderful 365 days. It was the year of the Tamagotchi, Spice Up Your Life, and Steve Irwin's Crocodile Hunter. It was also a fantastic time for fans of video games, with developers churning out the likes of GoldenEye 007 and Final Fantasy VII. It was also the year that the Nintendo 64 made it to European and Australasian shores, bringing with it classic titles like Mario Kart 64 and Diddy Kong Racing. Sadly though, it wasn't all good news, and whilst 1997 was great for all of the aforementioned reasons, the games industry also unleashed its fair share of absolute stinkers. For this list, we are once again taking a look back at one particular year and shining a light on its worst video game offerings, at least according to game rankings. As always, a game must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews in order to qualify, so if you're looking for The Crow City of Angels, then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Let's look at some. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1997. Number 10. Rush Hour, PlayStation, 55.75%. For once, we're actually starting one of these lists fairly strongly, as it turns out that some of the worst games of 1997 were actually not completely horrible. Many that played Rush Hour, or Speedster if you want to get European about this, found it to be rather similar to other racing games of the time, with its main difference being that races were completed top-down rather than the third-person view most audiences were used to. Other than that, Rush Hour was just kind of fine, really. The graphics were alright, but they certainly weren't anything to write home about, especially considering how zoomed out from the action the camera was at all times. The variety of different tracks, cars, and gameplay modes meant that players weren't left feeling like they'd wasted their money on a game that lacked content, and overall, the controls were competent. In short, Rush Hour was a fairly inoffensive video game, but the problem is that nobody gets anywhere by playing it safe. It's for that reason that the gaming world has mostly forgotten it, whilst fondly remembering the likes of Dungeon Keeper and Fallout games, which are equally old, but, they actually did something exciting. Number 9. Star Wars Masters of Teräs Käsi, PlayStation, 53.83%. You know what's great about Star Wars? All the great ways there are to fight another person. Jedi and Sith can use the Force and duel with lightsabers, while non-Force users have a wide variety of blasters and melee weapons, like the Z6 or Z6, I suppose, Riot Control Baton, which is basically a taser you can slap people with. So considering all of the fun options out there in a galaxy far, far away, why would anyone develop a Star Wars game where the central mechanic is hand-to-hand combat? Upon finding that the Emperor has sent an assassin after them because he's miffed that they blew up his Death Star, the rebels decide to challenge said assassin to a few rounds of Teräs Käsi, an unarmed form of combat. Aside from the fact that the premise doesn't make sense, after all we know how trigger-happy Han Solo is, the game itself was not well executed. Critics found the controls to be sluggish, the gameplay slow, and what Force moves were included were totally overpowered. Some even noted that the game felt like a generic fighter with Star Wars branding, and also questioned how much of a chance an unarmed Joe Schmo would have against your average Jedi. My guess would be about as long as it would take to force yeet a dining table at his face. Number 8. Caesar's Palace, PlayStation, 52.81%. If you're looking for the thrill of betting big in a Las Vegas casino, then we can't recommend you bother playing the PlayStation title Caesar's Palace, a game so unnoteworthy that it's almost impossible to find any information about it online. We obviously did, but we do wish we hadn't bothered. The game itself aims to simulate all of the fun of losing every cent you have playing the likes of roulette and blackjack, but it seems to fail to generate any excitement. It's not any fun when you do win, and it's not really a crushing blow when you don't. Most critics had few good things to say about Caesar's Palace, and for the most part they found it to be quite dull. The graphics are simple but functional, and the controls are easy to navigate, though if you're looking to play Baccarat or craps, then it will definitely help to have a firm grasp of the games before attempting to play. Overall, the game lacks any of the atmosphere of a real casino, and we can honestly say that we'd get much more out of going to the seaside and sticking a couple of quid in a 2p machine than we would from an afternoon with Caesar's Palace. Number 7. Frogger, PlayStation, 49.82%. I'll be honest, viewers, we were as shocked as you to find the beloved arcade classic Frogger was one of the worst games of 1997. However, it turns out that the console version was completely fluffed. The core objective of 1997's Frogger is much the same as the original, i.e. you use your little green amphibian to traverse levels littered with obstacles in order to collect 5 differently coloured frogs. The main differences between the updated versions and their predecessor were that the maps were much more complex, throwing traps and enemies at the player left, right and centre, and that failure to collect a frog within a certain amount of time meant a life lost. Both its similarity to the OG Frogger and the ways in which it differed earned the console attempt criticism, with reviewers slating it for being too much like the original, whilst bringing in elements that make the experience worse, such as the hike in difficulty and the rubbish controls. On the plus side, the soundtrack is quite pleasant, so when you're at the height of your frustration, at least you'll have some fun tunes to keep you entertained as you launch your controller through the nearest window. Number 6. Clay Fighter 63 1/3, Nintendo 64, 47.96%. If nothing else, we have to give the Clay Fighter series points for originality. Granted, none of the games achieved a particularly groundbreaking review score, with the exception of Clay Fighter 2, which earned itself a very nice 69% on game rankings. However, eschewing traditional animation techniques in favour of stop-motion animation is, in our writer's opinion at least, nothing short of genius. Sadly, this is the point where the praise for Clay Fighter 63 1/3 ends, because although the franchise's animation style was a pretty cool gimmick, that's basically all there was going for it. Though critics said there was some fun to be had from the parody element of the game, which pokes fun at the likes of Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter, it's fairly short-lived, and once the laughs are gone, there's not much left over to enjoy. The main problems it faced were slow action, frustrating controls that made performing combos nigh on impossible, and poor sound, all of which make for a maddening experience experience when playing a fighting game, considering there were so many better alternatives on the market at the time. Unless you were desperate to play a game that simply made fun of its peers, then Clay Fighter 63 1/3 was a complete non-starter. Number 5. Crypt Killer. PlayStation, 45.86%. We've lost count of the number of Saturday afternoons we spent down at our local arcade as youngsters, spending our pocket money on the latest light gun machines and feeling like the coolest kids on the block as we blasted our way through various bad guys and monsties. In the 90s, there were a plethora of popular arcade shooters that made their way onto home consoles, some making the leap successfully and others going the way of Konami's Crypt Killer. Players step into the shoes of a crypt raider, and guided by Galazon, the spirit of travels, they must search for the Eye of Guidance, all the while fighting off a load of monsters with their shotgun. Sadly, there were multiple problems with the console port that left both players and critics feeling shortchanged. For one, the graphics were horribly blocky and pixelated, which in turn meant that enemies lost a great deal of their scariness. And to add insult to injury, despite being touted as a light gun game, players found that using such peripherals made the gunplay horribly inaccurate, making it basically unplayable. One reviewer even went as far as to say that much fun could be derived from the Virtua gun if you were to spend an entire evening pistol whipping yourself with it. Ouch. Number 4. War Gods. Nintendo 64, 45.32%. Considering that the studio is famed for its fantastic fighting series Mortal Kombat, it's surprising that Midway were able to churn out as big of a bag of ploppers as War Gods, an arcade fighter that was ported to home consoles a year after its original 1996 release. The aim of War Gods is to pick a fighter and then go head-to-head with all the others in order to become the planet's most powerful warrior. The game itself was heavily influenced by the Mortal Kombat series, featuring a very similar control system and even going as far as to include fatalities. Though they say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, it didn't do War Gods any favours, as it just ended up being compared rather harshly to its bigger, better cousin. Not only were the cast of characters inferior, with one reviewer referring to their design as mildly embarrassing, but the graphics weren't great, especially on the N64 version, and everything else about the game was highly unoriginal. Had it been released in a parallel universe where Mortal Kombat didn't exist, then it would have probably been fine, but sadly for War Gods, Mortal Kombat does exist, and it's doing a far better job of being a fighting game. Number 3. NARM. PC, 39.22%. The world of video game modding is a bit of a minefield, and for every fun or useful mod, there are 1,000 more that are completely ridiculous. The same goes for total conversions, because whilst some are entirely competent, like the Half-Life Total Conversion Counter-Strike, many others are completely useless. Unfortunately, NARM falls into the latter category. The game was originally a total conversion mod for the 1996 title Duke Nukem 3D, however it was picked up by Infogrames, who set developer TNT Team to work on a remake. Admittedly, the remake didn't come out until 1998, however the mod was available to play in 1997, so we feel that it's more than fair to include it on this list. Critics took umbrage with a number of things, but the main issue was just how boring and repetitive the gameplay was, with each level bringing nothing more than various shades of khaki and brown to the table. The heart of the problem was the fact that NARM didn't really know what it was trying to be. On the one hand, it wanted to simulate the real-life conditions experienced by soldiers in the Vietnam War, but on the other, it wanted to be an exciting first-person shooter, and sadly, it failed on both counts. Number 2. Beast Wars Transformers. PlayStation, 37.93%. If you grew up in the United States or Canada in the 1990s, you probably remember a TV show called Beast Wars Transformers, an animated series from the Transformers franchise. Gonna throw the UK in there too, because I definitely watched it too. If you didn't grow up in a country that showed Beast Wars Transformers and can't remember the cartoon, then don't worry, we're going to tell you about it now. As it turns out, said series was popular enough to spawn itself a video game adaptation, and oh my, was it a stinker! We don't like to throw the term shameless cash grab around too often, but in the case of Beast Wars Transformers, it felt more than fair. Based on the first season of the show, the game allows the player to choose whether to side with the Maximals or the Predacons, before having them embark on a number of missions in which the goal is to sabotage the opposition. The game was universally panned for everything including, but not limited to, its graphics, which even at the time were considered blocky, its terrible controls, and its god-awful voice acting. About the only nice thing that anyone had to say about the game was that the PC version had multiplayer, though considering that it was so awful that no one would want to play it, we can't really see how that's a bonus. Number 1. VMX Racing. PlayStation, 34.83%. You know, I'm not really sure what a VMX is, and at this point I'm almost too afraid to ask, lest people think I'm neither cool nor down with the kids, which I am. I'm a radical delight, and you should invite me to your dinner party. We think, based on the content of the PlayStation title, that it's something to do with racing dirt bikes, and since Google was only able to provide information on file extensions, then that's the definition we'll go with. In terms of gameplay, VMX Racing allows players to pick a rider before sending them out onto one of 6 tracks to test their motorcycling prowess. If you're really good and perform enough tricks, i.e. you can press the R1 or R2 button while doing a jump, then you get to play a completely pointless bonus stage, hooray! Actually playing the game, however, was a difficult task, owing in part to its terrible controls. If you crash into another bike, it doesn't make all that much difference, but if you dare to even stray slightly off the track onto some grass or a patch of dirt, then it results in a total wipeout. That's right, these dirt bikes cannot handle dirt. Throw into the mix middling graphics, cruddy sound, and an announcer that's more irritating than your average telemarketer, and you've got yourself a game that's thoroughly earned the title of Worst Game of 1997.
Oh my, 1998 was an exciting time for us gamers, and not just because your favourite member of TripleJump was born that year. Those of us lucky enough to own a console or PC were blessed with a smorgasbord of classic titles, with the year spawning gems like The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Resident Evil 2 and Baldur's Gate. As years go, 1998 wasn't the absolute worst in gaming history. In fact, we struggled to find many games that were both truly ploppers and fit our criteria. Don't worry though, they were out there, and we're back to share the pain of how gloriously rubbish they all are. Once again, we've plundered the depths of game rankings, and this time it's to bring you the definitive list of the most horrible titles of 1998. As always, a game must have been released in at least one territory in 1998 and have received at least 7 proper critic reviews in order to be eligible for our list. Buckle up kids, it's going to be a bumpy ride. No, we can't get McDonald's afterwards, we've got food at home. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1998. Number 10, Industry Giant, PC, 48%. Sometimes you'll hear critics saying that a game isn't for everyone. As an example, Dark Souls isn't for everyone because the steep difficulty curve might prove too frustrating for those who play video games to relax. This doesn't make it a bad game, it just means it has a more specific audience in mind. Industry Giant, on the other hand, probably isn't a game for anyone. Sure, the premise has some appeal, i.e. real-time economic strategy simulation, but once most players got some enjoyment from 1 or 2 scenarios, they started to question where the fun would begin. Critics felt very much the same, slating the game for its lack of gameplay diversity. It was compared unfavourably to the 1995 title Capitalism. This was also a business simulation game, however, it included a whole load of features that Industry Giant just simply didn't bother with, such as a stock market, competitor activities that actually impacted your business, and the ability to undertake research and development. Mostly, the negative reception came down to the fact that everything Industry Giant tried to do was being done better elsewhere by someone else. Surprisingly, all of the negative press didn't stop it from selling extremely well, and a sequel was released in 2002. Number 9, Nagano Winter Olympics 98, N64, 47.77%. Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! I've played a sports collection before.
I tried the move further away from the table technique and I couldn't see the ball.
But I've never played a winter sports collection, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. As you can probably guess, given its inclusion on this list, Nagano Winter Olympics is not a good game. Released as a tie-in for the 1998 Winter Olympics game, Konami's title allowed players to get stuck into a whopping 10 different Olympic events, including skiing, luge, bobsleigh and snowboarding. And if all that sounds like too much adrenaline, you can also try your hand at curling. The PlayStation version did at least receive some praise for its graphics and sound, however the Nintendo 64 version did not fare quite so well. Critics panned the title for its shallow gameplay, which meant that for many of the events, players barely had anything to do beyond pressing a couple of buttons. Aside from the oversimplified controls, both players and reviewers were unhappy with the lack of variety in the courses, with most events only having the one, and were less than impressed with the crummy frame rate and overall lack of fun that the game delivered. Apparently the curling's alright though, so at least there's that. Number 8, Batman and Robin, PlayStation, 47.37%. Personally, I was surprised that a film as outstanding as 1997's Batman and Robin could have spawned a terrible video game, but I suppose that is the curse of the movie tie-in.
He looks just like George Clooney.
He does look just like George Clooney.
Joking aside, both the film and the video game Batman and Robin were critical flops. In fact, the only thing that really distinguishes the two in terms of quality is the lack of bat nips in the game.
He doesn't have nipples, does he?
Really on the edge of his ribcage there.
The game itself closely follows the plot of the movie and is up to players to explore Gotham City in order to find clues as to what Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy are up to, then put them together to deduce where they're going to show up next. As premises go, it's not the worst we've ever heard, but sadly that's just about all Batman and Robin has going for it. One of the biggest flaws is the game's camera, and although it's played in third person, the camera itself remains fixed throughout. Presumably in order to give it a more cinematic feel, but it just ends up being a hindrance. The controls are also on the unwieldy side, forcing players to toggle running, fighting and dodging using the shoulder buttons, which is fine, but quickly becomes a pain when in combat. So with all that in mind, I'm afraid this is one game we're going to have to send to the cooler. Number 7, GT64 Championship Edition, the N64, 46.52%. You wouldn't think it's all that difficult to make a successful racing game. After all, the only thing players are really after is a thrill of driving obscenely expensive cars round interesting courses at speeds high enough to make your average traffic cop's eyes water. Oh, and good tunes as well. You've got to have the good tunes. Sadly, my genius formula clearly didn't make it to the desks of the GT64 Championship Edition developers, and as a result, the game is laughably bad. For one thing, it boasts a frankly embarrassing 3 courses, which if we were naive, we might chalk up to it being over 20 years old, but Gran Turismo has 11 tracks, and that was released in 1997. For shame, GT64, for shame. Not only was the content severely lacking, but the tracks the game did have were a nightmare to drive around, owing to all of the 90-degree angles and U-turns. When you then add sloppy controls and unacceptably low frame rates into the mix, it becomes basically unplayable. Don't worry though, because at least through all of this, GT64 Championship Edition had a banging soundtrack. What do you mean there's no music? What, I'm just expected to sit there and listen to the engine running the whole time? That's ridiculous. Number 6, Sega Touring Car Championship, PC, 44.14%. It turns out that GT64 Championship Edition isn't the absolute worst thing that happened to a racing game in 1998, as Sega also had a go at wrecking the genre with touring car championships for the PC. Originally an arcade title, Sega Touring Car Championships was ported to PC in 1998 to a less than stellar reception. On the one hand, it did improve upon GT64 Championship Edition by bringing one whole other track to the table. However, it did fall down in a whole lot of other ways. One of the main criticisms levelled at Sega Touring Car Championship was just how realistic it was. This is, of course, a bit of a double-edged sword, especially these days where we accuse a game's graphics of being naff if you can't see every last pore on the protagonist's face. But it turns out you can take realism too far when it comes to the detriment of the gameplay. Critics just found the driving to be too much like driving a real car, which wasn't helped by the touchy controls, so rather than just be able to put your foot down and whiz around the tracks, more often than not you'd find your car lodged into the nearest barrier. Ooh, better call the RAC. Number 5, Deadly Arts, N64, 41.17%. With a name like Deadly Arts, you might be fooled into thinking that this title might at least be a little bit interesting.
Ha! Wrong! Shut up!
If only because it's trying its darndest to be Mortal Kombat. But it turns out you'd be wrong, because aside from its name being more or less a synonym of the words mortal and combat, it shares very little with the gory 1993 fighter. Deadly Arts, or GASP Fighters Next Stream if you want to get Japanese and European about this, follows a group of fighters who each receive a mysterious letter pertaining to a legendary quest and the disappearance of its champion. Similar in gameplay to the likes of Tekken and Virtua Fighter, Deadly Arts sees players going head-to-head with AI fighters against whom they must use combos in order to succeed, and rack up as many points as possible. Sadly, the game doesn't have any of the things that made its forerunners exciting. The story was naff, the characters were generic, and it didn't do anything to set itself apart from the crowd. It also suffered from general shoddiness, so not only was it boring, but its graphics were rubbish and the controls didn't work properly. Deadly Arts? More like Deadly Farts? Number 4, C, The Contra Adventure, PlayStation, 39.14%. Before we were even able to get started researching this one, our writer was annoyed on the account that the fact every time she attempted to Google the game, her browser decided to search her PC instead. So apologies if this entry is somewhat biased, but hey, Stupid game names win stupid prizes. C:"The Contra Adventure" is the 8th release of the Contra series, which started out as a well-regarded arcade run-and-gun shooter before making the leap onto home consoles, where it remained a hit with players and critics alike. This was until developer Appaloosa Studios took over and the series entered 3D territory whilst also taking a sharp turn into Cruddy Town. Though C:"The Contra Adventure does dip its toe into the side-scrolling pool, it sadly failed to capture anything else that made its predecessors so beloved. The graphics were blocky and pixelated, so much so that even at the time they were considered naff. The sound, both in terms of music and effects, is just awful, and the gameplay isn't the slightest bit engaging. Fortunately, C:"The Contra Adventure was only ever released in North America, so at least its crumminess was confined to just the one continent. Number 3, Fox Sports Golf 99, PlayStation, 38.75%. Oh yeah, here we go. Nope, I'm not doing that twice in one list. If you like sports, and you don't care who knows, then we highly recommend you steer well clear of Fox Sports Golf 99. Or at the very least, you don't touch the PlayStation release with a 40-foot pole. Apparently, the PC release isn't half bad, but we're not here to talk about good games. No sir. Or madam. If anything, the cold reception that greeted the PS version of Fox Sports Golf 99 was worsened by the fact that the PC edition was just so much better. The graphics alone were far superior, garnering applause from critics for the realistic water and foliage effects, neither of which were present on the PlayStation release. Both versions of the game did receive criticism for how difficult they were, with many players struggling to putt their balls successfully. You know, the one thing you really need to be able to do in golf. This was caused by the game's frustrating putting interface, which didn't differentiate its swing meters from different clubs, meaning that it was actually harder to sink a shot at short distance than it was a long one. Isn't that just terrific?
Suck my white ass ball!
Number 2, Extreme Tennis, PC, 36.19%. If you're going to have the balls, no pun intended, to call your game Extreme Tennis, then you better ensure that it's the wacky experience that players will infer from the title, rather than the damp squib that this one turned out to be. Far from being an exciting venture that pits players against the most radical and gnarly tennis maestros from around the world, Extreme Tennis shuffles lazily onto the court, unenthusiastically rallies the ball a few times, then turns in early so it can watch Coronation Street. Above all else, the game was criticised for being too darned easy. It's slow-paced, meaning that you basically have to go out of your way not to hit the ball, which is fine when you're learning the controls, but it doesn't make for a particularly stimulating game overall. Speaking of controls, critics found they were about the only thing posing any kind of challenge. When this is combined with the uninspiring graphics, the copy and pasted character models, and the slow gameplay, you end up with a game that makes you feel less John McEnroe and more like you're being forced to play tennis by a less than interested PE teacher. And number 1, The Fifth Element, PlayStation, 32%. The curse of the movie tie-in strikes once again, only this time, the game is here to blemish the legacy of a properly beloved film. Yes, we're of course talking about the video game version of the 1997 film, The Fifth Element. The game follows protagonists Lilo and Corbin, Mila Jovovich and Bruce Willis respectively in the film. The players must progress through 16 different levels, all while fighting the police, the Mangalores and Zorg and his thugs. Although the PC version was given a very generous score of 82% by PC Zone magazine, the PlayStation edition didn't fare anywhere near as well, garnering a pitiful average of 32% on game rankings. Among the criticisms were the poor level design, boring puzzles, and just the fact that the game didn't bring anything new to the action-adventure genre, and was not in any way fun to play. It also suffered from a cumbersome control system, a jumpy camera that got stuck a lot of the time, and an enemy AI that was insultingly dumb. In short, if you weren't a fan of the movie, there was really nothing here for you, and even if you were, there still wasn't much enjoyment to be had either.
I believe it was Prince who encouraged the world to party like it's 1999, so when the year actually rolled around, we can only assume that developers had taken this advice to heart on account of all the garbage games from that year that could only have been okayed for release by someone who had had one too many Bucks Fizzes at a New Year's Eve party. Of course, it wasn't all bad. Gamers were treated to the likes of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, System Shock 2 and Silent Hill, which each garnered a stellar critical response. Where there is good, however, there must also be the downright awful. And we're back to shine a light on the most horrible games of 1999. We've trawled through the murkiest depths of game rankings to bring you the absolute worst of the worst. The rules are the same as our previous worst games of X year videos, in that a game must have had at least 7 reviews in order to qualify. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 1999. Number 10, Rushdown, PlayStation, 42.36%. We imagine there's a rule written somewhere within the ancient tomes of game development that says if you're going to create a game about extreme sports, it really does need to actually be exciting. Clearly, Canal Plus Multimedia and EA didn't get this memo, because if there's a game that would be a good cure for insomnia, it's their 1999 title, Rushdown. Receiving a dismal average of just 42.36% on game rankings, Rushdown was criticised above all else for just not being fun to play, which for a game consisting of snowboarding, kayaking and mountain biking is, well, a big no-no, to be honest. It was compared unfavourably to Sony's 1995 effort ESPN Extreme Games, which may not have been as technologically advanced in the graphics department, but it had a heck of a lot more excitement on offer for the players. Not only did everyone find Rushdown to be about as interesting as an afternoon at the post office, but the graphics were lackluster, bringing nothing new to the table, the controls were clunky, and the sound, made up of raspy effects and repetitive music, was downright irritating. Just be glad that you didn't rush down to the shops to buy a copy. Unless you did, in which case, well, I'm sorry. Number 9, South Park Chef's Love Shack, PlayStation, 41.95%. First of all, we're going to need to try not to think too hard about the fact that the prize, in very heavy air quotes, for winning Chef's Love Shack is a romantic weekend with the eponymous cook, and that it's being played by 8-year-olds. But now that we've all gotten over the repugnance that is the basic premise of the game, we can go on to explore all of the other ways that South Park Chef's Love Shack is just awful. Clearly positioning itself as Mario Party for South Park fans, Chef's Love Shack is a quiz game with mini-games peppered in to keep things lively. The trouble is, though, all of the questions are kind of weird, straddling the line between insultingly dumb and ridiculously obscure. And the mini-games, whilst fine to play, are plagued with horribly long load times. But then again, so's the rest of the game. Not only was the whole thing pretty atrocious, but it basically forced you to play it with other people, thus spreading its abhorrence to all of your mates. There is a single-player mode, but there's no AI, so if you play alone, you win no matter what. Brilliant. Sadly, not only is Chef's Love Shack not the worst title on this list, it's not even the worst South Park title on this list. I'm sure you know what's coming, but we'll get to it in a moment either way, don't you worry. Number 8, Boss Rally, PC, 41.87%. One of the many problems with entering the racing game arena is that the market is already so saturated, you're really going to have to push the envelope in order for your game to stand out. Unfortunately, Boss Game Studios did no such thing with Boss Rally, which was essentially a port of the N64 title Top Gear Rally. No, not that one. While the latter garnered reasonable reviews, Boss Rally was received unfavourably by most critics, despite adding additional features such as more cars and tracks and a multiplayer mode. The vast majority of critics panned the game for being too generic and offering nothing that other racing titles at the time didn't. This had nothing to do with the fictitious courses or lack of authentic vehicles, but came down to the game consisting of little more than pick car, race, win. It also suffered from some technical problems, with the controls being clunky at best, meaning that players struggled to get the cars to go where they wanted. Bit of an issue in a driving game. The AI also might as well not have even been there. I suppose Boss Rally poses an important philosophical question. Is it better to have lofty ambitions and fail, or to not even try in the first place? Answers on a postcard, please. Number 7. South Park, PlayStation, 41.22%. I told you we hadn't seen the last of everyone's favourite foul-mouthed cartoon pre-teens. Indeed, as awful as South Park Chef's Love Shack was, South Park: the video game somehow managed to be slightly worse. As a comet approaches the Earth, strange creatures besiege South Park, and it's up to Stan, Kyle, Cartman, and Kenny to take up arms and defend the town. In theory, this doesn't sound like a terrible premise. However, the execution was completely bungled from start to finish. Oddly, one of the things that critics were most negative about was the voice acting, which is bizarre because the characters were voiced by the same actors who appear on the show. Players found the characters' speech to be repetitive, with each one only having a handful of quips and voice lines that soon became old. Other criticism was leveled at South Park's graphics, which were not great even at the time, and the fact that although there were a few laughs to be had initially, the handful of good jokes that there were couldn't mask the fact that the game was a fairly generic shooter, and a poorly thought out one at that. Oh my god! They killed South Park! Number 6. Ring. The Legend of the Nibelungen. Sure. PC, 40.38%. Over the years, we've seen video games based on movies, TV shows, and even books, but it's rare to see a game that's based on an opera. I imagine the crossover in the video game lovers versus opera lovers Venn diagram is pretty small, but I admire the attempt. Based on Wagner's opera Der Ring des Nibelungen, though taking some severe artistic liberties in the process, Ring: The Legend of the Nibelungen is set around the 40th century, by which time what remains of humanity has been enslaved by an alien race, and it's up to protagonist ISH, or Ish if you want to get serious about this, to save his people. Like I say, severe artistic license. Though some reviewers praised Ring's graphics, most were highly critical of the game's puzzles, which they found to be confusing and nonsensical, and were mostly solved through trial and error rather than actual brain power. They also hated the game's story, which was again critiqued for being confusing and nonsensical. It also garnered negativity for its art style, which players just felt was bland, doing nothing to endear the game to them. And the same goes for the characters, who most found to be badly acted, incoherent messes. And needless to say, the phrase Richard Wagner will be rolling over in his grave was also thrown about, once or twice. Oh, ouch. Number 5, and your guess is as good as mine here, 3 Extreme? PlayStation, 40.38%. Okay, let's just take a moment to figure out how to pronounce this one. Threextreme? 3Extreme. I don't know, whatever it's called, it's not very good. The video game formerly known as the second sequel to ESPN Extreme Games is a racing title in which players must skateboard, rollerblade, or BMX their way to victory. Rather than just beating your opponents to the designated finish line, however, the idea is to do tricks on your chosen transportation method in order to score points which can later be used for upgrades. The problem that most people had with the game, however, is that it was basically a repackaged version of the first ESPN Extreme Games sequel, 2 Extreme. I suppose that answers the pronunciation question, even going as far to repurpose many of the courses. It was also criticised for being dull, owing to the fact that the vast majority of the game was just downhill races with a couple of obstacles thrown in for a bit of variety. In short, not very extreme at all. It was so unmemorable, in fact, that the best thing the Wikipedia article can find to say about it is that the characters are composed of polygons, which, whilst true, really isn't all that impressive for the PlayStation 1. Number 4. Harley-Davidson Race Across America, PC, 36.94%. One would assume that anything with a Harley-Davidson label slapped on it would probably be at least a little bit cool and, if nothing else, be somewhat fun. Well, you know what happens when we assume things? That's right, we look like bloody buffoons. As one could probably infer from the title alone, Harley-Davidson Race Across America requires players to race a variety of Harley-Davidson motorcycles across the United States, with the end goal being to reach the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally in South Dakota. Sadly, the game failed to capture any of the actual thrills of racing motorbikes in real life, and rather than allowing players to zoom along tracks in a carefree manner, it makes them stop every couple of minutes to fill up on gas. Oh yeah, classic racing game trope. Now, if they really wanted to include this in the game, it at least could have been an opportunity for some fun mini-games in which you get into fistfights at a rival biker gang's bar or something. But no, you've just got to sit there and watch the tank fill up. Add into the mix poorly designed menus, sloppy controls, and a lack of ability to pause the game, and all you're left with is a broken down mess that even Green Flag wouldn't be able to get back on the road. Number 3. NFL Quarterback Club 2000, Sega Dreamcast, 28.63%. Amongst many other problems, NFL Quarterback Club 2000 for the Dreamcast had the misfortune of releasing shortly after the critically acclaimed NFL 2K, which was basically lauded by everyone as a shining example of how to do an American football game right. It seems that for every slam dunk that NFL 2K made, did I do that right? NFL Quarterback Club 2000 just, pooped its pants. At its core, the game was kind of broken, with its central mechanic, the catch button, not really working as it should have done, making each match more of an endeavour of luck than one of skill. It wasn't just the controls that were inept though, the AI was as well. Critics complained that not only did they struggle to catch the ball, but their teammates did as well. This would be fine if it weren't the one thing you need to be able to do competently in order to succeed at American football. Aside from this, NFL Quarterback Club 2000 also suffered from old reliable issues like frame rate drops, poor sound design, and generally sloppy controls. Trust us when we say that if you're aching to play a retro football game from the turn of the century, just stick with NFL 2K. It'll cause you far less pain. Number 2. Superman: The New Superman Adventures, Nintendo 64, 22.9%. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit shocked that Superman 64 didn't take the top spot on this list. However, as it turns out, according to game rankings at least, it's a whole 2.57% better than the worst game of 1999. There's little wonder we assumed it was going to be the worst of the worst though, with the title having gone down as one of the most terrible video games in history, often ranked alongside the likes of Ride to Hell Retribution and E.T. the Extraterrestrial, the latter of which almost killed the games industry as a whole. But I digress. Although it was received fairly well by the small children it was marketed to, there are a number of things that make Superman 64 one of the most awful games ever made. The graphics are absolutely laughable, with the majority of Superman's surroundings obscured by fog that the developers insist is a narrative device, a la Silent Hill, and not just a poor attempt to disguise the obscenely short draw distance. Even if you can get past the crappy visual design though, the game suffers from poor unresponsive controls, numerous bugs and glitches, a typo on the back of the box, "Oh, I just can't wait to play the new Superman Adventures," and repetitive level design. And no, I am not talking about the rings again, I can't do it anymore. And number 1, Skydive, PC, 20.33%. We'd make some comment about how the name Skydive, or, well, there's an exclamation mark actually, let me start again. We'd make some comment about how the name Skydive is rather apt for this game, considering it plummeted into obscurity swiftly following its release. However, that might seem like we're grasping at low-hanging fruit. Not only does Skydive somehow manage to be worse than one of the worst games of all time, scraping a dismal 20.33% on game rankings, but it also collected a GameSpot award for being the worst game of the year. The idea of the thing is to guide your squishy little skydiver to his or her designated landing spot, with points awarded for accuracy. Or, alternatively, you can pick a mode in which you must fly through rings. Oh wait, what? Oh, hello darkness, my old friend. Somehow, Skydive managed to hit every crap game beat going. The controls were awful, which for a game that requires only a mouse to play is really quite an achievement, the graphics were shambolic, and most of all, it just wasn't fun to play. The only praise that any reviewer was able to give the game was for including Ride of the Valkyries in its soundtrack, though they also noted that its inclusion in such a ploppers game probably had Richard Wagner turning in his grave. Wait, hang on, haven't we heard that somewhere before? Oh, just leave Wagner out of your rubbish games. He's done nothing to deserve this.
We held our breath. The clock struck midnight, and the world didn't end. The Millennium Bug didn't ravage our technological systems, nor did it send us back to a dark age without the comfort of our precious Tamagotchis. The people rejoiced, for we still lived in a world with answering machines, Yahoo, and most importantly, being able to write 5,318,008 on our calculators. Soon, mankind will be blessed by the arrival of the PlayStation 2, with the Xbox and GameCube hot on its heels. Although the coming years would be known as the Bronze Age of video gaming, the year 2000 boasted beloved titles such as Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Pokemon Crystal, and The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. All over the world, gamers could chain those rapid pop shove-its and kick flip-its, if you'll pardon my language, as well as earn the respect of the legendary Suicune and stop the moon from crashing into Termina. It was a great year to be a gamer. Sort of, because somewhere out there, some poor boy or girl ended up playing one of these games instead. Let's mourn their choices together, shall we? As we've done for 2019 and 2020, it's time to take a trip to the very bottom of the Metacritic rankings to find the worst rated games of the year with 7 or more critical reviews. So, ice up those frosted tips and whip on some Ricky Martin, because we're taking a pimpin' trip back to Y2K. I'm Peter from TripleJump, I'm living La Vida Loca, and here are the 10 worst reviewed games of 2000. Number 10, ATV Quad Power Racing. PlayStation, 42%. It's easy to wax lyrical about a great game. Heck, there's even a lot to be said about awful titles. How else do you explain our ability to natter on for half an hour at a time about the games we feature on Worst Games Ever?
That was obvious. I've already walked past that and nothing happened. Oh my god, that man.
Then there are those bland, wishy-washy games that fail to spark any form of creative discussion. ATV Quad Power Racing is a prime example of how meh a full-throttle off-road pursuit between diesel-guzzling machines can really be. From simplistic controls to a difficulty level that verges on rendering the player comatose through absolute boredom, this quad racer struggled to limp over the finish line for both critics and audiences alike. Even for those involved in the IRL racing circuit, it offered little engagement. Besides, with the likes of Colin McRae Rally 2.0 releasing in the same year and earning a solid 90% rating, it's hard to justify investing any time at all in this snooze fest. Suffice it to say, you'd be better off playing Snake on your old Nokia. You know, the one that's still at the back of your desk drawer, still working, full battery, a universal constant, undying, eternal. Number 9, Rally Challenge 2000. Nintendo 64, 41%. Oh, buckle up, my dudes, because it's going to be a lackluster ride. With nearly the same Metacritic score as ATV Quad Power Racing, Rally Challenge 2000 does very little to get your adrenaline pumping. It's a downright lukewarm experience that fails to convey any sense of thrill or excitement. For instance, the player is unbelievably limited by the width of the track itself. Think of bowling with the barriers up. There's no shame in it, and I will not have you telling me otherwise, but now think of bowling with the barriers up on a lane that's 2 feet wide. Not exactly exhilarating, is it? You can't spin out or lose control either, so forget about attempting those risky maneuvers to create any semblance of rousing gameplay. Even the visuals are downright soupy, with a hazy draw distance and perpetual fogginess that would put Silent Hill to shame. The developers even had the nerve to add motion blur. There's just not a lot to be said about this disappointing title. It doesn't provide anything new, and yet still delivers poorly on what it actually does offer. I mean, for goodness sake, even Action Bass scored higher than this tripe, and my disappointment with Action Bass is legendary. Number 8, Timeline, PC, 41%. Eidos Interactive capriciously boasted that via their masterpiece of a game, the player would find themselves immersed, quote, in a diversive and realistic environment, all modelled with historical accuracy. Sorry, I just can't finish reading that sentence. Eidos intended for this challenging and interactive world to wow players and critics alike with innovative facial animations and a gripping commitment to historical precision. Instead, most players were relieved that they could breeze through the entire thing in about 3.5 hours. While some praised the music, others lambasted the repetitive arcade sequences, lack of excitement, imprecise control system, and utter inability to enthrall the player with the sense of wonder that science fiction can usually achieve. That's right, it's not just some historical sim, as you might expect from Eidos' fanciful description. It's a puzzle-adventure title based on Michael Crichton's 1999 sci-fi novel of the same name. As per Crichton's vision, it was designed as a game easy enough for newcomers, yet challenging enough for experienced players. At odds with Crichton's vision, though, it didn't actually appeal to anyone. I'm gonna go play Billy and the Clonosaurus. Number 7, Freedom, First Resistance, PC, 40%. It's quite a feat to make alien invasions seem tedious, but congratulations, Red Storm Entertainment, you did it! This is another sci-fi novel being butchered into a shoddy excuse for an adventure game. On the chopping block this time, we have Anne McCaffrey's Catani series, which was sliced and diced into an experience that's utterly void of adventure, stakes, and momentum. Maybe some fans of McCaffrey's books enjoyed having an interactive interpretation of her work, but the majority of players could barely drag themselves through the dreary slog masquerading as an action-adventure campaign. While Freedom First Resistance takes enormous pride in its pedigree as a set of novels with actual paper and everything, it delivers little more than occasional bouts of glitchy combat, miserable dialogue, and traipsing around looking for item A to open door B. Thankfully for the sci-fi hungry fans who cryo-slept through this dull disaster, Mass Effect would land in 2007 to revitalize the storytelling capability of the genre in a way that this novel-to-video game title simply couldn't. In fact, can I just talk about Mass Effect for a bit instead? Please? No? Okay, fine. Number 6, MTV Sports Skateboarding featuring Andy McDonald, PlayStation, 40%. Let's first address the hawk in the room, shall we? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 earned a whopping 98% average score on Metacritic during the same year that this disaster scored a mere 40%. It's safe to say that one of these things is not like the other. But quality be darned, MTV tried to cash in on the genre with seemingly the least amount of passion possible. This game is remarkably painful to play and maybe even worse to watch, so my apologies. MTV Sports Skateboarding featuring Andy McDonald is stunningly inferior to the work of Sir Tony of Hawksonton in every way, from its ugly textures and shoddy frame rate to appallingly clunky response times, and the fact that it isn't Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. The skaters seem magnetically opposed to the railings, for starters, so have fun trying to stop them from bailing every single grind like the damn board's on fire. Oh, and it'll be a miracle if you can string a few moves together or even get up a gentle ramp without losing all momentum completely. It's nigh on unplayable, and seems not only like it couldn't stick the landing, but it shouldn't be able to stand up on the board in the first place. Number 5. Resident Evil Survivor, PlayStation, 39%. This game has no tall lady and is not worth discussing, but I'd still have to. While some fans were upset about Resident Evil 7's shift to a first-person perspective, as though that unforgivably slandered the third-person glory of the series, Resident Evil Survivor quietly wept alone in the corner, forgotten and unloved. And honestly, that's how it should be. This spin-off FPS arcade-style thing was as much of a monstrosity as Umbrella's most repulsive bioweapons, especially for those playing the American release, which, despite the overall design of the game, didn't actually have light gun functionality. Although this certainly impacted the reception of the uninspired installment, it wasn't the sole reason for the negative response from critics and players alike. Resi fans of the time deemed it an absolute travesty, but even those new to the franchise were still disappointed by a lack of genuine frights. Sure, some players commended it for being a bit of a laugh, but that type of response isn't what Capcom was hoping to take to the bank. It was just so not Resident Evil. Experimentation within the series has now paid off many times over, but this experiment was neither refreshing nor exciting. I mean, hell, the plot itself, protagonist with amnesia survives a helicopter crash, felt old and busted even back in Y2K. Overall, not scary enough, not polished enough, and definitely not tall enough. Number 4. ECW Anarchy Rolls, Dreamcast, 38%. Nothing quite says the year 2000 like adding a Z to the end of a word to make it seem cool. Oh, and dropping the E. Oh, that's some rad rebellion right there, my friend. And yet, ECW Anarchy Rules needs so much more than linguistic corruption to heave it up from the depths of absolute mediocrity. It didn't win the favour of wrestling fans, nor did it elicit much positivity from critics who mercilessly shredded the title for its tired design, ghastly graphics, and overabundance of superfluous game modes. Acclaimed Studios' previous ECW game was criticised for being too similar to an earlier WWF Attitude release, so they overcompensated by bloating this darn thing with too many match types while losing focus on the general polish and actual gameplay. In fairness, they did try to differentiate it from other wrestling titles, but they ended up doing so by making it worse than all the rest. We honestly can't put it any better than Daily Radar, who so poetically mused that Rules is an ass sandwich. We took a bite, so you don't have to. PSA, no butts were harmed in the making of this review. Number 3. Duke Nukem Land of the Babes, PlayStation, 37%. Oh boy, the Duke Nukem games sure haven't aged well, and we're not just talking about the graphics. Granted, the user reviews are exceptionally positive for this one, with many intellectuals praising the magnificence of Duke in this perfect game. Hilarious, awesome, epic fun, one quote says, and believe it or not, that's an official statement from Resident Evil's Wesker.
Ah, there you are!
Let's face it, we know how the chips are going to lie on this one. The critic and user reviews are drastically opposed, with most critics deeming it mildly entertaining at best and absolute drivel at worst. As with most Duke Nukem games, this one simply doesn't seem to be self-aware enough. It has the potential to be very satirical and clever, but it just prefers to think that it's genuinely cool. What's more, it still doesn't fully deliver on the bombastic action that it so eagerly promises. Yes, the game is ridiculous, but not really in the way that we wanted. Indeed, to fully satisfy our need for absolute explosive insanity, we had to wait another 9 years for the release of Borderlands. And yet, 3D Realms still had the absolute gall to tease Duke Nukem Forever for another 2 years after that. How dare they assume we were still waiting? Duke's here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he seemingly has so much bubblegum he still needs to get through. Number 2. Mortal Kombat Special Forces, PlayStation, 28%. You smell that? Yeah, that's the stench of a 28% on Metacritic. Smells like mildew and lost potential. Unfortunately, most critics deemed this ugly duckling subpar as both a Mortal Kombat installment and as a standalone title. It strayed too far from MK territory without delivering the solid gameplay needed to bolster such a risky move. It also tends to sidle up to Metal Gear Solid way too closely, and that's where it trips, falls, and alerts the guards. Players found themselves skulking around a barren environment that was alarmingly devoid of secrets, lore, and even power-ups, while developer Midway Games dangled a lackluster plot that hinged on Jax and Kano simply not liking each other. It's all a bit dull and lifeless, which isn't ideal for something trying to be a free-roaming stealth and attack espionage adventure. Combos were dialed in with lazy button mashing, enemies were indecisive, and any form of weapon handling was frustratingly awkward, if not outright game-breaking. And if that weren't enough, it's bloody ugly. Although some lighting effects are shockingly okay, the main presentation is eerily familiar to spilled porridge. It's very much gone wrong, Gromit. And number 1, HBO Boxing, PlayStation, 26%. Take all the worst aspects of a shoddy fighting game, squish them into a PS1 case, slap a sparkly HBO logo on there, and this is what you'll get. Style without the substance, flashy moves without the punching power. The sloppy gameplay of HBO Boxing boasts the ability to toggle active hands, which is just about as awful as you could imagine. The IRL razzle-dazzle of big-time bouts is replaced by background white noise, and comical thwump sounds play whenever you manage to land a hit in spite of the abysmal collision detection. Still, if you're a big fan of man punch man while men are shirtless action and want to give this title a shot for the sake of nostalgia, you might stumble across a few sparkling reviews that heralded HBO Boxing for its challenging career mode, decent character customization, and solid lineup of famous faces. These strangely favourable reviews, though, stand out like a sore thumb amongst an absolute cacophony of dire criticism and negative scores that dwell in the pitiful 20s and 30s range. Methinks the allure of Big Daddy HBO might have had some influence on the higher review scores. But TripleJump lawyers have advised me that I have no actual comment on this particular game or service, and all questions should be routed through my legal representation.
But just between you and me, the game's crap. Yeah, that's right. Sue me.
With the Y2K Millennium Bug Scare firmly behind us, the world could start looking forward to, well, being glad that it didn't end, for one thing. But aside from that, video games, and the lineup for 2001 was something to truly get excited about. Nintendo served up the GameCube and its launch title Luigi's Mansion. The Dreamcast's Phantasy Star Online reportedly gained over 300,000 worldwide users by mid-year, and critically acclaimed titles such as Grand Theft Auto 3, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy X, and Silent Hill 2 firmly lodged themselves in the hearts of gamers for all time. But it wasn't all sunshine, rainbows, and super monkey balls, and we are once again shining a light on the absolute worst that one full year had to offer. Although titles with fewer than 7 reviews were omitted, a mere glance into the darkened pits of Metacritic has revealed to us a veritable buffet of tripe that we've all seemingly erased from our collective gaming memory. Allow me to remind you of why you forgot them in the first place. For better or worse, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2001. Number 10. Driven. PlayStation 2, 38%. It's safe to say that games based on movies tend to fall short.
I don't want to kill anymore. Yeah, I don't want to kill anymore. I didn't do anything.
Very few of them end up being worthy of the movies they're parasitizing, let alone gaming experiences worthy of your time. And since it's on this list, you can probably guess that this one is no exception. Based on the Sylvester Stallone film of the same name, Driven promised players cinematic action and high-octane racing, but struggled to keep pace with the likes of Gran Turismo 3, A-Spec, or even Mario Kart Super Circuit for the Game Boy Advance. Advance, which both released in the same year. Granted, there are a few nifty gaming modes, with one letting you race as a team with a blocker and a leader crisscrossing the tracks, but the entire package is far from worth digging through in order to find a few glimmers of potential. In fact, I suppose you might say, instead of making players feel thrilled by the high-speed, high-stakes action, they were simply driven to turn off their consoles. That's right, we're firing on all cylinders today! Ah! Number 9. NFL Blitz 2002. Game Boy Advance, 37%. Oh yeah, here we go. Sports time! I've played an American football game before. Suck it, Donovan McNabb! But nothing quite as bad as this, so I'm gonna give this review all the negativity I've got. It's not as if other outlets held back on their scathing reviews either. When dredging up ye oldie scraps of information on this game, the standout comments seem to involve words like mediocre, bare bones, and putrid. Anyway, NFL Blitz 2002 was deemed to be not only an uninspiring representation of American football, but also a ghastly installment of the NFL Blitz series itself. After all, the franchise began as an arcade game that chose to forego a realistic portrayal of the sport in favour of something far more exaggerated. Tonally, think of the NBA Jam games that Midway also produced and you won't be too far off. In the end, it just didn't capture the same type of crazy adrenaline that the series was once known for, and unsurprisingly, this didn't sit well with fans, leaving them feeling rather insert football analogy here. Got 'em. Number 8. Jeremy McGrath's Supercross World. PlayStation 2, 35%. Using the word super in the title of this game just seems disingenuous. Honestly, it barely reaches the level of forgettable and tends to sit at mind-numbingly boring. The majority of critics regarded this title as a miserable failure that somehow even made the character selection screen seem dull as dishwater. It didn't play well, and it certainly didn't look good either. The environments were drab, with flat textures rolling out before you, masquerading as terrain. Needless to say, this one just isn't fun. It has a poor sense of speed, atrocious handling, and generally shoddy response times. It's basic, and does very little to encourage the player to actually, want to play the damn thing. Its crimes against entertainment were so egregious that it was the runner-up for GameSpot's 2001 Worst Game Award, barely losing out to the gloriously awful Kabuki Warriors for Xbox, and stay tuned for that one, it's a doozy. In 2002, the GameCube version fared even worse than its predecessor by not only receiving drastically unfavourable reviews, but also nabbing that shameful GameSpot award that it had lost out on in the previous year, so congratulations. Number 7. Jekyll and Hyde. PC, 34%. 2001's Jekyll and Hyde will definitely send shivers down your spine. Hell, you may even cry out in horror upon firing it up on your PC, just not for the intended reasons. It's weird for the sake of being weird, lacking the tone and atmosphere that such a tale should conjure. And yet, while the sound design was praised at the time, any positivity was abruptly overshadowed by bad controls, muddy graphics, insane camera angles, and almost non-existent character animation. To be fair, there are a few positive reviews knocking about, but they appear to be from players who seem to have gotten some nostalgia stuck in their eye when recalling this disappointing homage to Robert Louis Stevenson's work. And that's a real shame, because the plot did have potential. In this odd retelling, Dr. Jekyll must reactivate his laboratory equipment and bring back his dreaded alter ego, Mr. Hyde, in order to save his kidnapped daughter. Imagine the struggle, the intrinsic duality of self that could have manifested in the gameplay, visuals, and audio design. But alas, to paraphrase Stevenson, all video games as we meet them are commingled out of good and evil, and this game alone in the ranks of mankind was pure drivel. Number 6. Mortal Kombat Advance. Game Boy Advance, 33%. Critics were fast to gather their pitchforks and torches for this one, and for good reason. It's bad, like really bad. Most notably, players took issue with the insanely frustrating difficulty level that skyrocketed during the first bloody match. Many reviews cited the default setting as near impossible to play, with the AI difficulties pulling off combinations that no human player could ever achieve, even if they did have Goro's extra digits. Yes, you could crank down the difficulty level a little bit, but that only served in dumbing down the enemy to the point that you could simply prop them up against a wall and decimate their HP by spamming the A or B button. Adding insult to injury, if you manage to scrape through a match or two, you probably won't feel elated with the triumphant sense of combative victory. You'll just have a headache from the muddy graphics. It undoubtedly felt like a rush job, and this didn't go unnoticed by critics or die-hard MK fans. Few were surprised when GameSpot named it as the worst Game Boy Advance game of the entire year. Not quite the flawless victory that developer VirtuaCraft had hoped for. Number 5. Kabuki Warriors. Xbox, 32%. Kabuki Warriors, no, not those ones, was a remarkably atrocious title that somehow reduced the classical and elaborate form of Japanese drama to a snooze fest of bland buffoonery. So hang on to your fluffy red wig thingy because it's going to be a tedious and sluggish ride. Oh boy. For those of you who didn't grow up in the early Edo period of Japan, kabuki theatre performances were known for their ornate costumes, lavish makeup and dramatic performances. However, you wouldn't believe that to be the case if all you had for reference was this abysmal Xbox title. Kabuki Warriors takes blandness to another level, both in regards to design and gameplay. Whilst classic kabuki performances are a feast for the senses, this poor excuse for a fighting game left hungry gamers rather malnourished and unsatisfied. A prompt exit stage left for this one, if you don't mind. Number 4. The Simpsons Wrestling. PlayStation, 32%. Let's get the positives out of the way, shall we? Firstly, all 20 characters in the game were voiced by the same actors that provided their voices for the television show. Secondly, there is no second positive. The Simpsons Wrestling was widely panned by critics who cited it as a terrible waste of a license. Although the classic Simpsons humour is present in this title, it does very little to save the game from such negative reception. Doug Perry of IGN boldly stated that it was one of the ugliest games he had ever seen, highlighting the choppy graphics and dodgy character models, and Andrew Rayner of Game Informer criticised the sheer lack of actual wrestling, as well as the awful visuals. Instead of, wrestling moves, you have to slap your opponent around the ring by mindlessly smashing the buttons with reckless abandon. And yes, this might be tonally correct for a game about cartoon characters hitting each other, but the joke ages very quickly when it's the fundamental cornerstone of the gameplay. Irrespective of the laughs that some fans may derive from a brief session with this PlayStation title, it will come as no surprise that in our ranking of all the Simpsons video games, this one came dead last. Number 3. Druna Morbus Gravis. PC, 26%. We're on a mission to not get demonetized here, folks, so bear with us. Druna, if I'm even pronouncing that correctly, is an erotic science fiction and comic book character whose adventures are usually a vehicle for hardcore and graphic violence, often featuring uncensored and explicit scenes of... You get the picture, right? I hope so, because I am genuinely not allowed to paint it more vividly than that. Druna Morbus Gravis is an underdeveloped adventure game based on a saucy comic book character that cops out on delivering anything that fans of the comic book would actually turn up for. It's borderline unplayable, cursed with a system that's woefully unbalanced, unresponsive, and unintuitive. Overall, it's nothing short of a disaster. Even though the game takes inspiration from the first volume of Druna's comic book saga, the game regularly adds new plot elements and characters, none of which bring any form of quality or depth to the general experience. Most of these rewrites are probably intended to disguise some of the more mature elements of the source material, but the game still doesn't shy away completely from violence or nudity. And Druna herself isn't as capable as, say, Lara Croft, not even close. In fact, her usual main form of defense is to turn and run. Unlike the comics, Druna Morbus Gravis simply left everyone feeling frustrated and unfulfilled, basically the same way I feel whenever I'm forced to say the words Druna Morbus Gravis. Number 2. Kiss Pinball. PlayStation, 26%. Oh, heck yeah, rally the Kiss army, it's time for pyrotechnics, smoking guitars, and, pinball? Yeah, not exactly rock and rolling all night and partying every day. For some unknown reasons, the gameplay of Kiss Pinball revolved around booping the ball against targets to start Kiss shows, then hitting more targets to complete said shows. It's basically a rhythm pinball game designed to disappoint fans of both rhythm games and pinball. And Kiss, probably. There were only 2 tables to choose from, neither of which deserve discussion beyond that, and don't expect either of them to serve up anything remotely interesting in terms of general variety or gameplay. Oh, and apparently the game is so boring that the camera itself starts to randomly pan away, seemingly in search of the wasted money that players unfortunately spent on the damn thing. As a pinball title, it's just dismal, and it couldn't even garner the favour of die-hard fans of flippers, bumpers and poppers. Those are pinball terms, by the way. Originally, our writer included the term gobble hole, but that just sounded like something redacted from the Druna Morbus Gravis entry. When Peter Criss sang "Me and the Boys Will Be Playing All Night," he was definitely not telling Beth about Kiss Pinball. Number 1. Survivor. PC, 26%. Throw some folks on a remote island, provide them with meagre supplies, and inflict as many physical and mental challenges upon their poor souls as humanly possible. Fuel their mistrust of each other. Add a sprinkle of backstabbing, finish with some traumatic breakdowns, and hey presto, you've got the peak of 2000s reality television. Somehow, Developer Magic Lantern thought that it would make for a great gaming experience, and here we are talking about the mathematical worst game of 2001. In essence, the gameplay consisted of developing survivors' skills, forming alliances, developing relationships, and eventually voting them off one by one. So, The Sims 2 Castaway, but far less amusing. As some of the more legendary and rightly scathing reviews noted, the gameplay was painfully boring and the pitiful graphics just made matters worse as players couldn't even enjoy the tropical ambience. Although it was a reasonable representation of the show's overall premise, the core survival elements of the game were insanely tedious. You know, the thing that the show is actually named after? Yeah, that was the worst bit of the game. Well done, lads. To top it all off, the AI was reportedly buggy, the glitches rained down like a tropical monsoon, and the entire thing is about as much fun as watching Tom Hanks remove his own tooth in Castaway. What's more, that's officially the nicest thing any critic has said about it.
There are a lot of things that happened in 2002 we can all look back on with fondness. Apple released the second generation iPod that boasted a whopping 20 gigs of storage. Cinema lovers got to enjoy Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and Spider-Man, and video game fans were treated to the likes of Metroid Prime, Grand Theft Auto 3, and Time Splitters 2. Sadly though, we can't have nice things all the time, and although there were a huge number of classic video games released in 2002, there were also some horrible titles as well. So we're back once again to rifle through the dirty laundry basket of both game rankings and Metacritic, and publicly air the filthiest of video game garments. You're probably sick of hearing this by now, but games are only eligible for these worst of year lists if they've received 7 or more professional reviews. It's very important that we set out these rules because otherwise the whole thing would be chaos. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2002. Number 10, Shrek Super Party, Xbox, 33%. We're kicking off this list with a game that proves the year 2002 was one where the bad games started coming and they didn't stop coming.
Oh, hello.
We did nearly end up with a Shrek double bill, actually. However, since Shrek Extra Large managed to scrape an average score of 33.89% on game rankings, it just missed out on being included. Like many other party games, Shrek Super Party sees players competing in a number of different mini-games, with the overall aim being to collect as much bug juice as possible so that the wish of the character you've chosen can be fulfilled. Its technical aspects actually aren't too horrible, and if you discount the somewhat disturbing aesthetic choice for the characters, I mean honestly, who thought that giant heads would be visually appealing? Oh god. The graphics don't actually look too bad. We haven't stuck Shrek Super Party on this list for no reason, however, and it finds itself in the game gulag for committing perhaps the most heinous crime imaginable for a video game. It's boring. The minigames might be entertaining for small children, but they're definitely neither fun nor challenging for adults, and yet the bug juice mechanic is far too complex for the kiddos to wrap their head around. Who was this game actually aimed at? Suffice it to say that Shrek Super Party is one title we definitely don't want in our swamp. Number 9, Mike Tyson Heavyweight Boxing, PS2, 33%. Back in 1987, Nintendo developed Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, a game that received universal critical acclaim and is considered by some to be one of the best games of all time. Not long after that, however, Tyson was convicted of sexual assault and was no longer fit to be associated with a family-friendly brand like Nintendo. Still, that wasn't the end of his foray into video games, as the license to use his likeness was picked up by Codemasters, who released not one, but 2 pretty pants boxing games in the early 2000s. One of said games was Mike Tyson Heavyweight Boxing, a game that really had no idea what it wanted to be. The problem was it was trying to appeal to fans of fighting games with its combo-centric approach, but it was also trying to be a realistic boxing simulator, and naturally, it failed at both. Other complaints were levelled at the unbalanced AI, which would be stupidly easy to defeat one moment, then knock players out the next, as well as the wonky collision detection and the fact that the whole screen looked like it had been squashed. In short, being punched repeatedly in the head in real life would probably be more fun than spending an afternoon with Mike Tyson heavyweight boxing. Number 8. Demon World Dark Armies, PC, 33%. Here we have yet another game rated 33% on average, only this one was described by one reviewer as being so incredibly bad that it must have been the work of the devil. Even Satan himself has standards though, and we can't imagine that he will be willing to endorse this steaming pile of Demon World Dark Armies was based on the war game Demon World, but failed to capture any of the charm of its tabletop counterpart. Graphically, the game is a joke and sports some of the worst frame rates that players had ever seen. The controls were clunky and confusing, the AI was riddled with issues, and the actual gameplay was needlessly difficult due to the fact it costs gold to replenish your units, but gold is really hard to come by. So little care was taken by the developer and publisher that several parts of the game had not been translated, leaving players baffled when it came to understanding the plot, and even the title of the game was inconsistent between the box art and the menus, with the latter claiming it to be called Demon World 2. Thankfully, Demon World Dark Armies is the only game of its kind, and no one had to be subjected to any sort of sequel. Number 7. Bruce Lee Quest of the Dragon, Xbox, 32%. Oh, Bruce, what have they done to you? They've massacred my boy! Dramatic reenactments of the first time I played Bruce Lee Quest of the Dragon aside, it's not unfair to call the game disappointing. After all, there was a great deal of pre-release hype attached to it, but when it was finally published, players were left feeling like they'd been karate chopped in the face. Bruce Lee Quest of the Dragon follows a young Bruce as he attempts to rescue his kidnapped father and retrieve the mysterious golden relic from the hands of mobsters. As interesting a concept that might be, unfortunately the execution was totally bungled. Quest of the Dragon was universally panned by critics, who complained about everything from the graphics, which were poor even for the time, the wonky controls and combat lock-on mechanics, and the game's frequent loading screens. It's also badly voice acted, the plot didn't make sense, and it didn't even give the player any tutorials, meaning they were left to fumble their way around the controls until they could just figure it out for themselves. What should have been a triumph of a fighting game ended up being a shoddy mess, one that no doubt had the legend himself rolling over in his grave. Number 6. NFL Blitz 2003, Game Boy Advance, 29%. It's really rather tragic to see NFL Blitz 2003 on this list, as on most platforms it was a decent game, garnering respectable reviews on PlayStation 2, Xbox, and GameCube. The Game Boy Advance version, on the other hand, was torn apart by almost every critic that had the misfortune to play it. Unlike its less portable counterparts, players found the graphics were horrible, and though the capabilities of the system could be blamed for a degree of downgrading, it's impossible to declare the Game Boy Advance to be completely at fault. After all, there were plenty of far better looking games available for the console at the time. Even if players could get past that, however, it was still awful to play. Not only did the game's frame rate render the thing darn near unplayable, but the hideously unbalanced AI meant that even the most determined players were unable to win a game. Perhaps the most galling thing, though, is that the same developer had been responsible for the horrible Game Boy Advance edition of NFL Blitz 2002. And not only had they not learned from their previous mistakes, but they'd somehow managed to make things worse for the 03 outing. Touchdown? More like letdown, am I right? Oh! Number 5. Sneakers, Xbox, 28%. Even before players managed to take the Sneakers disc out of its case and load it into their Xboxes, they probably should have known that something was amiss, owing to the fact that it could only be purchased at Toys R Us. Still, it isn't fair to judge a book by its cover, nor a game by the circumstances surrounding its distribution. However, in the case of Sneakers, any suspicions of crappiness that players might have sensed from its exclusivity were not completely unfounded. Those unfortunate enough to end up with a copy of Sneakers were forced into the shoes, no pun intended, of mouse protagonist Apollo, and the aim of the game was to eliminate all of the local rats with the ultimate goal of finding Apollo's friend's brother. Admittedly, the game's target audience is young kids, but even so, this lacks any semblance of challenge, and both the hide-and-seek and the squad-based battle modes are insultingly easy. The controls, whilst simplistic, are often unresponsive, and although the graphics aren't bad, the sound design very quickly cheesed off the audience. Okay, I know it's not my finest joke, but I mean, look what I'm working with here, Jesus Christ. Number 4, Go Die Elemental Force, PS2, 27%. We can only assume that Go Die Elemental Force is so named because of the impression it had on its audience, i.e., this game is so terrible, I wish it would go die. The game's plot follows Hiro, a young ninja who must master the magic of the elements and prevent the evil Akunin from taking over the world. Whilst that might sound quite epic, Go Die Elemental Force is completely botched from beginning to end. Aside from the usual suspects, i.e. poor graphics, a wonky camera, and clunky controls, Go Die's main problem stems from the fact that it seemingly attempts to draw from the cultures of the Far East, but without giving the impression that those behind the game had anything more than a very basic knowledge of what they were actually trying to represent. The fact that sushi is used to replenish health, for example, feels a bit lazy, and the characters all look like they were designed by someone whose only information about Far Eastern cultures came from watching about half an hour of M. Night Shyamalan's awful version of The Last Airbender. Partner all of that with Go Die's numerous technical failings, and you're left with a game that really does write its own insults. Number 3, Legends of Wrestling 2, Game Boy Advance, 24%. Here we go, boys and girls, it's time for the good name of another OK game to be sullied by the Game Boy Advance version. Hooray! In fairness, the Xbox, PS2 and GameCube versions of Legends of Wrestling 2 weren't the most amazing games in the world, receiving an average score of 62% at best. However, they were still more than twice as good as the Game Boy Advance edition, at least if the numbers are anything to go by. The only positive thing about Legends of Wrestling 2 for the Game Boy Advance was that developer Powerhead Games did manage to include the full roster of wrestlers that were available on other platforms. Sadly though, this is where the compliments end, as no one was able to find anything else good to say about the game. The horrible art and animation meant it was difficult for players to see what was going on in the ring, the collision detection was poorly implemented, and regardless of which game mode players chose, they still ended up with roughly the same mishmash of indistinguishable pixels. Thankfully, some lessons were learned though, and by that I mean the game's sequel, Showdown Legends of Wrestling, simply stuck to the PS2 and Xbox and stayed well clear of the GBA entirely, just as well. Number 2, Hooters Road Trip, PC, 24%. Our writer claims not to have heard of Hooters Road Trip prior to researching this list, and after further digging, they have a number of questions, the main one being, why? Sadly, despite having heard of the PS1 version of this game, connoisseur that I am, I don't have an answer to that question. But what I can tell you is that Hooters Road Trip, whatever platform you play on, is an outstandingly bad game. Any player who decided to give it a go ended up with a pretty poor driving game with just a load of Hooters branding thrown in for good measure. Hooters Road Trip was one of the last games to be released for the PlayStation, but when compared to other racing games for that platform, the graphics look pretty shoddy. In fairness, it was released as part of Ubisoft's budget range, so if the graphics had been the only thing wrong with it, players might have been inclined to give it a pass. Unfortunately, they were the least of its worries, as not only did Hooters Road Trip suffer from poor controls and a severe lack of any sort of challenge, but it's peppered with bizarre FMV segments featuring Hooters waitresses, often scantily clad in bikinis, who will congratulate you on your victory. That's nice, thanks, but we really are just here for the wings. And number 1, Gravity Games Bike Street Vert Dirt, Xbox, 23.33%. Not only does Gravity Games Bike, Street, Vert, Dirt sound like something you'd be able to order off of Wish, owing to all of the unnecessary words in its title, but it's also of the approximate quality of a game you'd be able to order off of Wish. The idea of Gravity Games Bike, Street, Vert, Dirt is to complete certain goals by doing various tricks on your BMX bike. But unlike other popular trick-based sports games of its time, such as the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and SSX series, this one carries all of the classic signifiers of a bad product. Its controls were unresponsive, the collision detection was a joke, and it had more bugs than your average Bush Tucker trial.
Let's get bobbing.
Naturally, the response to the PS2 and Xbox versions of the game was diabolical, and it's rumoured that this is the reason for the cancellation of the GameCube edition. It was so bad, in fact, that Chris Roper of IGN stated it was easily one of the worst games he'd ever played, and noted this was really saying something, considering he once owned E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Oh, Jesus Christ, can someone get some cold water? We're gonna need it for that burn.
By this point, you're probably starting to wonder if we hate ourselves over here at TripleJump Towers, but we're pleased to assure you that that's not the case. Instead, we put ourselves through the agony of all these terrible titles for you, the viewer. I know, we're a selfless bunch. For this list, it's time to shine a bright light in 2003's eyes while we force it to confess its various sins. As always, to be eligible for this list, a game must have received at least 7 professional reviews, which means that for the first time in the admittedly short history of these lists, we're going to give an honourable mention, because who could talk about the worst games of 2003 without giving a shout out to Big Rigs Over the Road Racing, a game that missed out on being included as it only received 6 professional reviews, but with a score of just 3.83% on game rankings, it's not only the worst game of 2003, but it's also one of the worst games ever made. Big Rigs, we salute your abhorrence. With all that done and dusted, I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2003. Number 10, Terminator 3 War of the Machines for PC, 27.67% on game rankings. Well, buckle up viewers, because we're kicking off this list with a game that is worse than the several that have taken the number 1 spot in previous years. Had it been released in the 90s, Terminator 3 War of the Machines would have run away with the title, but alas, it turns out that 2003 was such a terrible year in the world of video gaming that it only just makes it onto this list. A first-person shooter with a heavy emphasis on online multiplayer, Terminator 3 War of the Machines sees players joining either the Skynet machines or the TechCom humans and then battling it out in a number of different gameplay modes. Part of the problem was that War of the Machines released not long after Battlefield 1942 and seemed to take everything that the World War II title did right and then just completely bungle it. Naturally, the graphics weren't great, the sound was rubbish, and the level design was lackluster. However, one of the most serious issues was the online element, as limited servers meant that most people struggled to find games. Not that they were missing out on much, but still not good for a game whose primary focus was multiplayer. Number 9, MTV Celebrity Deathmatch, PC, 27.42% game rankings. Have you ever wanted to see Marilyn Manson and Busta Rhymes fight to the death in a wrestling ring? No? Well, neither have we. But clearly somebody did. And so we ended up with MTV Celebrity Deathmatch, a game released on Halloween 2003, presumably because of how terrifyingly bad it was. The game was based on the claymation TV show of the same name, however, unlike its television counterpart, which was reasonably successful, the game was absolute garbage. The main problem was that it had neither of the things that made the show so entertaining: the claymation style and the sense that each celebrity had their own personality. Although the roster of celebs was reasonably impressive, there was nothing else about Celebrity Deathmatch that players found entertaining. Each character had a limited moveset, and the control system was so basic that just mashing the attack buttons over and over again would ensure victory. It's also incredibly short, with the episodes mode taking players around 90 minutes to complete in its entirety, and once they were done with that, it was really just a case of rinse and repeat. Still, if you're the kind of person that would enjoy seeing Mr. T and Frankenstein duke it out, then you might have gotten a laugh out of Celebrity Deathmatch. Number 8, Mucha Lucha, Masqueraders of the Lost Code for the Game Boy Advanced, 26% on Metacritic. Here we are with yet another game whose only mission in life was seemingly to tarnish the good name of the television show that spawned it. Mucha Lucha, Masqueraders of the Lost Code, follows a trio of aspiring wrestlers as they enroll in the International School of Lucha. Shockingly, the code of masked wrestling had been stolen, and it's up to the protagonist to find it or face expulsion. Though it may sound like a fun premise, Mucha Lucha fails to deliver on anything that would make it entertaining. It retains the art style of its TV counterpart, however the animation is jerky, and the whole thing seems more like a cheap imitation than a loving homage. Players also found the game to lack any sort of challenge. Although each character allegedly has around 15 different moves to play with, most found that just mashing A would result in success in the vast majority of the time. It didn't help that a lot of enemies didn't bother to fight back, so it's just a case of walking up to them and smashing the same button over and over again until you won. Mucha Lucha was an enjoyable kids show, and it's a shame that the game developer didn't put the same love and care into Masqueraders of the Lost Code. Number 7, Stake, Fortune Fighters for the Xbox, 26% Metacritic. If I had a penny for every terrible fighting game there's been over the years, I'd probably have enough money to make my own terrible fighting game. It would be called Billy Ray Brawlrus, and it would be so bad that it's actually quite good. Stake Fortune Fighters put players into the shoes of one of 8 different characters and had them fighting their way across large arenas alongside 3 other AI or human players. Though, good luck finding 3 friends who'd be willing to play this tripe. There was no System Link or Xbox Live support, so if you were going down the multiplayer route, you were forced to play via split screen, which was only necessary owing to how stupidly big the levels were. If you were able to get past the split screen, then you'd be rewarded with gameplay that required little in the way of skill, with button mashing being the order of the day, characters that looked like they'd been copy-pasted from generic Fighter Town, and graphics that probably would have been impressive had they been on the PS1. On the plus side, Stake did utilise the Xbox's custom soundtrack capability, so at least players could listen to their favourite tunes whilst having an awful time. Number 6, Aquaman, Battle of Atlantis on the GameCube, 25.1% on Game Rankings. One of the most hated tropes in video gaming is the water level, and many gamers agree that a misplaced moist segment can ruin even the best of games. So why would anyone think it's a good idea to make an entire game that's basically one big janky water level? Aquaman, Battle for Atlantis, tells the story of the titular damp lad and his efforts to save the people of Atlantis from the dastardly Black Manta. Most critics were already dubious as to how interesting a game about Aquaman could possibly be, with many voicing the opinion that there were far better DC superheroes to feature in a game. Once they got into it, however, they found that they were right to doubt Battle of Atlantis, as the gameplay was made up of repetitive missions that consisted of locating a cluster of enemies and giving them what for. In addition, Battle of Atlantis had all the signifiers of a bad game: fuzzy graphics, a camera with a mind of its own, and a suspicious lack of content. Suffice it to say, this is one title we'd be happy to leave at the bottom of the ocean. Number 5, Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22 on the PlayStation, 25% Metacritic. Say what you want about Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22, but at least it was better than the atrocious live-action Dragon Ball Z movie from 2009. It's still not good, but, you know, silver linings and all that. Though it was released in Japan and Europe in 1996, Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22 didn't see North American release until 2003, though upon reflection, it should have probably been contained to as small of an area as possible. One of the main problems that the North American audiences had with the game was that it felt so dated in comparison to other fighting games that were coming out at the time. And in fairness, it was a 7-year-old PlayStation title, so those criticisms were not unfounded. Some were pleased with the large roster of characters, with players being able to choose from one of 27 familiar faces. However, this wasn't enough to butter them up. Aside from the overall datedness of the game, which encompassed everything from the graphics to the sound design, critics complained about the lack of a story mode, the unresponsiveness of the controls, and its slow gameplay. If anyone does happen to find all of the Dragon Balls, could they perhaps wish this game out of existence? Number 4, Batman Dark Tomorrow on the Xbox, 24.06% Game Rankings. A while ago, we took it upon ourselves to rank every Batman game from best to worst, and you'll never guess which one was found to be the absolute worst of the worst. It's this one, Batman Dark Tomorrow. That was the worst. Though the game garnered some limited praise for the variety of lesser-known villains that it wheeled out, that was more or less where the compliments ended. When it was unveiled at E3 2001, things looked fairly promising for Batman Dark Tomorrow, The presentation was cinematic, the visuals were dark and gritty, and Batman himself looked like he'd been able to kick some serious villain butt. Sadly, this was a huge misrepresentation of the game, because what players ended up with was nothing short of a joke. Many critics found the game to be near unplayable, citing the fixed camera and complex controls as the main things that caused them to rapidly eject the game from their consoles, and, if they were lucky, their memories. The graphics were also pretty awful, the frame rate was naff, and the voice actors didn't phone in their performances, but rather send them in the post without a stamp. Oh well, at least audiences only had to wait 6 years for Arkham Asylum. Number 3, Pulse Racer, for the Xbox. 24% on Metacritic. We can only assume that developer Jalico were going for ironic naming conventions when they decided to dub their 2003 driving game Pulse Racer, because about the only thing less exhilarating than playing it would be going round to your nan's and helping her organise her doily collection. Yes, Nan, I know. White and ivory are different colours. I've already made different piles, okay? Though Pulse Racer did its best to differentiate itself from other racing titles on the market with its unique premise, sadly that wasn't enough to earn it any fans. Unlike other racing games, Pulse Racer opts to have the driver's health linked directly to their cars, so if players try to push them too hard, they'll suffer a heart attack. Unfortunately, Jalico forgot the cardinal rule of trying something new, and that's that you need to nail the basics first before you start tacking on wacky concepts. Though the graphics weren't bad and the controls were okay, the main problem with Pulse Racer was that it just wasn't very fun to play. The tracks were bland, the cars were incredibly generic, and the AI races were horribly unbalanced. In fact, the only time anyone's heart rate was likely to go up was when they rage quit the game. Number 2, Charlie's Angels on the GameCube. 23% on Metacritic. So you may remember Charlie's Angels from its appearance on Worst Games Ever, during which we had a wonderful time laughing at Alex Monday's outrageous dance moves. From there, things only go downhill, and what players ended up with was one of the worst games ever made. The plot follows Natalie, Alex and Dylan as they attempt to recover the stolen Statue of Liberty. It's best if you try not to think too hard about the logistics of that one, to be honest. Aside from the slightly bizarre narrative, Charlie's Angels had a whole heap of other problems for players to contend with. The graphics and animations were horrible, suffering from numerous glitches, stiff-looking movements, and seemingly random invisible walls. It was also plagued by clunky controls and a weird camera that basically faced whichever way it wanted. Not that that particularly mattered, because even on the hardest difficulty, the game is so easy to beat that you could do it blindfolded with one hand behind your back. So the control and camera problems at least helped to pose a challenge. The entire thing was a complete dumpster fire, and one which not even the sweetest of dance moves would have been able to save. And number 1, Drake of the 99 Dragons on the Xbox. 20.47% on Game Rankings. On paper, Drake and the 99 Dragons doesn't sound awful. The plot follows Drake, an undead assassin, who embarks on a quest for vengeance after his clan is murdered. It's a solid premise, it's just a shame that developer Idle FX completely bungled the execution. The Xbox version in particular drew the ire of most critics, achieving a dismal score of just 20.47% on Game Rankings. Although 1 or 2 reviews gave praise to Drake's unique art style, which in its defense was quite cool, that was pretty much the only nice thing anyone had to say about it. Among its faults were its controls and gameplay, and though the dual-wielding system sounded great in theory, in practice it ended up being a frustrating experience, mostly because the targeting system was a complete mess. The voice acting was also atrocious, the disjointed cutscenes made the plot difficult to understand, and the sound design was a cacophony of stock sounds stolen from AOL Messenger. So, congratulations, Drake of the 99 Dragons, you'll forever be known as the official worst game of 2003. Just rest easy in the knowledge that you're at least 5 times as good as big rigs over the road racing.
Oh, would you look at the time? It's Horrible Games O'Clock! Yes, that's right, dear viewers, we're back again to bring you even more awful titles, this time from the year 2004. 2004 saw the end of Friends, the TV show, that is, the debut of Hugh Laurie as House MD, and the return of Shrek to cinema screens.
Are you kidding me?
The year also saw a number of highs and lows in the world of video games, with the likes of Half-Life 2, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and World of Warcraft all releasing to tumultuous applause, and the entries on this list releasing to loud boos and jeers from audiences and critics alike. As always, in order to qualify for this list, a game must have received at least 7 professional reviews. We've taken scores from both Metacritic and Game Rankings, and where a game has differing averages, we've gone with whichever was lowest. Before we get started, a special special shout out to Colosseum for the PC, which would have been on this list had we been able to find any footage of it. But alas, it was clearly so rubbish that no one thought it necessary to preserve its memory. With that said, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2004. Number 10. Torrenti, PC, 35.33%. If you're not Spanish, it's unlikely you'll have heard of Torrenti, a man dubbed as the world's most offensive ex-cop. However, we're led to believe that the character is quite a big deal to the people of Spain. The foul-mouthed officer has a bunch of films about his exploits, all of which are quite popular. Unfortunately, his foray into the world of video games was not particularly successful, not because of the lewd behaviour on display, though Torrenti's less than PC actions certainly don't help his case, but because the quality of the game was just so shoddy. Torrenti is riddled with all of your standard problems. For starters, the graphics already looked terribly outdated when it was released, and time has done it no favours. The textures are horribly low res, the animation is jerky, and the characters look like they've been constructed out of cardboard boxes. The gameplay isn't much better either, as players found aiming to be nigh on impossible, especially in third-person view, which for a shooter is probably the biggest crime the game could have committed. Some critics did get a laugh out of Torrenti's irreverent humour, though based on their other comments, we're not entirely sure if they were laughing with it or at it. Number 9. Bad Boys Miami Takedown, Xbox, 35%. Although Bad Boys 2 wasn't exactly a critical darling, audiences still had a great time. The film did really well at the box office, grossing twice as much as the original, and was even nominated for a couple of MTV Movie Awards. Following the film's DVD and VHS releases, audiences were treated to Bad Boys Miami Takedown, or Bad Boys 2 if you want to get European about this, for the GameCube, PS2, Xbox, and PC. The Xbox and GameCube versions fared worst of all, with critics scraping a dismal average of just 35 out of 100 on review aggregator Metacritic. Though some critics did say that it was fun to play in an ironic sort of way, they mostly agreed that Bad Boys Miami Takedown was a hot mess of a game. The graphics would have probably been impressive had they popped up on the previous generation, but in 2004 they amused absolutely no one. The controls felt somewhat robotic, and the bosses were incredibly overpowered. Oh, and as a horribly sour cherry on top of the poop sundae, the whole thing was full of bugs and glitches. Bad Boys, more like bad attempt at making a video game, got 'em.
Yeah.
Well, that's not
how they work. It's the opposite of how they work.
There's a massive stack of money on you, right?
Number 8. Van Helsing, Game Boy Advance, 33%. It seems like the movie tie-in games started coming, and they did not stop coming in 2004, at least if this list is anything to go by. Sadly for Van Helsing, the movie, no one was particularly impressed, so there's really little wonder that a video game adaptation didn't do all that well. In fairness to Van Helsing, the video game, the Xbox and PS2 versions managed to garner a rather nice average score of 69% on game rankings, with some critics even going so far as to say that the game was actually better than the movie. Even the Game Boy Advance version was received slightly better by critics than the actual film, though that doesn't mean it was good by any stretch of the imagination. Though there was some praise for the story, pretty much everything else about the game was lambasted by critics. It seemed like all of the love and hard work had gone into the Xbox and PS2 versions, whilst the GBA version was left out in the cold. The graphics were drab and grainy, and the enemies were far tougher than they needed to be, which led to players becoming frustrated with the whole experience. Has anyone got a silver bullet? I think this one needs to be put out of its misery. Number 7. McFarlane's Evil Prophecy, PS2, 32.95%. We're not sure that even Todd McFarlane himself could have prophesied just how awful McFarlane's Evil Prophecy was going to be, though if he had, he probably wouldn't have allowed his name to be associated with it. Based on his action figures, McFarlane's Evil Prophecy plonks players into a party consisting of a shaman, a pirate, a gunslinger, and some bloke called Dr. Jaeger, and has them fighting various ghouls and nasties. Sounds fun, right? Well, you'd be wrong there, because there is nothing that the game does successfully. Critics' complaints were directed at the controls, which most found to be sluggish at best and completely unresponsive at worst, and the game's AI, especially those in the player's party who, more often than not, would prove to be a hindrance rather than a help. You might think that, at the very least, the graphics would be alright, considering that legendary comic book artist Todd McFarlane had inspired the game, but again, you'd be wrong, since visually the whole thing looks like it would be more at home on the PS1. Pretty much the only thing that critics couldn't find fault with was the sound, though that was less to do with its quality and more to do with the fact that there wasn't much of it. Number 6. Formula Challenge, PS2, 31.86%. Yet again, we find ourselves lumbered with a racing game that does absolutely nothing to set itself apart from similar titles. Formula Challenge gives players the opportunity to race Formula 1 style cars around various different tracks, though according to the description on mobygames.com, it was aimed at beginners, so anyone hoping for any degree of challenge was sorely disappointed. Still, there were two different modes to choose from, either Quick Race, in which players could do just the one race on a track of their choosing, or Championship, in which they were forced to complete 10 races in order to determine an overall winner, though I get the feeling that nobody truly wins when they play Formula Challenge. Though critics did have some nice things to say about the tracks, which for their part were actually quite varied and well designed, there weren't many compliments to pay to the rest of the game. The cars themselves didn't drive very well, let down by the game's physics that would see them spinning uncontrollably if they so much as went near a blade of grass. The graphics were soulless, and the sound was enough to make you wish that you didn't have ears.
I'm browning out. See you on the other side.
Number 5. Forever Worlds Enter the Unknown. PC, 31%. I'm not going to lie, the first time we saw this game we thought we'd accidentally stumbled into the worst games of 1997, because honestly we haven't seen graphics like this since before the turn of the millennium. Forever Worlds Enter the Unknown follows the story of scientist Jack Lanza as his body is snatched and the perpetrator runs off with his girlfriend. Inhabiting another body, it's up to the player to traverse the world and solve puzzles in order to get Jack both his body and his lady back. Though this is a reasonable premise, the narrative takes a bit of a back seat and instead the player is left just to wander about solving a string of nonsensical puzzles. Not only does the game suffer from severely awkward controls and constant glitches, but it's also hugely tedious, stringing together a whole bunch of similar brain teasers that started out kind of engaging, but quickly got old as players realised that was all there was on offer. The galling thing is that the opening cutscene sets Forever Worlds up to be a decent experience, it's just that as soon as it's finished, it seems like the developer just stopped caring.
Do something! Anything!
Number 4. Fear Factor Unleashed. Game Boy Advance. 30%. If you're unfamiliar with Fear Factor, then here's a quick rundown. Each episode, a group of contestants would compete against each other to win a cash prize by completing a series of stunts. These would generally consist of challenges meant to physically and mentally test the players. I'll be honest, watching people drink an animal bit smoothie isn't really my cup of tea or smoothie, but then again, I have quite a weak stomach.
I'm genuinely nauseated by this.
The show was quite popular with other people, however, and as is so often the case, it spawned its very own video game in the form of Fear Factor Unleashed. Unfortunately, it failed to capture any of the thrills of the TV show, and although it was technically competent, critics universally panned it because it just didn't have anything on offer to keep their attention. The challenge of the tasks in Fear Factor come from them being either physically or mentally demanding, and the issue was that the developers failed to translate this to the Game Boy Advance. After all, it's not really that difficult to feed a bunch of pixels to a load of cockroaches knowing full well that you don't have to do it yourself. In summary, the only thing scary about Fear Factor Unleashed is just how rubbish of a game it is. Got him, that's 2 now. Number 3. Ping Pals DS, 28%. If you lived through the late 90s/early 2000s, you'll likely remember all of the different ways there were to keep in touch with your pals. MSN Messenger, MySpace, and for those lucky enough to own a Nintendo DS, PictoChat. PictoChat allowed up to 16 different people, each armed with a DS, to chat amongst themselves over a local area network. Mostly it was used for sending poorly drawn pictures of willies to your siblings, but it was a great deal of fun nonetheless. Like all great things, however, it had its imitators, and one of the less successful of these was Ping Pals, a game in which players were able to create their own avatar and customize it with tradable items such as hairstyles, clothing, and sound effects. What? Aside from the avatar aspect, however, Ping Pals didn't offer anything to players that didn't already come pre-installed on the DS handheld, so players were effectively paying for something that they already got for free with PictoChat. One publication did give the game 83 out of 100, stating that the variety in creating your Ping Pal is immense and chatting with your friends hasn't been this fun since AIM. Though we're not entirely sure if that was satire. Number 2. Knight Rider The Game 2. PS2, 27.6%. Though it was a bit before our time, the original Knight Rider was something of a cultural phenomenon. Starring the man, the myth, the legend David Hasselhoff, Knight Rider originally ran for 4 seasons between 1982 and 1986 and told the story of Michael Knight, a crime fighter assisted by his artificially intelligent car, KITT. It was peak cheese, but it was great fun. Over the years, a number of different developers have tried to bring Knight and KITT to our consoles with varying degrees of success. Sadly, the somewhat bizarrely titled Knight Rider the Game 2 was probably the worst of the lot, scraping a frankly abysmal 27.6% on game rankings. If you're thinking that it was a bit odd to release a game based off a show that had been off the air for nearly 20 years, then you'd be right, but to be honest, public interest in the property was by far the last of Knight Rider the Game 2's problems. If players were able to get past the not-so-great graphics and clunky controls, they were faced with a game that consisted of little more than a bunch of lackluster missions, completely failing to capture the spirit of its source material.
Why are they following the road?
Mission failed.
Number 1. Miami Vice. PC, 23.67%. We're not really sure what the 80s did to Davalex Games, the developer behind both Miami Vice and Knight Rider the Game 2, but we can only assume based on the back-to-back crimes committed against the decade that the 80s chatted up Davalex's mum and stole their wallet or something. Released in December 2004, Miami Vice is based on the 80s cop drama of the same name. The series ran from 1984 to 1990 and starred Don Johnson and Philip Michael Thomas as James Sonny Crockett and Ricardo Rico Tubbs. Again, the decision to release a video game based on a show that had been off the air for a while is a bit baffling, but hey, maybe the developers thought they could dupe GTA Vice City fans into playing it, I don't know. Unlike Vice City, however, everything about Miami Vice was a complete ploppers show. The controls were fiddly, requiring players to press the right mouse button to aim and the left to fire. There was no strafing, and players couldn't even set hotkeys. Not only this, but the graphics were horrible, the sound was naff, and the level design was about as interesting as a lecture on accounting software. So congratulations not only to Miami Vice, but to Davalex Games as a whole. Your commitment to video game abhorrence seemingly knew no limit, and we applaud you. Very quietly and not very enthusiastically.
Tubbs, I'm down.
Oh boy, wasn't 2005 a fine year for video games? Indeed, those 12 short months gave gamers a whole host of magical titles. From new IPs like God of War, Guitar Hero, and Shadow of the Colossus, to exciting sequels such as Resi 4, Half-Life 2, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, 2005 really did have the lot. We all know you're not here for the good stuff though, and regardless of just how many great titles we were treated to in 2005, there was some outright garbage released as well. With that in mind, we reckon it's high time the year answered for its various crimes against video gaming. Once again, games are eligible for this list if they were released in 2005, obviously, and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews, so apologies to anyone hoping to see Ninja Bread Man, as only 3 publications were even brave enough to play it. I know, we're just as disappointed as you are. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2005. Number 10. Chicago Enforcer, Xbox, 33%. When it came to releasing a first-person shooter for the Xbox, developers were immediately at a disadvantage thanks to the fact that Halo, one of the console's launch titles, was so darn good. This meant that anything that came after instantly drew comparison, and though there were a great number of good FPS titles released for the console, it also had its fair share of crud. One of said cruddy titles was Touchdown Entertainment's Chicago Enforcer, a PC game that was ported to the console in February 2005. The PC version actually received okay reviews, with critics giving praise to its gameplay, non-linear narrative, and authentic representation of 1920s mobsters. Something went horribly wrong with the port, however, as Xbox players were less than pleased with the game that they ended up with. Among the complaints were the hideously unbalanced enemies, which were either over or underpowered depending on whereabouts in the game you were, as well as the cripplingly long load times. It's frustrating enough having to wait a long time for a good game to load, but when you end up waiting for something that turns out to be a load of unbalanced plops, well, that really does take the biscuit. Number 9. Dragon Booster DS, 33%. Not only does Dragon Booster mislead people into thinking it's some sort of immunization program for large fire-breathing lizards, but it's also a terrible video game to boot. Based on the children's show of the same name, Dragon Booster sees players racing dragons while simultaneously fighting their opponents. The premise itself is cool enough, but the execution was way off. The main issue with Dragon Booster was the control system, which tried to use both the buttons and touchscreen of the DS. The actual maneuvering of the dragon was done with the D-pad, with special weapon attacks assigned to A, B, X, and Y. Simple enough. Trying to do all of that and use the touchscreen to do other stuff, however, was a complete nightmare. Aside from the clunky controls, the gameplay was lackluster, and though developer Konami tried to spice things up with some mini-games which had players just shooting coloured targets, these ended up being even less fun than the main objective. Brilliant. The galling thing is that there were clearly some good ideas behind Dragon Booster, and it's just a shame that Konami felt the need to rush it out in time for the holidays, rather than putting in just a little more love and care. Number 8. Land of the Dead, Road to Fiddler's Green, Xbox, 32%. We aren't exactly sure what possessed the good people down at Brainbox Games to subtitle their Land of the Dead game how they did, because rather than invoking feelings of terror, it instead makes us think of a country lane that leads to a picturesque village famed for its annual jam festival. For Land of the Dead Road to Fiddler's Green, however, its name is the least of its worries, as it was a mess of a game. Set prior to the events of Land of the Dead the movie, Road to Fiddler's Green tells the story of a farmer caught in the middle of a zombie outbreak who must find his way to the big city in order to find help. Despite being inspired by zombie mastermind George A. Romero, Road to Fiddler's Green was a complete flop. Not only did it fail to inspire any sort of fear in the audience, but it was plagued with bugs and glitches. If you could see past those, there still wasn't an awful lot of fun on offer, as the graphics were horrible, the combat was unpredictable, and somehow the developers managed to make the zombies stupider than they should have been, which is really saying something when you consider that they're just shambling, mindless monsters to begin with. Number 7. Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects, DS, 30.71%. We're going from one video game with a ridiculous title to another now, with Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects, a fighting game featuring a bunch of fan-favourite superheroes that largely received mixed and average reviews, except on the Nintendo DS. Now don't get us wrong, the game wasn't even groundbreaking if you bought it for the PS2, but it was at the very least playable. Sadly though, the DS port was very poorly handled, and players ended up with a title that one reviewer described as being one of the worst Nintendo DS games released yet. Oh, ouch. This criticism was not unfounded, as the combat had been so diluted that it effectively came down to simply mashing the same button over and over again to attack. The fighting mechanics themselves also came under fire, as the collision detection was completely off, and the story didn't fare any better, as it had been almost entirely stripped back for the port. There were some compliments paid to the game's graphics, and it did run with a fairly nice frame rate. However, that was about the most praise anyone could come up with. I suppose Rise of the Imperfects is quite an apt title, really. Oh, you saw that coming right from the start of the entry, didn't you? Number 6. Crime Life Gang Wars, Xbox, 30%. We'll say one thing about Crime Life Gang Wars. There certainly are a lot of felonies on display, though they're more crimes against fans of gaming than they are the things the police would be interested in.
I'm a clown.
There are still victims though, namely anyone unfortunate enough to have spent their hard-earned cash on this utter stinker. The story of Crime Life Gang Wars follows Trey, a resident of generic video game city's most impoverished district, as he follows his dream of joining the Outlaws, a local gang. In order to prove himself to the boss, Big Dog... Jesus, was this written by a robot after playing loads of GTA clones? In order to prove himself to the boss, Big Dog, Trey must go around killing on command until such a time that he earns the trust of the group. Unsurprisingly, Crime Life Gang Wars was panned for its poor writing writing, graphics that look like they've been lifted from the previous generation, and its repetitive gameplay, which basically just boiled down to go to this place, fight this dude, rinse, repeat. The game did come with a fairly decent soundtrack though, and considering it retailed at bargain bin prices right off the bat, you could probably fool yourself into thinking you just bought a weirdly interactive hip-hop album. You know, anything to help you sleep at night, I suppose. Number 5. Conspiracy Weapons of Mass Destruction. PS2, 28.5%. Based on the level of creativity on display in 2005, we can only assume that all of the good writers decided to go on strike or something. Either that, or they all suffered some sort of simultaneous breakdown, because these are the only excuses we're able to come up with to explain the bland plots of some of the games on this list. The creatively titled spy thriller, in air quotes, Conspiracy Weapons of Mass Destruction, tells the story of Cole Justice, a man presumably created by the same robot that wrote Crime Life Gang Wars, as he embarks on a mission to prevent rogue government agency Hydra, give me strength, from selling a bunch of WMDs. According to HowLongToBeat.com, the game took players a whopping 1 hour to complete and consisted largely of wandering from room to room, shooting the odd guard, and stumbling about pressing X until you were able to find whatever MacGuffin you needed to progress. Not only was the whole thing incredibly boring and generic, posing very little in the way of a challenge, but the graphics were outdated, the soundtrack was offensive to anyone that heard it, and the voice acting was so bad that it made the dialogue in Resident Evil 1 sound Oscar-winningly good.
It's Forrest. Oh my god.
Number 4. Monster Trucks DS, 28.22%. It would seem that 2005 was not the best year for the Nintendo DS, considering that titles for the tiny dual-screen console make up half of the entries on this list so far, and, spoiler alert, there's more to come. The weird thing about Monster Trucks DS is that it's almost identical to ATV Quad Frenzy, another DS game that came out around the same time. Both games share the same developer, and though the tracks, vehicles, and locations differ, many of the assets have been recycled. The two were so similar, in fact, that when it came to reviewing Monster Truck DS, IGN just copy and pasted the review for ATV Quad Frenzy and just changed the name of the game where necessary. Now, it's not the worst business strategy we've ever heard, as the developer was effectively able to produce 2 games for the price of 1, but the issue was that ATV Quad Frenzy wasn't very good to start with, and so Monster Trucks DS just ended up being another total mess. Not only did it look awful, but it was a nightmare to play as well, with trucks that handled horribly and a user interface presumably designed by the devil. To any teachers out there looking for a good example as to why copying from others gets you nowhere, well, you're welcome. Number 3. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, PC, 26%. It's easy to get angry at Charlie and the Chocolate Factory for being an awful game, but it's worth remembering that it's merely a symptom of a far larger problem. That being that no one should have attempted to remake the classic Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory in the first place. Alas, Tim Burton felt the need, and no one was brave enough to stop him, so here we are. Considering the film is a fairly quirky, colourful affair, it feels like the game's developers could have created something great. Sadly, the license was completely wasted, and fans of Roald Dahl's classic tale were left sorely disappointed. It all starts out fine. Players take control of Charlie Bucket and chase money down the street so the young lad can go and buy a Wonka bar. Once the setting shifted to inside the factory, however, things took a turn for the worse. Critics lambasted the game's poor graphics, sloppy controls, and repetitive gameplay, while simultaneously questioning where the fun was in trying to save the horrible kids that are very much meant to be the movie's villains. Trust us, you'd have a far more authentic Wonka experience just dumping this game down a garbage chute.
Good day, sir!
Mr. Wonka?
I said good day!
Number 2. Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie, DS, 25.14%. The most annoying thing about Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie, aside from how ridiculously long and rubbish its title is that all the versions aside from the one for the DS are actually really good. In fact, in terms of review scores, some of them did slightly better than the film they were based on. King Kong for the Nintendo DS, however, was laughably bad, to the point that it bordered on being unplayable. The main problem critics had was with the game's graphics, which were so dull and grainy, it was almost impossible to see the action. And we use the term action incredibly loosely, of course, because there wasn't an awful lot of it on offer. King Kong was split up into 17 levels, each with no more than a handful of enemies to contend with, half of whom posed no significant threat owing to the fact that you're King Bloody Kong. And as though the overall look of the game and severe lack of anything to actually do weren't enough, the controls were sloppy, the puzzles were ill thought out, and the whole thing was full of bugs. Then again, I'd probably rather have these bugs than the ones from the actual movie. Oh my Christ. And number 1, Lula 3D PC, 24.6%. When a game's box art boasts bouncing boobs technology, you know it's going to be a rough time for everyone involved. This entry is similarly going to be a rough time. Released in Europe in June 2005 before being horribly translated into English in 2006, Lula 3D follows the titular adult actress as she attempts to rescue her kidnapped co-stars so that they can get back to producing their next movie. Even those who went in with the lowest expectations still didn't foresee just how bad Lula 3D was, however. Though the control system was straightforward enough, i.e. use mouse to look around and keyboard to move, trying to do both of these things at once would often result in the game crashing. Aside from the bad controls though, the pace of the game was dreadfully slow, and despite actual human lives being at stake, Lula just ambles around like she's on a pleasant Sunday afternoon stroll. Players didn't have much praise for the puzzles either, which ended up being either insultingly simple or ridiculously obscure. The back of the game's box advises players that it might cause choking, sweating, and rapid heartbeat. And we'd like to assure everyone that this is indeed the case, though this is less to do with the game's adult content and more to do with how rage-inducingly bad Lula 3D really is.
Oh boy, it's that time again, boys and girls. And we forced our writers to crawl around in the murkiest depths of the internet to find us the most stinky of video game turds. Hold on, what does this say? Note from writer, please send help. They're not letting us have any food down here. Oh, just ignore that one. I can assure you that the pen that we keep our writers in is perfectly humane. Anyway, for this list, we're looking back at the year 2006 to find the games that were dubbed worse than most by critics. You know the drill. In order to qualify, a game must have been reviewed at least 7 times. If game rankings and Metacritic disagree on a game's average, then we're going with whichever score is lowest. Finally, a special mention goes to Big Oil Build an Oil Empire, which scraped a dismal average of 31% on Metacritic, but was so bad that no one dared record any footage of it. With all that cleared up, I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2006. Number 10, Torino 2006, the official video game of the XX Olympic Winter Games on the Xbox. 36% on Metacritic. Oh yeah, here we go, terrible sports time. Developed by 49 Games and published by 2K, Torino 2006 was the official tie-in game for the 2006 Winter Olympics. The game boasts 24 playable countries and a whopping 15 events. But before you start getting too excited, do remember what this list is. Yes, the 24 playable countries are there, but whether you're sporting an Australian flag or a Swiss one, it makes not one iota of difference. The 15 different events touted by the game is also a bit of an untruth, as many of the events are actually just repackaged versions of others in the game. Luge is pretty much the same as the 2- and 4-man bobsleigh, and speed skating appears as 3 separate events. If players could get over the flagrant lies peddled by Torino's marketing team, they were greeted with a game that just wasn't very fun to play. Admittedly, it did eschew the standard button mashing players had come to associate with similar titles, but the mechanics that filled the void, i.e. trying to correctly time certain maneuvers, or steer your creepy little avatar, I mean honestly, what is that face? Were just kind of dull. Still, at least it was more interesting than watching the curling. Number 9, Tenchu, Dark Secret, on the DS, 34.35% on Game Rankings. Considering that From Software has given the world the likes of Dark Souls and Bloodborne over the years, it's truly baffling to us that they would publish a game as utterly ploppers as Tenchu Dark Secret. Not only was the game exclusive to the Nintendo DS, but in North America it was also exclusive to stores EB Games and GameStop. It is at this point that your alarm bells should most definitely be ringing. Up to the point of Dark Secret's release, the Tenchu series had churned out some okay games, and the outstanding Sekiro Shadows Die Twice was originally conceived to be a Tenchu game. Sadly, it all went wrong with Dark Secrets, with critics lambasting pretty much everything about it. One of the main problems was the stealth element, which was shoddily implemented thanks to the top-down view, meaning that half the time players couldn't even see the enemies they were actually trying to avoid. There were also issues with the level design, which players found to be incredibly repetitive. The ones that did try and carve out their own identities suffered from a variety of problems that ended up rendering the game near unplayable, meaning that Dark Secrets was boring at best and broken at worst. Number 8, March of the Penguins on the DS, 34% on Metacritic. Though an Oscar-winning documentary about the breeding habits of emperor penguins isn't the first thing that springs to mind when you think of a good source material for a video game, it's not the most bizarre thing we've ever heard of. So if we'd have been presented with this game without any other information, we'd probably at least be willing to give it a go. Knowing what critics made of it, however, has us recommending that anyone who owns a copy should just lob it into the nearest body of water, post-haste. Not really, that would be awful for the environment. Please dispose of your horrible games responsibly. March of the Penguins has been likened to Lemmings, only without any of the fun. The aim is to guide a bunch of penguins across the Arctic tundra by completing a series of puzzles in each level. After each level, players are rewarded with a penguin fact, a prize that is sure to get anyone rushing down to the shops to get a copy. The main problem was that it was far too hard for the kiddos to complete it, yet it was clearly meant to be an edutainment game, so there was nothing to hook adult players. Trust me when I say, this one was better off left out in the cold. Number 7, Bomberman, Act 0 on the Xbox 360, 33.66% on Game Rankings. When you were a teenager, did you go through a bit of a phase where you're just trying to be dark and edgy and convince everyone that you were really into Edgar Allan Poe? Well, that's what we like to think the Bomberman franchise was going through with Bomberman Act 0, a game that had, presumably, listened to too much My Chemical Romance. Gone were the bright colours and cartoony aesthetic, and in marched more realistic graphics that came in any colour as long as it was a shade of brown. If Bomberman's new look didn't immediately turn players off, they had plenty of other things to complain about, chief among them being the game's wonky technical aspects. Critics found that not only did Act 0 have excruciatingly long load times, but even once they were able to play it, they found it was horribly repetitive, the collision detection didn't work properly, and there wasn't even a save feature. We're not exactly sure what was going through the minds of developers Hudson Soft when they churned out this embarrassment to the franchise, but thankfully it hasn't reared its ugly head since then to taint the series. Number 6, Mobile Suit Gundam, Crossfire, on the PlayStation 3, 33% on Metacritic. Despite what we thought when we first came across this game, it is not, in fact, a mobile game called Suit Gundam Crossfire. It is instead about big old robots called mobile suits. Nomenclature aside, this whole thing is proper rubbish. Mobile Suit Gundam Crossfire, or Mobile Suit Gundam Target in Sight if you want to get Japanese and European about this, was released in 2006 as a PlayStation 3 launch title and is based off the anime series Mobile Suit Gundam. The actual premise sounds pretty cool. i.e. control giant robots, fight in giant robot war, profit. However, the developer somehow managed to take something that could have been an awful lot of fun and run it into the ground with bland graphics, unrefined combat, and the use of a font that is far, far too close to Comic Sans for my liking. Even if players could get past those things, the actual gameplay leaves a lot to be desired as well, comprising little more than a whole bunch of copy and paste missions that someone just slapped a different skin on. The result is an end product that's less super awesome fighting robots and more having a Barney with your dishwasher because it left spots on your glassware again. Number 5, Dave Mirra BMX Challenge on the PSP, 32% on Metacritic. In a world where the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater series exists, sadly, every extreme sports title that comes out after is going to draw comparison. And in the case of Dave Mirra BMX Challenge, that comparison is generally unfavourable. It is the first PSP game we've ever had grace one of these lists though, so congratulations, I guess. The premise is similar to Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam, in that the idea is to either race or trick your way through a course atop your trusty BMX. Solid idea! Shame that everything else fell apart. At the top of critics' list of complaints was the track design, which players found to be littered with poorly placed objects that they ended up flying into at top speed. The game was also ridiculously easy, as the AI characters all seemed to have forgotten their morning coffee, and so lazily pedalled along as though they were out for a nice ride in the country. One reviewer found Dave Mirra BMX Challenge so painful, in fact, that he recommended players save themselves some cash by not buying it and just opt to stab themselves in the eye instead. I mean, we wouldn't go that far, but yeah, it is pretty awful. Number 4, Superman Returns on the DS, 31.92% on Game Rankings. You'd really have to go to some effort to make a game worse than Superman the New Adventure for the Nintendo 64, but by golly, did the folks down at EA give it a damn good go. In fairness to the DS edition, the other versions of the game didn't do very well with critics either. They did all manage to score in the high 40s, low 50s however, which isn't great by any stretch of the imagination, but is still better than a dismal 31.92% that the DS version is up with. Superman Returns plays out like a board game, and since Supes himself is basically invincible, the only way to fail is if Metropolis doesn't survive. It's not a bad premise in theory, but the execution was marred by clunky, unresponsive controls and glitchy, poorly designed levels, both of which make it hard for the players to do what they need to do in the allotted time. To add insult to injury, the graphics were dismal, the music was repetitive and generic, and the sound effects were completely painful. Fortunately, Superman Returns for the DS only had about an hour's worth of content, so even if you did subject yourself to it, at least your agony would be short-lived. Number 3, American McGee presents Bad Day LA on the PC, 28% Metacritic. Despite success in his previous ventures, having done some level design for both Doom and Quake 2 before going on to release the well-deserved American McGee's Alice, the eponymous game designer's projects haven't all been winners, and Bad Day LA is a fine example of one of McGee's utter clangers. The plot of the game follows Anthony Williams, a homeless former Hollywood agent, who must traverse a disaster-ravaged Los Angeles in order to save his own bacon. The game was attempting to be political satire, however, by all accounts, really missed the mark. Aside from the usual suspects, i.e. poor gameplay mechanics, shoddy visuals, and wonky sound design and voice acting, most critics took offence to the crass humour. One reviewer went as far to say that Bad Day LA was so tasteless that he wanted to scrub himself with Lysol after getting up from his computer, and dubbing it nothing more than a bad Postal clone. Which is saying something, considering Postal isn't all that great either. Luckily, it seems that McGee was able to take all the criticism on the chin, as it hasn't stopped him from going on to create a whole bunch of not awful games since. Number 2, World War II Combat, Iwo Jima, on the PC, 26% on Metacritic. In fairness to World War II combat Iwo Jima, the whole thing was off to a bad start before development even began, considering how saturated the market was with war-based first-person shooters. Throw into the mix the fact it was a budget title, i.e. it was thrown together for as little money as humanly possible, and you end up with a game that really didn't have much of a chance. Unsurprisingly, World War II combat Iwo Jima wasn't very good. Part of its problem was the fact that it was so devilishly difficult, though not in a fun Dark Souls kind of way, but rather in that the enemy AI was completely unbalanced, meaning that every last enemy soldier was a medal-winning crack shot. Additionally, once your health was gone, that was it, there was no way to recover it. Now, we're all for realism and everything, but this felt like the video game equivalent of the first 20 minutes of Saving Private Ryan. Not good. If players were able to redirect their attention from their internal organs exiting their bodies at lightning speeds, they'd have also noticed the terrible graphics, which even for a low-budget title were incredibly poor. Probably best to leave this one in the bottom of the bargain bin. And number 1, Terror Wars, New York Invasion, on the PC. 24% on Metacritic. Oh boy, wasn't 2006 a bad year for PC gamers? Yes, indeed. Completing the trifecta of horrible PC games for the year 2006 is Terror Wars New York Invasion, a first-person shooter developed by Lady Luck Digital Media. Though Lady Luck herself clearly wasn't on their side when they churned this one out. Players step into the shoes of John Armstrong, a medical student who's been drafted into the National Guard after aliens set their sights on Earth. Or at least, that's what the box tells us. The narrative within the game is basically non-existent. At no point does Terror Wars explain who the aliens are, why they're invading, or what exactly it is that they want, and so audiences were just left to blast them away and hope for the best. A lack of story doesn't necessarily a bad game make. However, Terror Wars is a bad game. All the missions are repetitive, the sound is hideous, and buffs, power-ups, and health seem to spew from every polygon with reckless abandon, meaning there's very little in the way of challenge. Speaking of polygons, the entire game has approximately 4. There was absolutely nothing good about this game, and we're just surprised it got as high score as it did. Terror Wars? More like Terror Bull Game. Got 'em.
You'd think that by the year 2007, the industry would have learned all the lessons that there were to be learned when it comes to developing video games. After all, they'd had decades to hone the craft, and bad titles should have been a thing of the past. Alas, it seems that nobody had gleaned anything from the scores of awful games that had come before, as studios continued to churn out steaming piles of ploppers for yet another year. So, once again, we're forced to name and shame the absolute worst of this bunch. As is always the case with our worst games of X year lists, we've plumbed the depths of both game rankings and Metacritic to find the most horrible of video game offenders from the year 2007. Say it with me now, viewers. Games must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews in order to qualify, and where scores differed between aggregators, we've gone with the lowest. Honestly, that was awful, guys. It didn't sound like you were taking part at all. Shape up. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2007. Number 10. Chicken Shoot. Wii, 26.38%. Before we even get into the actual gameplay of Chicken Shoot, we kind of have to question the premise, as why on earth would a farmer draft someone in to shoot chickens for him? Surely they're part of his livelihood. Ridiculous. Even if you could get past the dumb idea behind Chicken Shoot, the game didn't have an awful lot to offer. I suppose at the very least it did exactly what was promised, i.e. players got to gun down poultry with reckless abandon, but it's just that there wasn't an awful lot beyond that. The actual gameplay was incredibly simplistic, consisting of little more than pointing the Wiimote at the screen and blasting away. The developers were kind enough to throw in an egg-catching minigame, however it's hardly something that got players' hearts racing. The graphics were nothing to write home about either, and whilst the 2D hand-drawn style wasn't exactly horrible, it did make the game feel incredibly dated. On the whole, Chicken Shoot was technically competent, but the problem was that once the initial novelty wore off, and boy did it wear off quickly, the whole shtick just became repetitive and boring. I suppose you could call it a rather paltry offering. Number 9. The Mark, PC, 26.25%. To say that the first-person shooter market is oversaturated is a bit like pointing out that water is wet, but just because there's an abundance of something doesn't mean that it's all going to be good. Case in point, The Mark, a budget title for PC created by Dreamcatcher and T7 Games. Although the premise of a US Marine and a British mercenary teaming up to stop a nuclear terrorist attack isn't a bad one, everything else about the game completely missed the mark, no pun intended. In terms of the plot, the whole thing makes little sense as the terrorists hold off their attack and go after the Marine as he's the only one who is able to identify the nuke. However, they seem to forget that the nuclear bomb goes boom, and so whether or not anyone can identify it is kind of moot. Switching your brain off to overlook the narrative wasn't an option either, as the Mark was so difficult that players found themselves having to replay levels 3 or 4 times in order to memorize where enemies were to avoid being surprised as they popped up out of nowhere. Don't get us wrong, we're all for a challenge, but there's a difference between encouraging players to hone their skills and just frustrating the heck out of them. Terrible game, 0 marks. Number 8. Jenga World Tour. Wii, 26%. There are certain board games that have made successful leaps into a digital format. Games like Monopoly work well because the PC and console equivalents take out much of the hard work associated with playing the game, as there's no longer any money to count or tiny metal dogs to get stuck in people's feet. Jenga, on the other hand, really isn't a game that needs any sort of electronic equivalent, and that's basically why Jenga World Tour was such a flop. Not only was the Wii version about 3 times the price of regular Jenga, but it was only a fraction of the fun. Attempting to remove the blocks was a pain, as it was hit and miss as to whether the Wii would remove the block you wanted, and considering that that's 100% of the point of Jenga, it rendered the video game completely redundant. The console edition did bring different modes and environments to the table, but since the core mechanic didn't work, it really didn't do anything to make players like it. There's a reason that Jenga hasn't changed much since the 70s, and it feels like the devs should have thought about why before churning out this hot garbage. Number 7. Wiffle Ball DS, 25.64%. Considering that most of us here at TripleJump grew up in Britain, we can't say we're familiar with wiffle ball. We're advised by our resident American, however, that it's a version of baseball played with lighter equipment. It sounds fun enough if you're 8 years old and don't want your teeth caved in by a heavy ball, but we're not sure it makes for a great foundation for a video game. Thankfully, Skyworks Technologies were kind enough to prove us right, as wiffle ball is a complete sham. Unlike its real-world counterpart, wiffle ball DS doesn't make use of bases and there's no running involved, so the entire game consists of the player character either batting or pitching. Sadly, neither of these mechanics work very well. When batting, the player could only move closer to or further away from the plate, which would be fine if the AI pitcher couldn't throw the ball outside of these parameters, and pitching fared no better, as the batting AI suddenly became Ken Griffey Jr. That's a sports reference, I think. Beyond the title of the game, which sounds like something Blackadder made up, there's nothing fun about wiffle ball, and players would have undoubtedly had more enjoyment taking the cartridge down to their local park and hitting it with a baseball bat. Number 6. Game Party. Wii, 25%. Here at Team TripleJump, we really like games, and we also like parties, especially if there's a buffet. So we all got quite excited when we were reminded of Game Party for the Nintendo Wii. 2 things we really enjoy in one easy-to-digest package. Excellent. Then we remembered what list this was, and our excitement quickly deflated like a poorly cooked souffle. The problem with Game Party is that there were already loads of other games on the market that had mini-games covered. You wanted sports? Wii Sports! Something board game-like? Mario Party 8. A game that's absolutely bat-ploppers insane? WarioWare Smooth Moves. Game Party brought absolutely nothing new to the table, and everything it tried was worse than its competitors. Though the controls worked fine, aside from a couple of bugs and glitches here and there, the mini-games themselves were completely soulless, and the vast majority of players would have found themselves giving each one a go before never touching them again. Bafflingly, as bad as Game Party was, it somehow managed to spawn not 1, but 4 sequels, each one just as dire as the last. Come on, own up, which one of you keeps buying Game Party? Number 5. Cool for Heroes Pompolic Wars. PC, 25%. My god, not since Black Desert Online have we seen a character creator as in-depth as this one. Quick, someone call the writer, we need to do a rewrite of our 10 best character creators in video games list. I jest, of course, though as naff as the whopping 2 classes and 3 special abilities that are on offer in Cool for Heroes Pompolic Wars are, the creation suite was probably the highlight of the game. The box alleges that demons, led by a guy called Pompolic, are trying to enslave the human race, and it's up to the player to collect Dark Souls, no not that one, in order to defeat him. I say the box alleges this because nowhere in the actual game is any of this indicated. The Dark Souls just bobbed about each level waiting for the player to pick them up, and once enough have been collected, the next stage could begin. It wasn't enough just to collect the Dark Souls, however, as each one the player obtained spawned some of the stupidest enemies in gaming history. In addition to the non-existent story and the horrible gameplay mechanics, Cool for Heroes Pompolic Wars was riddled with bugs and glitches. Cool for Heroes, more like cool for a coroner, this one's dead on arrival. Got 'em. Number 4. Cruisin'. Wii, 25%. We'd like to say this is the first time the Cruisin' series has offended. However, according to aggregator site Game Rankings, its older brother Cruisin' USA was one of the worst games of 1996. And despite having over a decade to correct all of Cruisin' USA's mistakes, the developer behind Cruisin' for the Wii decided not to bother and instead just doubled down on the abhorrence. The thing about Cruisin' is that it wasn't completely unentertaining, and players had a certain amount of fun screaming around the tracks at high speed and pulling off ridiculous jumps with their cars. The Wiimote controls, while not perfect, did the job just fine, and there were 12 tracks and a multiplayer mode, so just where did it all go wrong? Well, first of all, the graphics weren't great, even taking into account the capabilities of the console. Then there were the hordes of technical problems that plagued the game from the moment players fired it up. If things got too exciting on the track, Cruisin' would freeze up, and even when things were running as they should, players found that the frame rate was still laughable. It feels like Cruisin' could have been something quite special if the developers had taken the time to just polish it up a little, but like its predecessors, it ended up as little more than bargain bin fodder. Number 3. Deal or No Deal. DS, 20%. When you think about it, Deal or No Deal is kind of a silly concept to begin with. A contestant chooses random boxes, each of which has an assigned monetary value, and once that box is picked, it's out of the game. Ultimately, they pick a box blindly and end up with whatever money is inside, yet somehow this fills an hour of TV. Unsurprisingly, the premise didn't work well as a video game, and whilst the Wii version managed a rather middling 56 out of 100 on Metacritic, the DS offering didn't fare so well. Deal or No Deal's major flaw was the fact that the randomization element of the game, i.e. the thing that would make it replayable, was completely broken. Although the amounts of money in each box would change if consecutive games were played without shutting the console down, they'd go right back to their original positions as soon as players powered off, meaning that the $1 million was always in the same place. It also lacked the fun of other TV show adaptations, because although the likes of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire don't offer cash prizes, at least it's entertaining to answer the questions. Still, at least it didn't have null Edmonds. Number 2. Yaris. Xbox 360, 17%. Over the years, there have been a lot of adver games, and it's safe to say that none of them have been great. Though titles like Chex Quest and Yo Noid have their cult followings, the vast majority of other promotional games are awful, and that includes Yaris, a game released exclusively for the Xbox Live Arcade that aimed to promote the Toyota model of the same name. According to our friends over at Metacritic, Yaris is not only the second worst game of 2007, but is the worst game ever to be released for the Xbox 360. Rather than simply creating a racing game that showed off the capabilities of the car, the developers opted for a futuristic racer where the Yaris had a gun attached to the bonnet and had to take down enemies. Since both acceleration and steering were mapped to the same analog stick, the game controlled awfully, and the graphics looked like something that had been plucked out of a 10-year-old title. Admittedly, Yaris was free on the Xbox Live Arcade, however this was pretty much the only praise that anyone had for it, with one reviewer even going so far as to list its only pros as it's quick to download and quick to delete. Ouch. Number 1. Little Britain, the video game, PS2, 16%. At the time it was released, Little Britain was a fairly popular bit of television, and for a few years in the early 2000s it felt like you couldn't move more than 5 yards without running into someone willing to do a terrible Vicky Pollard impersonation. More recently, however, the show has come under a lot of criticism for its depiction of marginalised groups, and the humour holds up about as well as a wet napkin in a blender. If the gags in the TV show were questionable, then those in the video game were just an outright hell no, and try as the game did to capture the essence of its small screen counterpart, it failed at every turn. Little Britain the video game is made up of a whole host of mini-games, each starring the characters from the show. There's a Lou and Andy diving game, a Pac-Man clone featuring Fat Fighters, Marjorie Dawes, and 5 other unremarkable offerings, each more insensitive than the last. Naturally, as with most bad games, the graphics are horrible and the controls aren't great, but what really lets Little Britain the video game down is its humour, or rather, its lack thereof.
I can't believe this game was ever made.
So, congratulations Little Britain the video game, you're officially the worst game of 2007. Take your prize money and get off my property.
2008 was a fantastic year for video game lovers all around the world, and it felt like not a month went by without one or more brilliant titles dropping onto our PCs and consoles. Critics were wowed by Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto 4, which was not only the best game of that year, but remains, at the time of writing, the 3rd best ever made. Players were also treated to the likes of Little Big Planet, a game which allowed them to become the game designer, as well as the outstanding showings of BioShock, Fallout 3, Smash Bros. Brawl, and many, many more. Sadly, without the bad, we can't possibly hope to appreciate the good. And so we're back again to remind you of the most awful games, this time from the year 2008. The rules remain the same as for our previous Worst Games Of lists. A title must have received at least 7 professional reviews in order to qualify, and where one aggregator has different scores for the same game, we've taken the lower one. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2008. Number 10. Women's Volleyball Championship, PS2, 32%. By 2008, the 7th generation of consoles was in full swing, and so it's not surprising that PS2 titles started getting the cold shoulder. Still, there were a decent number of games for the 6th gen machine that achieved good review scores in 2008, so sadly for Women's Volleyball Championship, we're not going to cut it any slack just because it was developed for an older device. The first thing that jumped out at critics was just how laughably bad the visuals in the game were. Considering just how nice some of the graphics on other late PS2 games had been, the horrible-looking character models on display in Women's Volleyball Championship were unforgivable. Technically speaking, the game worked as intended, but unfortunately, it seems like developer Spike had nothing but poor intentions. The controls did what they were supposed to, but were overly complex. The actual gameplay was quite stiff and offered little to players beyond just passing the ball back and forth, and despite the game boasting a tournament mode, the whole thing felt like the same match repeated over and over again, like some horrendously pixelated version of Groundhog Day. Still, at least it came without the risk of getting sand in your bum, though on reflection that might actually be more pleasant. Number 9. Best of Tests DS, 32%. Let's face it, if you name your video game Best of Tests, it really doesn't matter how good it is, because nobody is going to want to play a game whose title evokes horrible memories of secondary school. As it happens, Best of Tests was neither well named, nor was it a good game, so even if its moniker didn't put people off, critics' reactions to it sure would have. In the mid to late 2000s, it was quite trendy for developers to create edutainment puzzle games that aimed to keep players' brains in shape. And there were some titles, such as Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, that were both fun and educational. And clearly the people behind Best of Tests caught wind of this idea and decided they'd have a go themselves, though they weren't exactly successful in the execution. The game itself offered a bunch of different modes, all of which aimed to boost the player's IQ, though at no point did it actually give an IQ score, so it was impossible for players to know whether they'd gotten smarter or not. The main complaint about Best of Tests, however, was how insultingly simple many of the questions were. I mean, I don't consider myself to be Einstein, but I feel like most people wouldn't struggle with if 13 minus A equals 12, what is A? Or maybe I am a genius, I don't know. Number 8. Toy Shop DS, 31%. When you're a kid, one of the greatest joys in life is getting to go to the toy store, as not only does it mean you might get to take home an item you've long dreamed of, but you also get to mentally take note of all the things to put on your letter to Santa. Toy Shop for the DS, on the other hand, is approximately as entertaining as working in retail on Black Friday, only without any of the fights that, might spice it up a bit. When Mel and Mark's grandfather passes away, he leaves them his toy shop in his will, with the stipulation that they must make it successful within 3 years, or it will be donated to the city. Gee, thanks, Gramps. The game was clearly aiming to capitalise on the success of titles like Harvest Moon, and whilst, yes, Harvest Moon did task players with monotonous labour, the crucial part of the recipe that Toy Shop missed out was the fun. Toy Shop was technically fine, but it didn't have much to offer gameplay-wise beyond making toys and then trying to sell them, which is okay for about 15 minutes, but once the initial novelty wore off, players quickly lost interest. Number 7. Iron Man PC, 30.57%. When it was released in 2008, Iron Man the movie was applauded by critics the world over, who praised it for everything from its story and special effects to Robert Downey Jr.'s performance as the titular hero. Sadly, it seems like whatever magic was sprinkled over the film ran out when it came to the video game tie-in, which was poorly received on all platforms, though the PC version got most of the flack. Aside from the game's overall lack of challenge, critics were upset with Iron Man's story, which deviated from the film almost entirely. This wouldn't necessarily be a problem on its own, however, the game's plot ended up missing out a great deal of the character-defining moments from the film that helped audiences to understand how Iron Man came to be, as well as the ones that got them to actually like Tony Stark. The narrative was a universal problem across all platforms, but what made the PC version stand out for all the wrong reasons were the horrible graphics, which were in no way optimized. So not only did PC players end up with not a great title, but it didn't even look very nice. Someone called Jarvis. I think Mr. Stark is in dire need of some help. Number 6. Vampire Reign Altered Species, PS3, 30%. Don't be fooled by that subtitle. Vampire Reign Altered Species isn't a sequel to 2007's Vampire Reign, but is a port of the Xbox 360 title. The original wasn't very good, though owing to all of the other cack on display that year, it did manage to miss out on a spot on our worst games of 2007 list. Not to worry though, because not only did the port not fix any of the problems from the original game, it somehow made things worse. Oh dear. The game was obviously trying really hard to be Metal Gear Solid with vampires, but it failed at the main thing that it needed to nail: stealth. In most stealth titles, players can complete objectives in a whole manner of ways, but with Vampire Reign, they were forced down a linear path. This might not have been so bad if the stealth was optional, however, the Nightwalkers had clearly been scoffing down canned spinach, so if combat was initiated, they could kill the player in 1 or 2 hits. On top of this, the story was rubbish, the acting was poor, and the graphics looked like they'd come from the PS2, leaving players with a game that completely sucked, and not in the way they were hoping for. Do you get it? That's the vampire joke there. That's a good one. I like that.
Watch us now.
Number 5. Game Party 2, Wii, 29%. You'll have to give me a moment here, I'm getting a horrible sense of deja vu. Oh wait, no, I'm not going mad. It is the case that Midway Games basically released the same terrible title twice and had the audacity to call one of them a sequel. Of course, I kid when I say that Game Party 2 is identical to its predecessor, which we covered in a previous Worst Of list. After all, where Game Party 1 only had 7 rubbish minigames, Game Party 2 had 11 rubbish minigames. Admittedly, 6 of them were in the original, but let's not focus on that. Owing to all of these similarities, there's not an awful lot we can say about Game Party 2 that we didn't already say about Game Party 1 in that other list. Despite being badged differently, the minigames all played the same, the graphics weren't up to much, and it just wasn't fun all round. In fairness to Game Party 2, it did have a character creator, something its predecessor lacked, which is probably the thing that earned it 4% extra on its review average. But this wasn't enough to make it a good game, and we can't help but feel like if we'd turned up to a gathering with it, we'd have found ourselves uninvited from any future soirees. Number 4. The Incredible Maze. Wii, 27.43%. Do you remember those maze games that came with a ball bearing inside them, and the idea was to tilt and rotate it in order to guide the ball to its destination? Well, if you do, you'll probably remember that such toys offered about 10 minutes of entertainment before they became tedious, and we can only assume that the developers of The Incredible Maze underwent some sort of procedure that made them forget just how boring such puzzles can quickly become. The aim of the game is the same as its physical counterpart, though rather than tilting a real toy, players used the Wiimote to move the maze on screen. Sadly, the Wiimote was a bit of an unpredictable beast, so the ball would often go flying in whatever direction it felt like. There was also support for the Wii Balance Board, but that didn't even work as well as the Wiimote, on account of the fact that an entire human body can't manipulate a controller in the same way that, a pair of hands can. Admittedly, The Incredible Maze was a budget title, so no one was expecting greatness, but no matter how you spin it, there were countless more interesting things you could have spent a $5 on. Number 3. Jumper, Griffin's Story, Xbox 360, 26.75%. For once, we have an example of a game that lives up to the expectations set by the movie it's based on. But before you go letting off any fireworks, it's worth remembering that 2008's Jumper wasn't very good, achieving a dismal average of 35 out of 100 on Metacritic and just 15% on Rotten Tomatoes. Ouch. Whereas the film focuses on Hayden Christensen's character, David, the game opts to spotlight Jamie Bell's character, Griffin. But although the title would imply it tells his story, this isn't really true, as the whole thing relies on the player having seen the movie. We could have forgiven the suboptimal plot though if the gameplay had been enjoyable. However, Jumper Griffin's story more or less boiled down to fighting wave after wave of almost identical enemies by mashing all of the buttons on the controller. Not only that, but the game suffered from horrible camera controls, plus some fairly wonky visuals that make Griffin look like Neil Buchanan. One reviewer even went as far as to suggest that any delivery trucks with shipments of the game should be directed to New Mexico, implying the game was on par with E.T. the Extraterrestrial in terms of how cruddy it was and how much it deserved to be buried in the desert. Oh, double ouch. Number 2. Homie Rollers, DS, 23%. No, this is not a game where you go rollerblading while Marge Simpson says affectionate things to you.
Oh, homie rollers.
Yes, for those unfamiliar with homies, they were a bunch of small plastic collectible figurines that were popular with youths in the late 90s. Yes, that's right, the late 90s. Around a decade later, Homie Rollers was unleashed upon Nintendo DS owners, and it's fair to say that it was quite underwhelming. In fact, if it hadn't been for 2007's Deal or No Deal, Homie Rollers would be the worst reviewed Nintendo DS game of all time. As the name might suggest, Homie Rollers is a racing game of the kart persuasion, so no one was expecting anything groundbreaking. However, it seemed like the game didn't even manage to get the basics right. There was a plethora of complaints about the game, but one that seemed to crop up from most critics was the fact that Homie Rollers was horrendously difficult. This was down to the fact that AI characters could take corners more sharply, never seemed to hit any obstacles, and were faster than the player character. It didn't help that the cars were almost impossible to control, the textures were hideously bland, so it was difficult to determine track from obstacle, and the draw distance was laughably short. Still, let me think of a positive. At least it's not as bad as Deal or No Deal. That's the best I got. And number 1, Spogs Racing, Wii, 18%. Fun fact, not only is Spogs Racing the worst reviewed game of 2008, but it's also the worst reviewed Nintendo Wii game of all time. So congratulations on both counts. For anyone wondering, a spog is basically a large tyre with a pog-like disc in the middle to represent the player. The idea was to race the spogs around different tracks and crash into other spogs in order to steal parts for upgrades. Though this crash and grab mechanic did receive some praise from critics for its innovation, the remainder of the game was lambasted by anyone unfortunate enough to come into contact with it. Chief among the complaints were the ugly graphics, complete with sparse environments and a nice layer of fog to cover up the short draw distance. The AI didn't fare much better, as it was far too obvious that racers at the front of the pack were being punished, while those at the back were being rewarded with boosts. Now, admittedly, this is something that a lot of racing games do, but Spogs did it so blatantly that the entire race felt pretty much pointless until the last few hundred yards. So well done, Spogs Racing. May your abhorrence ever remind us that no matter how cool our ideas are, they are nothing without proper execution, which is coincidentally the punishment we recommend for this game. Editor, you know what to do.
2009 was undeniably an iconic year. It was the year where Avatar broke all previous box office records, the world lost pop icon Michael Jackson, and it was the year that Kanye West made himself look a right plank by interrupting Tay-Tay's VMA acceptance speech. It was also a great time for gamers, with the likes of Uncharted 2 Among Thieves and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 delighting players all year round. Sadly, the games on offer weren't all winners. From foul first-person shooters to substandard sports titles, the year really did have the lot. And we're back once again to remind you of all the horrors. The rules of this list are the same as always. We've taken a look at Metacritic and game rankings to find the most abhorrent games of the year 2009. A title must have had at least 7 professional reviews in order to qualify, and in the instance the averages differ between the two sites, we're going with whichever is the lowest. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2009. Number 10, Valhalla Knights, Elder Saga. Wii, 35%. If nothing else, you've got to hand it to developers K2 for their persistence in trying to make the Valhalla Knights series work. Sadly, not a single game in the series holds a score above 53% on Metacritic, and the worst of the bunch is their Wii effort, Elder Saga. The first thing critics noticed about Elder Saga was just how awful it looked. The colour palette never ventured outside of shades of brown and grey, making it difficult for players to see what was going on. The low-resolution textures didn't help either, and on top of all of that, the frequent weather effects made it utterly impossible to get a view of the action. The problems didn't end there though, as Elder Saga's gameplay was broken as all heck. Close range combat was hampered by unskippable attack animations that just left players open to enemy retaliation. And ranged combat fared no better thanks to the lack of any kind of targeting system. You might think that Elder Saga was the nail in Valhalla Knights' coffin, however, the series plodded on for one more game. It did fare slightly better with critics, but was still considered mediocre at best. Oh well, you tried, K2. You really tried. Number 9, Astro Boy the video game, DS, 34%. We come now to the first, but certainly not the worst, of the movie tie-in games on this list with Astro Boy the video game. A platformer for the Nintendo DS based on Astro Boy the movie, which was, at least according to critics, not all that special either. The main issue with the game stemmed from its controls. Astro Boy's attacks were pretty lackluster, though this didn't really matter, as the enemy AI could be counted on not to fire until it was right up in the little lad's grill. The actual platforming wasn't much better either, as the jump command sent Astro Boy whizzing about in reckless abandon, making it damn near impossible to direct him between surfaces in any meaningful way. Even if players did manage to aim the jump correctly, however, very often the kid would slide across the floor as though the soles of his shoes were covered in butter. Admittedly, the game was meant for children, so the lack of challenge experienced by adult critics shouldn't be held against it. Children are the future though, so they shouldn't be saddled with substandard video games like this one. See, Astro Boy, you've ruined the future for everyone. I hope you're happy. Number 8, Sid the Dummy, Wii, 31%. We could make a joke about how only a dummy would be daft enough to play this game, but that feels like low-hanging fruit. We'll also try not to think too hard about the fact that SID stands for Crash Impact Dummy, and therefore the game is effectively called Crash Impact Dummy, the Dummy. Grammar, people, it matters. The plot of Sid the Dummy follows Sid, a crash test dummy, who, not content with his lot in life, obtains a suit from a professor that allows him to become a superhero. It's not long before he gets to test it out either, as almost immediately, the professor's daughter is kidnapped, and it's up to Sid, rather than, let's say, the police, to retrieve her. The story itself is pretty rubbish, but it's made far worse by the horrible voice performances from actors that sound like they couldn't care less. The technical aspects aren't great either. The graphics wouldn't have been out of place on the Nintendo 64, the fixed camera often failed to show important bits of the environment, and the whole thing controlled badly. So in summary, horrible plot, horrible voice acting, and the whole thing didn't even work properly. Our recommendation if you bought a copy? Well, simple. Find it and throw it into oncoming traffic. Number 7, Tunnel Rats 1968, PC, 30%. We've seen some horrible protagonists in our time, but it's not often we come across one quite as detestable as Tunnel Rats 1968's ostensible hero, Brooks. He is, of course, just one of a whole bunch of different problems with the game, but had he been a bit more sympathetic, critics might have been as well. Tunnel Rats 1968 was a tie-in for the Uwe Boll movie Tunnel Rats, and follows Brooks as he becomes stranded behind enemy lines whilst on a mission during the Vietnam War. I think I see your problem right there. You've got Uwe Boll caught up in your video game. It's going to be a costly fix, I'm afraid. The problem with Brooks was that he had absolutely no redeeming qualities. He was cruel, petulant and deranged, and the mechanic in which he collected ears from dead Vietnamese soldiers in order to regain health was considered to be in particularly poor taste. On top of its terrible protagonist, Tunnel Rats 1968 suffered from all of the other characteristics of a bad game. Poor voice acting, monotonous dated graphics, and various bugs, some of which rendered entire levels literally unplayable. The rest were just figuratively unplayable. Number 6, Shell Shock 2, Blood Trails, Xbox 360, 28.19%. It seems like 2009 was a terrible year for depictions of the Vietnam War, and despite Tunnel Rats 1968 being bad, first-person shooter Shell Shock 2 Blood Trails somehow managed to be worse. As a reminder, Shell Shock 2, you were more rubbish than something that Uwe Boll put his name to. Let that one sink in for a second. In Shell Shock 2 Blood Trails, players step into the shoes of Nate Walker, a US soldier deployed in Vietnam, as he tries to find his missing brother, all whilst battling enemy forces and zombies. Because everything's better with zombies, right? Shell Shock 2's main issue was that it was a mediocre game in a sea of far superior FPS titles, and it wasn't long before critics began comparing it unfavourably to the likes of the Halo and Call of Duty series. Not only was it bland and derivative in terms of its plot and game design, but it also suffered from numerous control problems and broken AI. Really, the only thing that Shell Shock 2 had going for it was that it was incredibly short, so at least those who did buy it only had to put up with the pain for a few hours. Number 5, Dragon Ball Evolution, PSP, 28%. We've got a bit of a rare treat for you now, as we look at a movie tie-in game that's actually slightly better than its source material, at least if you go by its 15% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Dragon Ball Evolution is still by all accounts a horrible game, but at least it isn't the very worst thing to ever happen to the franchise. The game allegedly follows the same plot as the film, i.e. Goku and pals set out to defeat the evil Lord Piccolo as he attempts to get hold of all of the Dragon Balls and take over the world. In terms of gameplay, Dragon Ball Evolution the game was an arcade-style fighter, but unlike titles such as Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, it offered nothing in the way of a challenge, with one reviewer even going as far to claim that he was able to complete the entire thing by just pushing square repeatedly. If the shoddy fighting mechanics weren't enough to stop players from rushing out to buy Dragon Ball Evolution, then the rest of the game sure would have been. There's supposedly a story, but there was little within the game to back that claim up, and the stages all looked like they were lifted from generic Fighter Town, resulting in a title that was more painful than taking a Kamehameha to the face. That's a Dragon Ball thing, right? Kamehameha? Yeah? Alright. Number 4, Rogue Warrior, PS3, 27%. Hang on a minute, this can't be right. Let me just call the writer. Oh, yes, hello writer. There appears to have been some mistake in the worst of 2009 script. Why is our boy Dick Machinko on here? What do you mean the video game wasn't very good? Blasphemy! Indeed, as much as it pains us to admit, Rebellion Developments, a Bethesda Softworks first-person shooter, loosely based on the exploits of decorated Navy SEAL Richard Marchenko, RIP, was pretty much universally panned. Set in 1986, Rogue Warrior follows everyone's favourite Dick as he attempts to infiltrate North Korean territory in order to uncover a mole who has top-secret information on a ballistic missile project. Not only was the game incredibly short and not particularly fun to play, but it was also completely broken. It claimed to have stealth elements, but most enemies had their backs to Dick anyway, rendering a stealth approach completely unnecessary. That is, until players tried to actually shoot anything, you know, the whole point of an FPS, because the hit detection was so shoddy that it was a roll of the dice whether or not enemies would go down. It's alright Dick, we still love you. Number 3, NBA Unrivaled, PS3, 24%. There are a number of ways that NBA Unrivaled lived up to its name, and chief among them was that it was unrivaled when it came to just how shoddy it was. Well, there are still 2 games to go on this list, so it's not completely unrivaled, but you get the point. Though NBA Unrivaled was a budget title, it was still unforgivably bad at what it was trying to do, i.e. be a basketball game. Part of the problem seemed to stem from the fact that Unrivaled didn't seem to know what kind of basketball game it wanted to be. So while it drew elements from both sports simulations and arcade titles, it never succeeded at either. The animations were choppy, making it difficult for players to control the game with any degree of success, and there were also various bugs and glitches that would cause the character models to just disappear. Matches also suffered from poorly implemented rubber banding, so frustrated gamers would often find that players suddenly developed a serious case of the butterfingers the second they were a couple of baskets ahead. Not only is NBA Unrivaled one of the worst games of 2009, but according to our friends at Metacritic, it's also the worst basketball game ever made. Number 2, Stalin vs Martians, PC, 23.41%. I really wish I could have been in whatever boardroom it was that came up with the idea of pitting Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin and all of his comrades against intergalactic adversaries. I hope that whoever was responsible got some sort of severe telling off. Admittedly, Stalin vs Martians clearly wanted players to know it didn't take itself too seriously, somewhere in between blasting the Russian national anthem and getting players to declare whether or not they liked cats, the developers forgot to take things seriously enough to make a good game. Mostly critics were upset at the fact that, despite claiming to be a real-time strategy game, Stalin vs Martians didn't really have all that much in the way of RTS elements, instead opting for a more arcade-like gameplay style. This wouldn't have been a problem if it had even been able to do that well, but trying to control units was a frustrating endeavour, and each level was either insultingly simple or lengthy to the point of tedium. There was some entertainment to be had from all the shoehorned Soviet cliches, but these quickly wore thin once players realised the game, on the whole, was less fun than a weekend in the Gulag. And number 1, Leisure Suit Larry, box office bust, PS3, 16%. Sometimes our writers have a difficult time coming up with funny things to say about the games we cover on this channel. Then there's other times, as is the case here, where the jokes really do write themselves. A bust in literally every sense of the word, Leisure Suit Larry Box Office Bust was the 8th game in the Leisure Suit Larry series, and saw protagonist Larry Lovage trying to uncover a mole that threatens to ruin his uncle's film studio. Anyone familiar with the Leisure Suit Larry series will know not to expect highbrow humour, but Box Office Bust's constant barrage of blue jokes quickly became tiresome for even the biggest fans of naughty comedy. Still, the mute button exists, so perhaps turning the volume down left players with a more reasonable experience? In short, no, because even without all of the witticisms, Box Office Bust was no fun to play. The content of levels did vary, and the game had a shot at platforming, stealth, shooting and fighting, but it did none of them competently. Bizarrely, the game managed to attract the talents of Carmen Electra and Patrick Warburton, neither of whom put in bad performances, but sadly they weren't enough to save this titanic mess of a game.
We've done it. We've made it through an entire decade of terrible games, and do you know what that means? We're celebrating by looking at more terrible games. What? You didn't think we were going to stop at 2009, did you? Come on. 2010 was a fantastic year for gamers everywhere, and regardless of your genre preference or platform, we can guarantee that there was a game that you loved, and if there wasn't, well, then you're probably just picky. As that one TV theme song goes, however, you take the good, you take the bad, you ignore the good because it's not all that interesting, and there you have a TripleJump top 10 list. I might be paraphrasing a bit. If you've seen one of these lists before, you'll know that games are only eligible if they've received at least 7 professional reviews. If you haven't seen one of these lists before, I'll just wait here while you go and watch them all. No, I insist. Are you done? Good! I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2010. Number 10. Attack of the Movies 3D, Xbox 360, 36.88%. By 2010, the 3D gimmick was at the height of its gimmickry, so it's no surprise that game developers would want to utilize the technology in one way or another. The main problem with Attack of the Movies 3D, though, was that it was a bland game masquerading as an exciting one by simply asking its audiences to slap on a pair of 3D glasses. Players and critics aren't stupid, though, and quickly saw through the cheap ploy. Attack of the Movies 3D was a rail shooter that tasked players with blasting their way through various monsties so that they could get to the bottom of why the movies were coming to life. The game was completely unremarkable. Though the environments and character models varied, the gameplay did not, and all 6 levels basically boiled down to point gun at thing, shoot thing, profit. We appreciate that Attack of the Movies 3D tried to do something different with its graphics, but we can't help but feel that the effort would have been far better placed literally anywhere else. Thankfully, the game did only take around an hour to complete, so while it was a waste of time, at least it wasn't a waste of a lot of time. Number 9. Darkstar the Interactive Movie, PC, 36%. If you showed someone a clip of Darkstar the Interactive Movie and told them that it was developed in the early 90s and was sealed away in a time capsule until 2010, they'd have a hard time not believing you. Tell them it was actually developed and released well after the turn of the millennium, though, and I can't help but feel that they'd laugh in your face. The game follows Captain John O'Neill, a man who awakens after 300 years of cryosleep with no idea of who he is, where he is, or why he's there. In terms of gameplay, there were some elements of exploration and a handful of puzzles, but that was really about it. Surprisingly, Darkstar divided critics upon its release. A handful gave the game glowing reviews, praising its cinematic storytelling and the retro feel of the game. Most were unimpressed, though, mostly because Darkstar was severely lacking in the gameplay department. Trying to appreciate it as a film wasn't much use either, as the acting was so wonky that it made your average British soap look Oscar-worthy. In short, if you're old enough to remember FMV video games, then you might have found Darkstar charming, but if not, then there was really very little on offer. Number 8. Kung Fu Rider, PS3, 36%. Motion controls have always been the bane of many gamers' lives. Don't get us wrong, when they're done well, looking at you Wii Sports, they can be an awful lot of fun. If executed poorly, though, they're just an exercise in frustration. Before we get to the ins and outs of why it's a bad game, we need to be clear about one thing. Kung Fu Rider is nuts. The aim is to evade the mafia by racing down the streets of Hong Kong in an office chair. There's little in the way of explanation as to why these events are occurring, and all players need to know is that protagonist Toby and his assistant Ciaran need to get the heck out of Dodge using naught but corporate furniture. With normal controls or even with better implemented motion controls, Kung Fu Rider could have been an awful lot of silly fun. Sadly, because accelerating and jumping required more or less the same motion, players found that the characters seldom did what they wanted to. Throw into the mix repetitive and often unfair level designs that saw players wiping out on a regular basis, and you've got yourself a game that's less Employee of the Month and more P45. Number 7. Power Gig, Rise of the Sixth String, Xbox 360, 36%. It was Twisted Sister who declared that you can't stop rock and roll, but if Power Gig Rise of the Sixth String is any representation of the musical genre, we're beginning to wish that someone would at least try. Won't anyone think of the children? When it comes to music rhythm games, Guitar Hero and Rock Band very much had the market cornered in the late 2000s and early 2010s. Power Gig Rise of the Six Strings certainly tried its best to challenge the pair of behemoths, but it ended up being all talk and no trousers. Like its competitors, Power Gig came packaged with its own guitar peripheral, but rather than having buttons to press, it had actual strings to strum and did function, sort of, as a real musical instrument. Unlike games such as Rocksmith, though, the title didn't teach users how to play real music. Overall, the peripheral was kind of a bust. It was hard to use as a controller as it took a lot of force to get the notes to register, and as a guitar, it played horribly. As a result, the game ended up failing at both of the things it was trying to do. Number 6. Dead Space Ignition. Xbox 360, 35%. Prior to the release of Ignition in 2010, the Dead Space series was doing pretty well. The first game received critical acclaim and is considered by many to be among the greatest games ever made, and rail shooter spin-off Dead Space Extraction also received decent reviews. Something went horribly wrong with Dead Space Ignition though, as it took a nosedive in terms of quality. Presented as a sort of choose-your-own-adventure style comic, Dead Space Ignition served as a prequel to Dead Space 2 that offered players a special unlockable for the follow-up to the OG title. Trust us, the suit players could unlock was not worth their time. Ignition's gameplay consisted of a bunch of minigames, none of which was particularly fun to play. There was a light reflecting game, an energy racing course, and a tower defense game, but they all walked the line between boring and frustrating. Additionally, the art style is unpleasant to look at. It consists of a bunch of low-quality drawings that are manipulated to look like they're moving. The resulting effect is jarring at best and downright freakish at worst. Most critics agreed that the story was fine and the voice acting wasn't bad, but these things were just enough to offset the lackluster gameplay and horrid visuals. Number 5. Kick-Ass the Game. PS3, 33%. If you're a fan of superhero films, then you'd probably get a fair bit of enjoyment out of 2010's Kick-Ass. Based on the comic book of the same name, Kick-Ass tells the story of Dave Lazowski, a normal teenager who sets out to be a superhero. It looks great, it's got a fantastic sense of humor, and overall, it's just an awful lot of fun. Sadly, the same can't be said of Kick-Ass the Game. The tie-in loosely follows the plot of the movie, pitting Kick-Ass, Big Daddy, and Hit Girl against various goons sent by Big Bad Frank D'Amico. Kick-Ass the Game was of the beat-em-up variety, however, players only had the choice of 2 attacks, so most of its gameplay came down to frantically button-mashing their way through waves of unvaried enemies. The stages and the costumes may have changed from level to level, but what players were required to do did not. Not only was the game hugely repetitive, but it also suffered from camera issues, so although players could control the camera, they found that it would fight against them at the worst moments. Still, I suppose that at least lent some variety to proceedings. Kick-Ass, more like developers should have their ass kicked, because the game was so poor, got 'em. Number 4. DreamWorks Megamind Ultimate Showdown. Xbox 360, 33%. Jesus Christ, 2010 sure was a bad year for movie tie-ins and other movie-adjacent video games, wasn't it? Like Kick-Ass, Megamind was a half-decent movie that ended up with a completely ploppers tie-in video game. So, let's get the good stuff out of the way first, shall we? For once, critics did have some praise to level at the game's graphics, and while they weren't exactly groundbreaking, they weren't half bad either. Sadly, everything else about Megamind Ultimate Showdown kind of stunk. The main problem was that the game was completely generic, doing absolutely nothing to set itself apart from other platformers besides sticking Megamind theming all over itself. The level design was boring and repetitive, the gameplay was completely lacking in anything even approaching a challenge, and none of the movie's charm made it into the title. This was probably partially down to the fact that the original voice cast had nothing to do with it. Except Jonah Hill, but I gather he'll do anything for a paycheck. Just kidding, love you Jonah. On a technical level, the game was fine, and young fans of the film might have gotten some enjoyment out of it, but for everyone else, Megamind Ultimate Showdown was a complete snooze fest. Number 3. Fighters Uncaged. Xbox 360, 32%. The Xbox Kinect was an interesting device, wasn't it? Rather than sticking motion-sensitive controllers into players' hands, instead it utilized the magic of technology to allow people to play games with the use of their multiple limbs. Wondrous. For every half-decent Kinect-enabled game, though, there were probably a dozen that should have never seen the light of day. Fighters Uncaged is one such game. Things immediately got off to a shaky start, as Fighters Uncaged was a fighting game that did not have any kind of multiplayer. It wouldn't have been the end of the world, though, as long as the rest of the game was top-notch. Spoiler alert, it was not top-notch. The main problem with Fighters Uncaged was the poor implementation of the Kinect controls, which struggled to keep up with players' movements. I probably don't need to tell you that in a fast-paced fighting game, that's a rather large issue. Even if the Kinect integration had been good though, the fights were incredibly tedious, so things got stale pretty quickly. One publication did give the game a 75 out of 100, and we can only assume that they managed to master the controls by operating on some higher plane of existence than us mere mortals. Number 2. Dream Chronicles, PS3, 31%. It's really quite apt that developer Cat Games chose to call their game Dream Chronicles, as the title really does do exactly what it says on the tin, though admittedly the dreams players got to chronicle would have been their own, as the game surely put them to sleep. Originally released for the PC in 2007, Dream Chronicles came to home consoles in 2010 and tells the story of a woman named Faye, who is the only person in her town able to awaken from a fairy spell and save everyone else. Players need to complete various puzzles and find objects in order to solve the mystery. Unfortunately, for anyone that was duped into buying Dream Chronicles, the vast majority of the gameplay saw players just clicking about the screen and hoping that an object would be hiding somewhere. The detection boxes were also often misaligned, so on many occasions players found that they had actually discovered the object long before the game registered it. There was little fun to be had with the puzzles either, as they were all insultingly simple and in many cases drawn out to the point of tedium. If you were suffering from insomnia, Dream Chronicles might have been a great choice, but otherwise it was best avoided. Number 1. Deca Sports Freedom, Xbox 360, 25.2%. Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! We've had sports games in the number 1 spot of a worst games of list before, but we've never had a Kinect sport game in the number 1 spot, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. Admittedly, that still won't be enough because the sodding game won't register my movements. The Deca Sports series initially started out on the Wii, presumably in an attempt to rival Nintendo's own motion-controlled title. However, the difference between the two was that Wii Sports was actually good. Still, Deca Sports sold well enough, and a tidal wave of subpar sequels was released in the following years. For Deca Sports Freedom, developer Hudson Soft decided to share the pain with Xbox 360 players by utilizing the Kinect. The game was a complete mess, comprising 10 charmless mini-games with horrible controls, released presumably just to cash in on that sweet, sweet Kinect money. What's galling is that plenty of sports games were able to adapt to the Kinect successfully, so we can only attribute the failure of Deca Sports Freedom to a lack of love and care on the part of the teams behind it. Players desperate for some motion-controlled sporty fun would have fared far better with Kinect Sports, or better yet, by ditching the Kinect entirely and getting themselves a Nintendo Wii. Skyrim, Batman Arkham City, Minecraft, Portal 2. These are just some of the video games released in 2011 that took the world by storm. I could go on, of course, but a video in which I just list the titles of really good games probably wouldn't be that exciting. Besides, you're not here to hear about the good stuff that burst onto the scene in 2011. You want to know which games limped painfully onto shelves and received a tongue lashing from critics before finally curling up in a ball and dying. By this point, it feels like we're just repeating ourselves, but it's important to let you know the rules. So, for this list, we've gone through Metacritic and game rankings with a fine-tooth comb to find all of the worst video game offerings from the year 2011. Games with fewer than 7 professional reviews need not apply, and where the 2 aggregator sites differ in score, we've gone with the lowest. I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2011. Number 10. X-Men Destiny, Wii, 36%. Prior to its release, X-Men Destiny made a lot of promises. It was meant to be a title with RPG elements that would allow players to customize their own mutants and give them a branching storyline that would develop based on the choices they made. In the end, X-Men Destiny delivered on very little of that. The game takes place in an alternate timeline where Professor X has been killed and a mutant-hating group called the Purifiers is going around murdering mutants with reckless abandon. Players become one of 3 new mutants and can choose to side with the X-Men, who just wish to live in peace and with other humans, or Magneto's Brotherhood, who are vying for supremacy. The game didn't end up being the worst ever made, but it did fail to live up to expectations. The combat was overly simple, the level design was basic, and the controls were clunky in places, especially on the Wii. X-Men Destiny was a good premise, executed poorly. Had enough time and effort been put into it, audiences would have ended up with a truly interesting RPG where their choices did actually matter. What they got, however, was a fairly linear affair, with repetitive gameplay and a serious lack of substance. Number 9. NCIS, Xbox 360, 35%. Point-and-click puzzlers have been around for almost as long as video games have, and there are a great number out there that are absolutely fantastic. NCIS is not one of them. The TV show on which the video game is based is hugely popular. It follows a team of Naval Criminal Investigation Service special agents as they solve various grisly crimes. It's your standard police procedural fare, but it's good at what it does. The NCIS video game, on the other hand, was nothing more than a lazy cash grab. At its core, NCIS was a point-and-click puzzler, but the problem was that the puzzles were unchallenging and uninspired. Technically speaking, NCIS was fine. The graphics were okay, but nothing to write home about, and by and large, the whole thing functioned as it should have. The story was very poorly written, though, and the voice acting was abysmal. Admittedly, the acting in the show isn't the world's best, but it is passable. To add further insult to injury, upon release the game retailed for $40 but offered up only around 4 hours of gameplay, which didn't even have any replay value. Jeez, someone called the police. Someone's tried to murder a beloved franchise. Lock 'em up. Number 8. Star Raiders, Xbox 360, 35%. If you were around in the 70s and 80s, you might fondly remember the original Star Raiders and long for a modernized version of the game. I am here to tell you, though, that the 2011 remake is not the droid you're looking for. The original was praised for the innovations it brought to the space combat simulation genre, and though it may look quaint by today's standards, it was to the Atari 8-bit what Halo was to the Xbox, i.e. the reason to own one. Star Raiders 2011, on the other hand, was probably a good reason to launch your Xbox 360 through the nearest window. Though some critics praised the game's graphics, there weren't an awful lot of compliments paid elsewhere. Naturally, the remake drew comparison to its predecessor, with most outlets finding that the uninspiring gameplay made for a very lackluster experience. The upgrade system and variety of ships did help to modernize Star Raiders, but the repetitive missions and clunky controls prevented the game from capturing the attention of a new generation. Fans of the original might have gotten a bit of a nostalgia hit, but it's more likely that, like the new players, they walked away disappointed.
Even mindless violence seems boring today.
Number 7. The Arse Kickers, PC, 31%. There is nothing wrong with paying homage to video games of the past as long as you make a decent job of it. Though it did its best to imitate 2D beat-em-ups like Streets of Rage and Double Dragon, the Arse Kickers missed the mark by a country mile. Admittedly, the Arse Kickers was a budget title, and so critics weren't expecting much to begin with, but the game still, somehow, managed to disappoint. The gameplay in the Arse Kickers was alright for a short time. Those who played for too long, however, found the game quickly became repetitive. Sure, beating up endless goons is a lot of fun, but when there's nothing to break it up, it soon gets old. The gameplay wasn't the only one-trick pony on display, as the minute bank of sound effects and music soon began to grate on players' nerves after they'd heard it for the several hundredth time. The visuals weren't great either, and though they were fine when static, once in motion, they looked pretty awful. The Arse Kickers was probably the sort of game that would have fared well as an arcade cabinet, as when played in short bursts, it wasn't bad. It just wasn't something that should have ever been allowed into people's homes. Number 6. DreamWorks Kung Fu Panda 2, PS3, 31%. A movie tie-in on a worst games list? Groundbreaking. You could likely argue that, as adults, we probably aren't Kung Fu Panda 2's target audience, but just because you're aimed at children doesn't mean you get to be a crappy game. We grew up on the likes of Spyro the Dragon and Crash Bandicoot, both of which proved that games for youngsters can be good, and so Kung Fu Panda 2 will be judged accordingly. The game suffers from an awful lot of problems which were clearly brought on by a rushed development. The graphics were plagued by frame rate issues and choppy animation that made it look more like something in the early stages of development than an actual finished game. Mostly, the combat consisted of little more than mashing the light and heavy attack buttons, but the controls were unresponsive and the collision detection was wonky. What puzzles there were required little thought, as Poe would chime in immediately with a very obvious hint. Could Kung Fu Panda 2 have been a great game with just a little more love and care? Probably not. But if the devs had been given the time to fix its numerous problems, it could have at least been a passable one. Number 5. Shadow Harvest Phantom Ops, PC, 30.63%. Shadow Harvest Phantom Ops was a game that made an awful lot of bold claims. According to its description on Metacritic, it had amazingly realistic graphics, a refreshingly different storyline, and was a completely new interpretation of the tactical action genre. Now, I don't want to call anyone a liar, but whoever wrote that blurb has certainly been pretty lax with the truth. The game follows Aaron and Maya as they team up to take down an African warlord. Aaron is the guns-blazing, meathead soldier type, whilst Maya is the stealthier sort. Players could switch between the two at will, which made for an interesting gameplay mechanic. At least, it would have if the game hadn't been linear to the point that there was basically only one way to achieve each objective. On a technical level, Shadow Harvest was fine, but just because your controls work doesn't mean you're going to be a good game. Players found that the difficulty was all over the place. They'd be breezing through levels 1 minute, then riddled with bullets the next, which wouldn't have been a huge problem if the checkpoints hadn't been so sparse. Overall, Shadow Harvest Phantom Ops was just kind of meh. It had a good idea, but failed to execute it properly, and so is doomed to be forgotten. Number 4. Transformers Dark of the Moon, Stealth Force Edition, 3DS, 30%. Oh, would you look at that, it's yet another movie tie-in. It's almost like video games based on movies are hot garbage, produced only to milk more money out of whatever's hot at the box office. Almost. Transformers Dark of the Moon Stealth Force Edition was so bad, in fact, that it could have taken up 2 spots on this list. We're nothing if not magnanimous though, and we thought we'd spare both you and ourselves the pain of talking about it twice. The Wii version got a dismal 34 out of 100 if you're wondering. Unlike most movie tie-ins, Dark of the Moon Stealth Force Edition is set before the events of the movie, and so it's up to the Autobots to neutralize the Decepticon assassin, Shockwave. Dark of the Moon had all of the symptoms of a bad video game. Its graphics were poor, and though you could argue that this was due to the limitations of the 3DS, you've only got to look at other 3DS titles to know that argument doesn't hold up. Additionally, critics were unimpressed by the dull and repetitive missions, which were made worse by some horribly wonky controls. Really, the only positive thing to say about it is that, thankfully, it wasn't very long. Number 3. Duke Nukem Critical Mass, DS, 29%. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably as surprised as you are that the pile of steaming rubbish that was Duke Nukem Forever didn't make it onto this list, but it turns out that it actually ended up with middling review scores. You hear that, other games on this list? You are literally worse than Duke Nukem Forever. There's no point in crying, you've brought this upon yourselves. Oh. God, Star Raiders has peed its pants. The plot of Duke Nukem Critical Mass follows the titular beefcake as he attempts to locate the missing members of the Earth Defense Force's special team, who have gone missing whilst monitoring the future via a time machine. Sadly, even the Duke couldn't save this game from being a shoddy mess. Players found that the game controlled horribly, the graphics looked hideous, and it lacked anything that was even approaching a challenge. The gameplay was mostly run and gun, with a sprinkle of FPS and top-down for good measure, but it was all just a bit generic, resulting in a title that was not only a bit wonky in the technical department, but also wasn't very fun to play. Duke Nukem Critical Mass? More like Duke Nukem Critical Mess, tee-hee got 'em. Number 2. Postal 3, PC, 24%. There are some out there who would argue that there was never any need for one Postal, let alone an entire series. Regardless of where you sit on the subject matter though, it's impossible to deny that the quality of the Postal games has gotten worse as time has gone on. Developed by Trash Masters and running with scissors and published by Keller, Postal 3 follows on directly from Postal 2, telling the story of the Postal Dude as he kills his way through the residents of a town called Catharsis. Unlike its predecessors, however, Postal 3 attempted to be more linear and story-based, a move which didn't really work out. Critics panned the change in direction and complained that the developers didn't seem to have the writing chops necessary for a game that was story-driven. Postal 3 was also plagued with numerous technical problems, so players were often faced with crashes and graphical glitches. Running with Scissors, who developed the first 2 games by themselves, have gone on record to call Postal 3 a dodgy Postal spin-off that should never have happened, and are currently working on Postal 4, which they describe as a true sequel to Postal 2. If at first you don't succeed, try again, I suppose. Number 1. Flatout 3, Chaos and Destruction, PC, 23%. We're not really sure where things went wrong for Flatout 3, as its predecessors were actually quite good. Both Flatout and Flatout 2 achieved review scores in the low to mid 70s, and the latter was even crowned the best racing game of 2006 by both IGN and XPlay. We can only assume that it was the change of developer and publisher that doomed the Flatout series, as with Bugbear Interactive and Empire Interactive at the helm, things were going fine. As soon as Team 6 Game Studios and Strategy First took over though, everything went to plops. Like those that came before it, Flatout 3 Chaos and Destruction is a game of the racing variety, but it is, unfortunately, one of the worst ever made. Reviewers criticised absolutely everything that the title had to offer. The controls were sloppy, the AI was abysmal, and overall the game was just no fun to play, so it couldn't even be enjoyed in an ironic sort of way. To cap it all off, Flat Out 3 didn't even look nice. The environments never ventured out of various shades of dirt red, and it seemed like someone had smeared a load of Vaseline on the camera owing to how blurry everything looked. Considering that the likes of Forza Motorsport 4 looked like this, the visuals in Flat Out 3 really are unforgivable. So, well done Flat Out 3, enjoy your moment of infamy. You've got about 30 seconds before James takes you out back and shoots you.
You know what's funny? When it was prophesied the world would end in 2012, very few people took that threat seriously. Based on the quality of some of the video games released in that year though, it seems like there was indeed some catastrophic and hugely destructive natural disasters that changed the world as we know it. It may not have wiped out humanity, but it certainly decimated the good taste of those working in the games industry. Sure, there were some half-decent games released in 2012, Persona 4 Golden, Borderlands 2 and Mass Effect 3 to name but a few, but by golly was there some plops as well. For today's worst games of list, we're casting our minds back to the year 2012 in order to look at the games that made us wish the Mayans had been correct. As ever, a game must have received a minimum of 7 reviews in order to qualify. And where scores differ between game rankings and Metacritic, we've gone with the lower. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2012. Number 10, Smash and Survive, PS3, 31%. Over the years, there have been a plethora of games that have combined vehicles and combat, and though some have been quite entertaining, others have been a downright flop. One such failure is Smash and Survive, a game that's basically Top Gear meets Robot Wars, if neither of those shows were any good. Players step into the shoes of a street racer who joins the Necromancers, a gang locked in a vicious turf war with a rival clan, the Hooligans. The first problem was the game's length, as the campaign only took players around 3 hours to complete. Admittedly, no one wanted to play Smash and Survive for long anyway, but that's besides the point. There was some variety in the game mode, so players did get to do more than just ramming their cars into other cars, but just because you've got something besides King of the Hill, it doesn't make you king of the video games. Additionally, neither the driving nor the combat controlled well, so players spent most of their time circling their opponents whilst trying desperately to land a hit. The game did look alright, but nice visuals weren't enough to mask its horrible personality. Smash and Survive, more like crash and burn. High five! Number 9, ESPN Sports Connection, Wii U, 29.29%. Oh yeah, here we go. It's sports time. Get it? Because ESPN Sports Connection is a Wii U game. It's fine, it's a bit of a thinker. The game consisted of 6 sports mini-games, namely football, American football, golf, tennis, baseball and karting. And if you're thinking that sounds an awful lot like a 2006 title that rhymes with Shmee Schmorts, then you'd be correct. The main thing that hampered the success of ESPN Sports Connection was the fact that everything it tried to do had been done better elsewhere. First of all, let's talk about the controls. Like many titles on the Wii U, ESPN Sports Connection suffered at the hands of its motion controls. Unfortunately, games like Wii Sports had previously proven that motion controls could work well, so the clunkiness of ESPN Sports Connection was all the more apparent. It also did nothing to set itself apart from its competitors and failed to include some basic functions like a progression system and character customization. Beyond this, the game suffered from numerous technical problems, long load times and frame rate drops, leaving players with a frustrating experience from beginning to end. We can only assume that ESPN stands for Extra Stupid Pointless Nonsense. Number 8, Hoodwink, PC, 29%. Perhaps the worst thing about Hoodwink is that it's an interesting concept utilised on an absolutely pants game. A dystopian world in which people live under the oppression of a psychotic pharmaceutical company sounds like it could be exciting to explore, and yet Hoodwink took this setting and somehow managed to turn it into a dull game. It's really quite an impressive feat when you think about it. Hoodwink was a title of a point-and-click persuasion, though if you think that means it doesn't have any kind of control problems, you'd be sadly mistaken. Moving the protagonist was an uphill battle, and players found that they had to click around the screen at random to get him to do what they wanted him to. We can forgive clunky controls if the puzzles are good, but sadly, The vast majority of Hoodwink's brain teasers boil down to finding an item and then placing it in the very obvious item goes here spot. To add further insult to injury, Hoodwink was embarrassingly short, taking most players just an hour to complete. That wouldn't have been a problem had it been a reasonably priced hour of solid fun, but most players found that they have more fun spending 60 minutes watching paint dry. Number 7, Orion Dino Beatdown, PC, 28.33%. It's not uncommon for a game to be known by different names, and often a game's title will change to aid with localization. Orion Dino Beatdown, however, changed its name so many times we're starting to think it might be in witness protection. The game was originally a mod for Half-Life 2 known as Orion Source, but in 2010, developer David Prassel announced his intent to release it as a full game to be called Orion Prelude. When it eventually launched in 2012, it was called Orion Dino Beatdown, but subsequent updates saw that change to Orion Dino Horde and later revert back to Orion Prelude. Everyone with me so far? No? I'm not surprised. Shooting waves of dinosaurs with your friends certainly sounds fun, but sadly, Orion Dino Beatdown just didn't do its premise justice. The game was filled to the brim with bugs, and not the sort you probably expect to find in prehistoric times. It suffered from horrendous lag and frame rate issues, and the whole thing was horribly unbalanced. Both the Horde and Prelude updates did take some steps to rectifying the game's problems, but ultimately the only real way to improve Orion Dino Beatdown would have been launching a large meteor at it. Number 6, Thundercats, DS, 28%. If you grew up in the 1980s, you probably have quite fond memories of Thundercats. For those who aren't familiar, Thundercats was an animated series that focused on the heroic exploits of a group of humanoid cats. It was revived on Cartoon Network in 2011 and was pretty well received by both newcomers and fans of the original. Sadly, the same cannot be said for Thundercats for the DS. The game was a simple platformer with beat-em-up combat, and when we say simple, oh boy do we mean it. Most of the game consisted of similar looking stages and almost identical enemies, but although hardly any of the enemies took any skill to defeat, the fights took absolutely ages. As if that weren't annoying enough, the controls, what few there were unresponsive, so there was usually some delay between telling protagonist Lion-O to swing his sword and him actually doing it. Visually, Thundercats wasn't the worst, though the animations were a little janky looking and weren't a patch on the TV show. Plus, the audio was some of the most irritating we've ever heard. We're not sure who gave the green light to unleash this abomination on the world, but they definitely deserve a swift whack upon the nose with a newspaper. Number 5, Frey, PC, 27%. We've seen an awful lot of glitchy and buggy games over the years, but few have been as bad as the absolute shambles that was Frey. Set in the year 2098, Frey sees players aligning themselves with one of 3 corporations, each of which has their own special abilities, and then fighting for prestige. The gameplay was strategy based, so players put together a squad, ensured they were well equipped, and then unleashed them upon their rivals. There were 3 different classes of troops, and the idea was to balance your squad so they didn't get mashed by your opponents. The whole premise sounds great in theory, but Frey suffered from so many technical issues that it was basically unplayable. Just getting the game to load was an ordeal, as it would often crash before they even made it to the main menu. If they did manage to boot the game successfully, players found that matchmaking was almost impossible, as Frey was so broken that no one bothered playing it, and even if you could find someone else to play with, the game would usually fall over anyway. If a little more care had been taken before releasing Frey, it could have been a half-decent game. Instead, it just ended up being an utterly forgettable mess. Number 4, Amy, Xbox 360, 25%. The survival horror genre is full to the brim with Resident Evil and Silent Hill clones, so it's somewhat refreshing to come across a game like Amy that has its own unique mechanics. Said mechanics don't work very well, and the game as a whole is completely plops, but, you know, at least they tried. The game follows the titular Amy as she's escorted out of a zombie-infested city by player character Lana. What makes Amy special is that she is immune to the infection and is able to heal Lana should she be exposed to it. If Lana strays too far from Amy, she'll succumb to the plague. However, being infected allows her to pass by some enemies undetected, so it's a bit of a damned if you do and damned if you don't kind of scenario. As interesting as the premise and core gameplay mechanic were, Amy suffered from all of the symptoms of a bad game. The controls were clunky, the game was riddled with bugs, and Lana's inability to move more than a few feet from Amy without getting the lurgy added an unwanted time sensitivity to proceedings. I suppose, in the game's defense, playing Amy was better than actually getting the plague, even if it was only by a narrow margin. Number 3, Game Party Champions, Wii U, 24%. Oi, I warned you the last time that your kind isn't welcome in here, and I see you haven't changed one bit. Go on, get out! James, fetch me the broom! Indeed, the Game Party series may well have upgraded to a shiny blue Wii U box in 2012, but its contents remained much the same as its shoddy predecessor. Game Party Champions was a launch title for the Wii U, though I think it's fair to say that it didn't do much to endear players to the console. Like the game parties that came before, Game Party Champions consisted of a bunch of mini-games that were little to no fun to play. They included the likes of ping pong, mini golf and air hockey, and were insultingly easy, completely broken, or both. Somewhat strangely, Game Party Champions came with a story mode, which was your standard sort of fare. You play your way through several minigames in different areas, each of which has its own boss, all to help you get over the death of your father. Oh boy, that got dark really fast. On the plus side, it seems that the developers finally got the message regarding how much the world hated Game Party, as we haven't been subjected to another one since. Number 2, Infestation Survivor Stories, PC, 18.89%. By 2012, the zombie market had become a bit oversaturated. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, not if you're into such things at least, but what it did mean was that any new kids on the block had to prove themselves worthy, and thanks to the likes of the Left 4 Dead and Resident Evil series, the bar was incredibly high. Infestation Survivor Stories, or The War Z if you want to get pre-trademark issues about this, stumbled up to the bar, tripped over, and face-planted the floor. On paper, Infestation Survivor Stories sounded promising. Players were plopped into a sandbox world and given the freedom to survive the zombie apocalypse in whatever way they saw fit. Part of the problem was the PvP, as although the idea was to team up with others, many players just went around shooting others and nicking all of their stuff. What was worse was that after being killed, you had to wait a whole hour before the game let you spawn back in, which is, quite frankly, ridiculous. Throw into the mix the fact that Infestation Survivor Stories was riddled with bugs, falsely advertised features that didn't exist, and topped it all off with microtransactions, and you've got one apocalyptic disaster of a game. And number 1, Family Party, 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade, Wii U, 11%. I'd like you all to stop what you're doing, because this entry is nothing short of monumental. It is a privilege, nay, an honour, to present you a game that isn't just the worst game of 2012. It isn't even the worst game released for the Wii U. Family Party, 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade, is in fact, according to our good friends at Metacritic, the absolute worst game of all time. Thankfully, Family Party 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade, which isn't in any way an overly wordy, ridiculous title, was only ever released on the Wii U, and since very few people actually owned a Wii U, hardly anyone ended up subjecting themselves to it. Like many other titles that claimed to be party-friendly, Family Party 69 Terrible Titles 420 Blaze It was a collection of minigames that were each about as fun as a visit to your proctologist. It would have been bad enough had it simply been uninspired, but the controls were horrible, as were so many that employed the Wiimote. The graphics were naff, and the sound design made players want to inject cork into their ear canals. So, congratulations Family Party 30 Great Games Obstacle Arcade. May you forever serve as a reminder of what rock bottom truly looks like.
2013, another year, another bunch of tosh titles that are just asking to be torn to shreds by the very best gaming channel on the internet. Hit subscribe now, and the like button, please, thank you. There is good news though, because in our last worst games of list, we covered the most terrible game that's ever been made, so at least you're safe in the knowledge that things will never be quite as bad as that. They do come pretty darned close though. If you've previously seen one of these lists, then you'll know all about the rules, but if you're new here, then let me lay things out for you. We are here today to chronicle the very worst video games that the year 2013 had to offer according to aggregator sites GameRankings and Metacritic. A game must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews in order to qualify for a spot, and where its score differs between the two sites, we've taken the lowest. Okay? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2013. Number 10. Farming Simulator, Xbox 360. 33%. Do you remember Farmville? Do you remember when all of your relatives were playing Farmville and the rage you'd feel because they wouldn't stop spamming you with requests to send them fertilizer? Well, imagine if someone took those feelings of agriculture-based anger and turned them into a shoddy video game. Voila! You have Farming Simulator for the Xbox 360. I can do that better. Voilar! There we go. Like a farmer. No? Okay. Part of the problem with Farming Simulator was that it did exactly what it said on the tin. Yes, it simulated what it's like to work on a farm, but the issue there is that working on a farm is, for the most part, quite dull. Players were tasked with sowing seeds, harvesting crops, and then selling them for cash money. They were then able to buy more fields and better equipment so that they could sow more seeds, harvest more crops, and then sell them to make even more money. There was no real point to any of it beyond just raking in piles of cash. Farming Simulator wasn't even good on a technical level. The graphics were bland, the physics were wonky, and the draw distance was painfully short, resulting in a game that was about as much fun as an afternoon spent mucking out a pig pen. Number 9. Takedown Red Saber, PC. 32.7%. According to the developers of Takedown Red Saber, the game was meant to be a spiritual successor to the Rainbow Six and SWAT series, but it wasn't exactly an homage to those titles and was more what you'd get if you ordered Tom Clancy off of Wish. The first-person tactical shooter was supposed to give players a realistic experience of being in a combat situation, and to its credit, it had some interesting ideas. Players couldn't take the gun-blazing approach as, like real-life human beings, their characters were naught but squishy meat sacks, so if they died, it was back to the start of the level. In a world where the likes of the Call of Duty series are all about big set pieces, it could have been a refreshing take on the genre. Sadly, despite all of its promises, Takedown Red Saber was an ugly, buggy mess. The AI on both sides was completely broken, the level design was dull, and the menus didn't work half of the time, leaving players unsure as to whether their loadouts had been saved successfully. A little love and care could have made Takedown Red Saber something special, but its lack thereof has left it relegated to the bad game history books. Number 8. The Walking Dead Survival Instinct, Xbox 360. 32%. Regardless of how you feel about The Walking Dead, it's hard to deny the cultural impact that the comics and TV show have had on the world. As with all things that are wildly popular, the series has spawned a number of video games, with some, like Telltale's 2012 effort, releasing to tumultuous applause from critics. Then there was The Walking Dead Survival Instinct, which can be described at best as a shameless cash grab and probably more accurately as a disgrace to the franchise. On paper, things sounded promising. The Walking Dead Survival Instinct serves as a prequel to the show and sees Daryl and Merle Dixon, voiced by Norman Reedus and Michael Rooker respectively, trying to make their way to Atlanta at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. Alas, the game failed to live up to its premise and it received an absolute battering from critics. In particular, they were unimpressed by the game's lackluster graphics, nonsensical story and broken gameplay, with many calling Survival Instinct a waste of a good license. If you were itching to play a game where Daryl Dixon was the protagonist, it was basically your only option, but for everyone else, the game was dead on arrival. Number 7. Power Rangers Megaforce, 3DS. 30%. If you were a child in the 90s, you probably remember Power Rangers quite fondly. Whatever you do though, do not seek out Power Rangers Megaforce for the 3DS, as it is sure to irreparably taint those feelings of nostalgia. A beat-em-up based on the Power Rangers franchise could have been a slam dunk if the developers had put a little more thought into it. Allow players to choose a Power Ranger, each with their own special abilities, and then let the butt-kicking commence. Simple really, isn't it? Unfortunately, what fans got was a title that brought shame upon the good name of the Power Rangers. Players admittedly could pick which Ranger they wished to play as, however this quickly became irrelevant as the game would switch the characters out seemingly at random and without the player's input. Power Rangers Megaforce also came with a power card mechanic which was supposed to activate a special attack, which admittedly it did, but it also triggered an unskippable cutscene that stopped the action dead in its tracks. Even if you could get past the terrible, repetitive gameplay, that didn't really matter as the title would crash almost constantly. I suppose that at least served as an excellent reason to stop trying to play the thing. Number 6. X Rebirth, PC. 29.8%. If you're not into space trading and combat simulation, then you might be unfamiliar with the X series. The first title, X Beyond the Frontier, was released in 1999 to a half-decent reception, and since then developer Egosoft has turned out a new X game every few years to a fair critical response. That is, of course, until they released X Rebirth in 2013, a game which sullied the series' reputation. The first major issue with X Rebirth was that it was filled to the brim with technical issues. We appreciate that some games require more powerful machines in order to run them, but even players on the highest spec PCs reported numerous performance issues whilst trying to run the game. Bugs can be patched out though, so technical issues at launch don't necessarily mean a game is a complete write-off. Unfortunately for X Rebirth though, its problems were far worse than the odd glitch here and there. Players bemoaned everything from the clunky interface, which was designed somewhat weirdly to cater to those playing with a gamepad rather than a keyboard and mouse, to the slow-paced missions that made the title feel bloated. To summarize, X Rebirth was a complete waste of space, pun very much intended. Number 5. R.I.P.D. The Game, PC. 26%. We've got a rare treat for you now, boys and girls, as we take a look at a video game tie-in that was better than the movies it was tied into. Admittedly, it wasn't much better, but still, we're all about the positives here at Team TripleJump, so we'll take this one as a win. If you're unfamiliar with R.I.P.D. the movie, it stars Ryan Reynolds and Jeff Bridges as a pair of afterlife cops charged with capturing souls who refuse to move on. R.I.P.D. the game is loosely based on this concept, but rather than telling the story of the movie, it's a multiplayer shooter. Frustratingly, R.I.P.D. was the most basic of basic shooters. Honestly, if it were a person, it would wear Ugg boots and constantly slurp pumpkin spice lattes. That's right, we're coming for you, pumpkin spice fans, take that! And it failed to capture what little charm the film did have. Additionally, R.I.P.D. was held back by a shoddy matchmaking system, which, if you're a multiplayer title, really is the one thing you should be good at. Throw into the mix the fact that it offered little explanation in regards to how to play, plus the fact that the actual matches were no fun, and you've got a game that's far from arresting. Number 4. Fighter Within, Xbox One, 23%. There are some out there that say that Sony are the kings of the exclusive, and when we look at some of Microsoft's offerings, such as Fighter Within, we feel that those people are maybe onto something. This isn't the first time that Ubisoft's Kinect-controlled fighting series has made an appearance on one of these lists, as we covered its predecessor on our worst games of 2010. You will be pleased to know that things got no better for the series, as Fighter Within was not just as bad as Fighters Uncaged, but was, in fact, much worse. In fairness to Fighter Within, much of what was bad about it was down to the fact that it used the Kinect as its controller. By 2013, however, it was already well established that the Kinect was about as useful for controlling video games as a pair of nail scissors is for cutting your lawn. It goes without saying that Fighter Within controlled horribly and was barely able to detect players' movements as they tried to punch their way through the game. The story didn't fare any better either, with many outlets writing it off as a lazy excuse to fight a string of AI opponents. In short, Fighter Within was about as much fun as getting punched in the crotch, if not less so. Number 3. Fast and Furious Showdown, Xbox 360, 22%. We've already used the term shameless cash grab once in this list, but we're not afraid to use it again, particularly when the cash grab is as without shame as Fast and Furious Showdown. The Fast and Furious series of movies has made its name by giving its audience insane stunts and heaps of action. You'd think then that a video game adaptation would, at the very least, attempt to capture the essence of the films. You would be wrong though. Fast and Furious Showdown manages to suck all of the fun out of the series by forcing players into a number of lackluster missions, each of which is set within a bland environment. Yes, players got to drive cars like what happens in the movies, but it's approximately as thrilling as being stuck on the M25 at rush hour. In fact, about the only good thing that anyone could find to say about Fast and Furious Showdown was that it was incredibly short. Usually we'd be mad at a full-priced game that only lasts a few hours, but on this occasion we're willing to let it slide as long as it makes the pain stop. Fast and Furious? More like, get me a refund fast because I'm furious about the quality of this game, got 'em. Number 2. Double Dragon 2 Wonder of the Dragons, Xbox 360, 15.83%. We come now to a game that was described by one outlet as the worst game ever, and though that might not necessarily be 100% accurate, we can all agree that Double Dragon 2 Wonder of the Dragons is indeed worse than most. The Double Dragon series has been around since the 80s, and over the years the franchise has spawned a number of decent titles. Double Dragon 2 Wonder of the Dragons is not one of them though. The game is loosely based on 1998's Double Dragon 2 The Revenge, and we say loosely because to call it a remake would be an insult to the original. Let's start with the game's design. design, shall we? We've seen a lot of ugly games in our time, but few are quite as awful as Wonder of the Dragons. The characters look hideously generic, the environments were offensively bland, and the animation had a frame rate of approximately 4 FPS. As though that weren't bad enough, the game controlled horribly. The sound was grating, and thanks to the stamina bar mechanic, it was difficult to the point of being ridiculous. Still, at least it had multiplayer, so, you could inflict the pain onto those who had wronged you somehow. They'd have to have done something pretty heinous, though. Number 1. Ride to Hell Retribution. Xbox 360. 15%. I know, we're just as shocked as you are that a masterpiece like Ride to Hell Retribution went over so badly with critics. Oh, who am I kidding? It is, by all accounts, one of the worst games ever made and is often considered to be to video games what The Room is to filmmaking. It would be far easier to list the things that Ride to Hell Retribution got right rather than the things it got wrong, but if we were to do that, this would be a very short entry indeed. Naturally, it carried all of the signifiers of the usual candidates for these lists: bad graphics, wonky voice acting, and broken gameplay, plus a whole load of other problems to boot. The story was nonsensical, the game relied too heavily on QuickTime events, and the characters' weird, fully clothed adult scenes have gone down in infamy. Even the absolute worst games that we cover here at Team TripleJump have at least one redeeming quality, but Ride to Hell Retribution has absolutely nothing going for it. In fact, just about the only halfway nice thing any critic could find to say about the game was that it was absolutely hilarious, though it never intended on being that, obviously. If you can get your hands on a copy, it'll be worth the bargain bin price just for the laughs you'll have at its expense.
2014. What a time to be a gamer. It was the year that Grand Theft Auto 5 was launched for 8th generation consoles, the year The Last of Us got remastered, and the year that many friendships were ended by blue shells once again, thanks to Mario and his karting buddies. Sadly, although there were a lot of great titles released in 2014, there were also a number of stinkers. And so we're back again to remind you of all the awful titles the games industry was kind enough to bestow upon us. By now you should be quite familiar with the rules of this series, but for those of you who aren't, here they are. A game can officially place amongst the 10 worst of 2014 if it was released in at least one territory during that year and received a bare minimum of 7 professional reviews. Those who show up with fewer are forced to live out their days in the underground bunker where we make James work. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2014. Number 10. Enemy Front, Xbox 360, 35%. Sometimes it feels like you can't move for first-person shooters. Sadly though, for every Call of Duty and Battlefield, there are dozens of pale imitations, one of which just happens to be the first entry on our list. Enemy Front tells the story of Robert Hawkins, an American war correspondent, as he recollects his experience of aiding the resistance in Nazi-occupied Europe. If that sounds horrendously cliched to you, that's because it was. The game attempted to keep things fresh by skipping between flashbacks and the present day, but even that couldn't save the plot from feeling derivative. Enemy Front received a middling score of 52% for its PC release, but garnered a thoroughly miserable 35% for its Xbox 360 effort. Most complaints fell into one of two categories. The game was bland, and it was janky as heck. Plagued by bugs and shoddy AI, critics had no choice but to give the game terrible review scores. All in all, Enemy Front was a mishmash of mediocre ideas built upon shoddy technical foundations, and ended up being about as fun as getting trench foot. Which is actually a World War I thing, but whatever, I've said it now, it's too late. Number 9. 4 PM, PC, 35.57%. Up next, we have a game that was almost excluded from this list by our writer thanks to an Excel formatting error. There's no such game as 1600, thank you Microsoft Office, but there is a game called 4 PM, though most who've played it wish that there wasn't. 4 PM follows protagonist Caroline as she awakens after a drunken evening at a nightclub to a voicemail from her boss demanding to know where she is. Once she arrives at work, she's reprimanded, retires to her cubicle to drink some more, and sneaks out of the office when 2 bottles of liquor aren't enough. The story, if you can call it that, was laughable. Clearly there was an attempt to make some sort of point, but most critics were confused as to what that point was. Was 4 PM a commentary on the dangers of alcohol? A warning against drink driving? Heck if I know. If the awful plot wasn't enough to put players off though, then the nauseating graphics, horrible voice acting, and downright offensive portrayals of alcoholism and suicide sure would have been. 4 PM may have only taken around 20 minutes to complete, but that's 20 minutes that could have been spent doing something more enjoyable, like pulling out one of your own wisdom teeth without an aesthetic. Next. Number 8. Escape Dead Island, Xbox 360, 32%. It's probably not unfair to say that Dead Island and its standalone expansion, Dead Island Riptide, aren't the best games in the world. But if you like zombies and feel like inflicting a bit of violence upon them, then they are, at the very least, passable. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of Escape Dead Island. Players take on the role of Cliff, a thoroughly unlikable journalist who travels to Benoit in order to document the unexplained events that have been rumoured to have taken place. Unlike its predecessors, Escape Dead Island lacked any sort of RPG elements, and instead went for a more survival horror style approach, though most players agreed that the only thing scary about the game was just how bad it was. Critics were on the whole unimpressed by Escape Dead Island, with several levelling complaints at its visuals, gameplay, and the overall lack of variety when it came to the missions and enemies. There were some that praised the story, though it was noted that it would have been better as a graphic novel rather than a video game. Luckily, there was a very simple way to escape from Escape Dead Island, and that was by turning off your console. Number 7. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, Wii U, 32%. The Sonic the Hedgehog series has, over the years, had its ups and downs, but few of the low points over the course of the Blue Spiky Lad's 3-decade career have been quite as embarrassing as Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. The game follows Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy as they try to prevent the villainous Lyric from obtaining the Chaos Crystals and using them to power an army of war robots. Upon its release, Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was panned by critics. It bore all of the classic symptoms of a bad game, including unwieldy and unresponsive controls, a broken camera system, poor quality graphics, and tedious combat mechanics. It was also repetitive, the level design was uninspiring, and the dialogue was badly written and unfunny. As though all of that weren't enough, Sonic Boom was also buggy as heck, with one glitch in particular allowing players to bypass most of the game by pausing it in the midst of Knuckles' jump so he could soar to infinite heights. Thinking about it though, those players might have been the lucky ones. At least they didn't have to sit through the entire thing, am I right? Sonic Boom, more like Sonic Boo, with no M on the end, because rubbish. Got him. Number 6. Magus, PS3, 32%. We cover a lot of games on this channel that can be described as bad, but it's not very often we're afforded the opportunity to look at a game that's so bad that it ends up being good. Now to be clear, Magus was not a good game, but it was entertaining as heck. Set in the Waterfall Kingdom, the game revolves around the titular Magus. I'm assuming I'm saying that right. I mean, if I'm not, it's more that the game is saying it wrong and everyone else says it properly. And it tells the story of his escape from imprisonment and subsequent efforts to uncover his true identity and abilities. The game was laughably bad and received criticism for basically everything it tried to do. Its graphics were outdated, with some outlets even going as far to say that some PS2 titles looked nicer. The combat was repetitive, and it had an obscene number of bugs. Perhaps the one thing that Magus did have going for it though was it was absolutely hilarious, though not intentionally. The writing, dialogue, and voice acting were so poor that players couldn't help but laugh. And if it hadn't been for the $25 price point, it probably would have been worth picking up a copy for that reason alone. Sadly, Magus was a North American PS3 exclusive, so it's unlikely that we here at TripleJump will get to play it in the future. Now that's the worst thing about this game. Number 5. Recoil, PC, 30.56%. You know what I hate? When companies replace letters in words in an attempt to make their product sound more cool and edgy. Case in point, Recoil. Why does it need the K? What was wrong with spelling it correctly? Alas, shoddy nomenclature was the least of Recoil's problems. The game was an online-only shooter in a similar sort of vein to Counter-Strike, in that players were plopped down into an arena and were tasked with shooting one another. But that's where the similarity to Counter-Strike and other such successful games ends, though, since Recoil was fundamentally broken. Getting into a match wasn't much of a problem, and aside from some painfully long load times, most players found entering a game to be a breeze. It's everything that came after that was a complete mess. One of the main problems was the spawning, as Recoil would often place players into the midst of a gunfight, plonk a whole bunch of them in the same spot, aka the spawn camper's dream, or put them right next to another player who would obviously proceed to shoot them immediately. Aside from this, Recoil was buggy, glitchy, laggy, and just about everything else you wouldn't want a game to be. It's fair to say that the only recoiling players were doing was in horror at the quality of the game. Well done, writer. I like that one. Number 4, Air Conflicts, Vietnam Ultimate Edition, PS4, 30%. There's an old saying relating to something about trying to run before you can walk, but it's clearly not one the developers of Air Conflicts Vietnam Ultimate Edition were familiar with, as they've clearly tried to fly before they could even so much as crawl. The game, which was an enhanced version of the equally plops Air Conflicts Vietnam, placed players into the midst of the Vietnam War and tasked them with participating in various air-based battles. Sounds quite exciting, right? Wrong. Firstly, the visual presentation of the game was sorely lacking. We appreciate the whole thing was set in the 60s, but someone probably should have advised the devs there was no need to use 50-year-old graphics. If players could get past the visuals and the abysmal frame rate, they'd have found a game that was downright boring. The missions were incredibly repetitive, consisting of little more than go to point A, unleash bombs, rinse and repeat. The AI was horrible, and the sound effects were awful. In the devs' defense, though, they did say that they were aiming to create a game that wouldn't require a large time investment. So in that respect, Air Conflicts Vietnam Ultimate Edition was a success, since no one wanted to put any time into it whatsoever. Number 3, Basement Crawl, PS4, 27%. In recent years, developer Bloober Team have been responsible for a number of successful horror games, including the likes of Layers of Fear, Observer, and The Medium. As is often the case though, not all of their works have been hits, as perfectly demonstrated by their 2014 effort, Basement Crawl. The team set out to make a game that was somewhat similar to Bomberman, though by all accounts, Basement Crawl ended up ripping it off rather than paying homage. The game was maze-based and required you to set up traps in order to harm other players, though some might say that enforcing Basement Crawl upon your friends, you'd already harmed them enough. The game was a critical flop, with most outlets agreeing that it was nothing more than a buggy Bomberman clone. There was some praise given to the gameplay, which worked fine when offline, but there was just no reason to pick up a copy of the game when the same thing had been done, and done far better, elsewhere. It was so bad, in fact, that in 2017, GamesRadar ranked it as one of their 50 worst games of all time, where it placed higher, i.e. they thought it was worse, than Hooters Road Trip, Lula 3D, and even Hotel Mario. Oh, now that's gotta sting. Number 2, Tenkai Knights Brave Battle, 3DS, 26%. It wouldn't be a worst games of year list without at least one appearance from a shoddy Nintendo handheld title, now would it? As it turns out, Tenkai Knights Brave Battle was not only the second worst game of 2014, but it was also, according to Metacritic at least, the worst 3DS title ever. Unlike many games that appear on these lists, from a technical standpoint, Tenkai Knights Brave Battle was actually just fine. The controls, though a little clunky, did more or less what they were supposed to do, the graphics were okay, and the game ran without bugs and glitches. So how did Tenkai Nights end up with such an abysmal review score if it worked okay? Well, I'm glad you asked, Simon Miller. In short, the whole thing was lazy, serving only as a way to milk money out of a burgeoning anime. Pretty much all of the levels were just slight variations of the first, meaning things got tedious for players very quickly, the difficulty ramped up too quickly, and the story was completely lacking in anything even approaching originality. Tenkai Nights Brave Battle was bland, derivative, and soulless. Small children might have enjoyed it for a short time, but there was absolutely nothing that appealed to anyone else. And number 1, Rambo the video game. PS3, 23%. Here's a fun fact for you. If it weren't for our incredibly stringent worst games commandments, we'd have been forced to cover Rambo the video game in 3 separate entries. Luckily for you, we're not that cruel. So although the PS3, Xbox 360 and PC versions of the game were all abominable, you'll only be forced to hear about how bad the Sony outing was. The rail shooter follows the events of the first 3 films in the Rambo series, with players assuming the role of the eponymous action hero as he makes his way through a number of scenes from the movies. To say critics were unkind to Rambo the video game is something of an understatement. The title was lambasted by everyone who had the misfortune to play it. Among the complaints were Rambo's outdated graphics, generic gameplay, overuse of QuickTime events, and copious quantities of bugs and glitches. On the plus side though, the main story did only take about 3 hours to complete, so whilst the game was a waste of time, at least it wasn't a waste of much time. So well done to you, Rambo the video game, for being the very worst game of 2014. You've won an all-expenses paid trip to the bunker where we make James work. And let me tell you, it's horrible down there.
It's that time once again, boys and girls, where we look back on yesteryear and share with you the most egregious titles from one particular 12-month period. This time, it's 2015's turn in the hot seat, and oh boy, are there some absolute stinkers. Although the likes of Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt and Bloodborne all released to tumultuous applause from critics, there were a plethora of titles that weren't quite so lucky. Don't get us wrong, 2015 wasn't a bad time to be a gamer, but the year did have its fair share of utter tosh. We don't just include any old crap in our worst games of lists though. In fact, we have some very strict criteria that a game must meet in order to earn itself a spot. As always, a title must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews in order to qualify, and must have been released in at least one territory in 2015. Finally, where average review scores differ between game rankings and Metacritic, we've gone with the lowest. With all that said, I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2015. Number 10, Funk of Titans, Xbox One, 41.24%. Here at Team TripleJump, it pains us greatly when a game wastes a half-decent premise, and Funk of Titans is a title that did exactly that. The game follows Perseus, son of Zeus, as he embarks on a quest to destroy pop, rap and rock music. Why, you might ask? Well, because his papa is a massive fan of funk and wants rid of everything else. As those of you who are into Greek mythology will know, what Zeus wants, Zeus gets. The side-scrolling platformer could have been a lot of fun if a little thought had gone into it. Sadly, it seems the devs didn't bother. Critics praised Funk of Titans' art style, but had very few nice things to say about anything else. The 3 different musical worlds lacked theming, so rather than placing players into environments befitting their respective genres, the game went, somewhat confusingly, with ancient Greece, a frozen wasteland, and a rocky underworld. Players also found the soundtrack to be bland, which was a big no-no in a game where music is the focus. And to top it all off, the gameplay was unchallenging and uninspired. In short, this was one game that could funk right off. Number 9, Cronus Arc, 3DS, 40%. Anyone who's a fan of RPGs will probably tell you that one of the most important elements is a good story. If your game doesn't have a decent tale to tell, it can have the nicest graphics and the best gameplay mechanics around, but people still won't want to play it. Clearly, the developers behind Cronus Arc didn't get this memo. On paper, Cronus Arc's story seemed like it should have worked. players control Loka, a sorcerer knight who must embark on a quest to retrieve the stolen Cronus fragment. Without the artifact, the ritual time rewinding cannot take place, and the world cannot be reset to how it was 10 years ago. Sounds great, in theory, but Cronus Arc was completely boring. Most critics agreed that, from a narrative perspective at least, the game didn't bring anything new to the table, and what it did attempt had been done better elsewhere. Technically speaking, it worked just fine, though some did comment that it suffered from a severe lack of difficulty. But as we all know, solid mechanics alone do not a good game make. Had Cronus Arc tried to push the envelope a little bit, players might have had a decent time with it, but a derivative plot ensured that the game was utterly forgettable. Number 8, Project Root, Xbox One, 38%. Sometimes our writers find it difficult to find the words to describe a game's premise. Fortunately, in the case of Project Root, its Metacritic description sums it up nicely. Ending Demetrio Watts is in the hands of a group of unknowns, depends on Arcturus, the classic chew-em-up scenario. The fact that whoever wrote Project Root's summary didn't even take the time to ensure it was spelt correctly tells you everything you need to know about the quality. Though I don't know about you, I love a good shoot-em-up. Project Root was of the bullet hell persuasion and saw players guiding a small aircraft through a number of levels and shooting everything in sight. One of the main problems of Project Root was that it was so gosh darn slow. Players expected fast-paced action, and what they got was a leisurely Sunday afternoon drive thanks to a plane that meandered lazily through the game. Project Root was also frustratingly difficult, thanks to the wonky camera, inconsistent weapons, and lack of checkpoints, and was also marred by a load of technical defects, which ranged from intermittent audio to enemies that were able to pass through walls. I think we can all agree that this game should make like a root and bury itself in the garden. Number 7, Godzilla, PS4, 38%. If I told you that there was a game out there that allowed you to take on the role of an iconic movie monster and stomp around destroying buildings with reckless abandon, you'd probably be quite excited. Alas, the folks down at Natsume Atari took this fantastic idea and developed a game that was an utter farce. Released in Japan in late 2014, Godzilla didn't make its way to Western shores until July 2015, though based upon its review scores, it would seem that most agree that it should have stayed as far away from civilization as possible. The game was meant to give players all of the excitement of destroying a city and battling other epic monsties, but it ended up being about as much fun as a toothache. Godzilla was a complete failure on all fronts. The gameplay was hugely repetitive, and in order to access many of the game's unlockables, players were forced to play through the game multiple times. Its technical aspects fared no better, with critics lambasting Godzilla's clunky controls and lackluster graphics. We're not sure how they managed it, but Natsume Atari managed to take one of the most interesting monsters in all of film history and make him completely dull. Number 6, Zombia, PC, 32%. We regret to inform you, contrary to what our writer thought, Zombia is not a limited edition Resident Evil IPA, and is instead a pretty ploppers game for the PC. The premise of Zombia is thus. In the not too distant future, a pandemic has broken out which turns people into flesh-eating zombies. Fortunately, there's a simple way to stave off the infection, and that is by drinking beer. Players take on the role of Kay, a frat boy who awakens from a night of heavy drinking with a sore head and a zombie bite on his arm. The aim of the game was fairly simple: shoot zombies and drink beer. Sadly, neither of these goals were particularly fun to attain. The game's starter weapon was a large pink dildo, which told players all they needed to know about the tone, and that was about as interesting as things got from a combat perspective. Additionally, the beer chugging mechanic was more of an annoyance than anything else. Beer was easy to find, so rather than creating any tension, the need to keep drinking just meant that players had to remember to press a button every few seconds. Throw into the mix some utterly unfunny dialogue and some naff visuals, and you've got a game that's less funny than a bad hangover. Number 5, Gianna Sisters, Dream Runners, Xbox One, 32%. In 1987, the great Gianna Sisters released to a reasonable critical reception, before quickly being withdrawn from sale. The game was a pretty good platformer, but as you can see from the footage on the screen, it bore more than a passing resemblance to a certain game starring a little Italian plumber, and as such, one particular video game company was not too pleased about it. Still, it wasn't the end for the Gianna sisters, and in the years since, players have gotten a number of sequels. Unfortunately, not all of them managed to retain the charm of the original. Case in point, Gianna Sisters Dream Runners. The game was sort of a mashup of platformer and kart racer, and saw players making their way around a looping level, and trying to get far enough ahead of their opponents to knock them off the screen. This all sounds great, but the execution was totally bungled. The zoomed out camera, fast pace of the game and poorly designed levels meant that players struggled to see what was going on, making the game almost impossible to play. Critics also lambasted the visuals, as well as the game's inability to find an online multiplayer match. Was it broken, or was it just that no one was playing? We'll leave you to decide. Number 4, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, PS4, 32%. Oh Tony, how are the mighty fallen? Those of you who grew up in the 90s and early 2000s will likely remember what fantastic games the first few titles in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series were. In fact, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 was so good that it's often cited among the best games of all time. Unfortunately, the Tony Hawk's franchise went the way of many other long-running series, and when developer Robo Modo took the reins from Neversoft, the quality of the games went downhill, and not in the jam sort of way. The final nail in the coffin, at least until Vicarious Visions delivered the stellar Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, a game that was panned by everyone who had the misfortune of playing it. Not only was the game released unfinished, with a large portion of the content to be rolled out in a day one patch, but it was glitchy, the graphics would have looked bad on a PS2, let alone a PS4, and the gameplay was nothing like the previous Tony Hawk's titles. Unsurprisingly, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 was a complete flop, and less than a year after its release, Robo Modo closed its doors for good. Number 3, Raven's Cry, PC, 25.71%. We cover a lot of terrible video games here at Team TripleJump, but it isn't often that we come across one that's actually offensive. We're not just talking offensive to connoisseurs of video games either. We're talking a title whose writing was blasted by critics for being sexist, racist, and homophobic. That would have been enough to earn Raven Cry poor review scores by itself, but not content with having a terrible attitude towards women and minorities, the game was littered with a whole bunch of other problems as well. Many critics accused Raven's Cry of being released unfinished, owing to large chunks of missing content and numerous technical issues, which included myriad bugs and glitches, crashing and stuttering. It was also marred further by clunky controls and combat, outdated graphics and a plot that was derivative, uninspired and difficult for players to follow. Usually we find something to love in even the worst of games. Titles like Big Rigs Over the Road Racing and Ride to Hell Retribution are awful, but at least you can have a laugh at their expense. Raven's Cry isn't just a bad game, it's a deeply unpleasant game that should be avoided by everybody at all costs. Number 2, Afro Samurai 2, Revenge of Kuma, Volume 1, PS4, 21%. If you're into manga, then there's a good chance you're familiar with Afro Samurai, a series written by Takashi Okazako that follows a titular swordsman as he seeks revenge for his father's murder. The series was adapted into an okay video game in 2009, and since that was commercially successful, a sequel followed in 2015. The sequel was, to put it lightly, not good. Afro Samurai 2 follows Kuma as he attempts to challenge Afro Samurai for the #1 headband, which would confirm him as the world's greatest warrior and grant him godlike powers. The game was a complete mess from beginning to end. It was full to the brim with technical problems and camera issues, the frame rate consistently dropped, and the narrative was basically incomprehensible. Afro Samurai 2 Revenge of Kuma Volume 1 was planned to be the first of a series of 3 games, but when it received a critical massacring, the next 2 episodes were cancelled. The game was so bad, in fact, that just 2 months after its PSN and Steam debut, it was pulled from both storefronts, and those who had bought it were offered refunds. I guess we have to hand it to the devs, at least they were able to admit their failings. And number 1, Alone in the Dark, Illumination, PC, 19%. Look everyone! It's the game that killed the Alone in the Dark franchise! If there were a prison for video games, this one would be serving a life sentence. The original Alone in the Dark was a triumph of the survival horror genre, and it pains us to see what the series ultimately became. Unlike its predecessors, Alone in the Dark Illumination decided to take a leaf out of Resident Evil 6's book, introducing multiplayer and more action-focused gameplay. You can probably imagine how that one went over with fans. The introduction of co-op and a change of the game genre were the least of its problems though. Illumination's core mechanics saw players running around levels trying to create as much light as possible in order to make the monsters vulnerable. It was an alright concept, but the execution was totally bungled. Alone in the Dark Illumination was unfinished, riddled with bugs, and unfair to single players, owing to the lack of difficulty scaling when out of co-op. Even if you could look past all of that though, it committed the worst gaming sin of all. It was mind-numbingly boring. So, yay for you, Alone in the Dark Illumination. You managed to kill off a beloved gaming franchise. I hope you're pleased with yourself.
Well, would you look at the time? Looks to me it's bad games o'clock once again. Although the rest of the world was going to plops in 2016, it was at the very least not the worst time to be a gamer, with the likes of Uncharted 4, Inside, and Overwatch garnering pretty decent review scores upon release. You're not here to listen to us harp on about the good stuff though, and so we're back yet again to tell you about all of the most egregious games that released in the year 2016. If it's your first time here, welcome! Allow me to acquaint you with the rules. We love rules. In order to earn a spot on our worst games of X year lists, a game must have received a minimum of 7 professional reviews and a release in at least one territory in the year in question. We get our review scores from both Metacritic and Game Rankings, and when the two sites have differing opinions, we go with whichever one is lowest. With all of that nice and clear, I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2016. Number 10. Umbrella Corps, PC, 36%. The Resident Evil series has gone through its ups and downs over the years. The likes of Resident Evil and Resident Evil 4 released to more or less universal critical acclaim, whereas Resident Evil 5 and 6 got a fairly lukewarm response from both players and reviewers. It wasn't until 2016 that the franchise hit an all-time low though, when Capcom released Umbrella Corps, a tactical shooter set in the Resident Evil universe. The story was basically non-existent, and players were simply plonked into familiar settings and tasked with dispatching enemy forces and, of course, zombies. The idea behind the game wasn't the worst that anyone's ever had, but Umbrella Corps was severely lacking in several key areas. It was absolutely riddled with bugs, the controls were sloppy, and the online matchmaking barely functioned, which in a game that relied so heavily on multiplayer was a big no-no. In fairness, that was partly to do with the fact that no one was playing it, but even when they were, things fared no better. On the plus side, Umbrella Corps did serve to punctuate an era of subpar Resident Evil games as the outstanding Resident Evil 7 Biohazard released in 2017, much to the relief of longtime fans. Number 9. Alekine's Gun, PlayStation 4, 35%. Of all of the video game genres that are out there, it's fairly safe to say that stealth is probably one of the hardest to nail. There can't be too much action, because if that's the case, then it's not really stealth, but the game also can't be too slow-paced. You've also got to nail your stealth mechanics, otherwise you're going to upset your players when the brick wall they're hiding behind turns out to be invisible to enemies. Clearly the team behind Alekine's Gun didn't get a copy of my book, How to Make a Good Stealth Game, because they totally flubbed it. The game is set at the height of the Cold War, with players taking on the role of Agent Alekine, a Russian assassin that ends up working alongside the CIA. On paper, the premise sounds alright, but a bungled execution, no pun intended, left Alekine's Gun with some seriously poor review scores. Critics blasted the game for everything from its horrible graphics and frame rate to its clunky controls and dumb AI. It also lacked an autosave feature, which for a game in 2016 was unforgivable, didn't allow players to skip cutscenes, and overall just wasn't very fun to play. Number 8. Coffin Dodgers, PlayStation 4, 35%. Over the years, we've seen a ton of developers attempting to put their own spin on the kart racer genre, with mixed results. The likes of Mario Kart and Crash Team Racing have delighted players the world over, whereas titles such as Garfield Kart have done nothing but disappoint. Coffin Dodgers falls into the latter category. Coffin Dodgers sees players racing OAPs in order to avoid the Grim Reaper, and if that sounds a bit dark to you, it is, that's why. The winners live to die another day, whereas the losers kick the bucket and come back in later races as zombified versions of themselves. Sadly, the premise was about the only interesting thing that Coffin Dodgers had to offer, because as kart racers go, it was pretty rubbish. There were 8 different races to choose from, but none of them had different stats, so the choice was purely aesthetic. Once on the courses, the races were hugely challenging, though this was less to do with any sort of skill requirement and more to do with the oversensitive controls and dodgy camera. Throw into the mix some bland graphics, an irritating soundtrack, and unfriendly UI, and you end up with a game that, well, let's just say we wouldn't think twice before shutting off its live support. Number 7. 7 Days to Die. Xbox One, 35%. Here at TripleJump, it really pains us when a decent game gets a shoddy port. Unfortunately, this is exactly what happened to 7 Days to Die, which originally entered early access on PC in 2013. The game plops players into a sandbox world and tasks them with surviving the zombie apocalypse. The idea is to scavenge, craft, and hunt for anything you need, all whilst fending off the elements, wild animals, and hordes of the undead. The vast majority of players enjoyed the PC release, and even though it's still in early access at the time of writing, it's a solid survival experience. The console releases, on the other hand, were a travesty. There were 3 main problems with 7 Days to Die's ports. Firstly, no changes had been made to the UI, so players found it difficult to navigate the game with a controller. Secondly, the graphics had been significantly downgraded, leaving players with a subpar visual experience. And last but not least, like the PC release, the console version of 7 Days to Die was clearly unfinished, which was unacceptable for a full-priced game. If optimized for consoles, 7 Days to Die could have been a slam dunk, but the rubbish port left players sorely disappointed. Number 6. Langrisser Reincarnation, Tensei, 3DS, 35%. Throughout the 1990s, the Langrisser series earned itself a number of fans with its rich Germanic-inspired lore, blend of RPG and tactical warfare elements, and unique art style. The franchise languished a bit through the 2000s though, and so when Langrisser Reincarnation Tensei was announced for the Nintendo 3DS, fans were excited for a revival. Unfortunately, what they got was more of a Weekend at Bernie's situation, and all they could do was look on, horrified, as the corpse of the franchise was paraded before their very eyes. Players take on the role of Ares Lavina, a young man who happens to come across the legendary Langrisser sword whilst his town is under attack from the Imperial Army. By using the powerful blade, he is able to fend off the army and sets off on a journey to bring an end to the war. On a technical level, Langrisser Reincarnation wasn't bad, but as we all know, just because you're not full of bugs, it doesn't mean you're a good game. The visual presentation of the title was ugly, the story was derivative, and the gameplay was lackluster. Considering what series like Fire Emblem were achieving at the time, there was just no reason for players to pick up Langrisser Reincarnation. Number 5. Crystal Rift, PlayStation 4, 32.86%. In theory, Crystal Rift sounds great. A dungeon crawler in VR? You might be thinking to yourself, where do I sign up? Not so fast, young grasshopper, for not only was Crystal Rift incredibly disappointing, but it also induced nausea in several critics. Inspired by old-school dungeon crawlers such as Dungeon Master and Eye of the Beholder, Crystal Rift sees players controlling an adventurer as they make their way through a series of interconnected rooms littered with foes and traps. Allegedly, the game could be played either in VR or with a traditional controller, though players who opted for the latter discovered that by doing so, Crystal Rift was darn near unplayable thanks to the fixed camera angle that meant that they couldn't even see the floor in front of them. The VR fared slightly better, but not by much, as critics found that the juddery movement made them feel quite sick. If you were to look beyond the control problems, you wouldn't find much more to love, as the copy-paste dungeons and enemies made the whole thing an exercise in tedium. Some critics did praise the game's puzzles, but as they were peppered into an otherwise dull title, they weren't enough to transform Crystal Rift into a decent experience. Number 4. Weeping Doll, PlayStation 4, 32%. We're sticking with VR for the time being as we turn our attention to Weeping Doll, an interactive horror story from developer Tianxia Media. Weeping Doll puts players into the shoes of a maid working in a Japanese mansion and tasks them with uncovering their employer's dark past. It could have been an interesting concept, but the game was A. incredibly short, allowing no time for any meaningful story to develop, and B. horrendously anticlimactic, with one reviewer noting that the ending was so poorly done that it wasn't until the PSN trophy popped that he realised the game was over. To its credit, what little Weeping Doll had to offer wasn't totally bungled. The puzzles were okay, but there weren't enough of them, the story was well told but ended abruptly, and the game was, in places, quite atmospheric. Rather than feeling like a completed game, Weeping Doll seemed more like a proof of concept. Had there been more for critics to sink their teeth into, and had the ending not been rushed, the game might have fared better than it did. In the end, though, there was just too little on offer to allow anyone to recommend it. Weeping Doll? More like, Jesus wept. Got him. Number 3. Dino Dini's Kickoff Revival, PlayStation 4, 31%. Oh yeah, here we go, sports time! I've played a football game before, but I've never played a dinosaur-themed football game, so I'm going to give this everything I've got. Oh, what do you mean Dino Dini isn't about a dinosaur? Well, there's no wonder his game didn't get a very good review score, is they're bloody misleading. Indeed, Dino Dini, or Dino Dini, if you want to pronounce it different, if you want to get different about this, is not a prehistoric reptile, but is in fact a man who develops video games, and in the past he's developed some alright ones. He must have been having an off year in 2016 though, as Dino Dini's kickoff revival ended up being more like Dino Dini's Dead on Arrival. That's a good one, got him. In terms of its premise, Kickoff Revival is a similar concept to the likes of the FIFA and PES series. You control a team of footballers and the aim of the game is to score as many goals as possible. Critics did not pull any punches when it came to Kickoff Revival's reviews, lambasting everything from the controls, for which there were no instructions, to the sound and graphics. Clearly, an attempt was made to invoke the nostalgia of the Dino Dini titles of the past, but sadly the game failed at every turn. Number 2. Ghostbusters, PlayStation 4, 30%. We've looked at a huge number of terrible games on this channel, but few are so bad that they caused the studio behind them to close down. Alas, such was the fate that awaited Fireforge Games, who filed for bankruptcy just 3 days after the release of 2016's Ghostbusters, though looking at the title's quality, it really isn't all that surprising. In the grand tradition of movie tie-in video games being terrible, Ghostbusters was, according to Metacritic, only half as good as the film on which it was based, scraping an abysmal score of just 30 out of 100 compared to the 60 that critics bestowed upon the movie. Somewhat bafflingly, the game focuses neither on the Ghostbusters of the reboot nor on the original gang from the 1984 movie, and instead opts to introduce a bunch of new faces. This could have perhaps been forgiven if the characters themselves were interesting, but most players found them to be fairly bland. The boredom didn't stop at the protagonists though, as the game's levels were repetitive and far too large, meaning that players spent more time wandering around than they did busting ghosts. The game did include Ray Parker Jr.'s original Ghostbusters soundtrack, but even that wasn't enough to make bustin' feel good. Number 1. Soda Drinker Pro, Xbox One, 29.44%. We've come across some strange games in our time, but few are quite as nuts as Soda Drinker Pro, a video game that allegedly simulated the act of drinking soda. Now, forgive me if I'm in any way missing the point here, but surely simulation games are there to give the players the experience of something that they wouldn't usually do in their everyday lives? Maybe I'm just getting too old to understand these things. Shockingly, critics didn't find too much to love. Soda Drinker Pro was made up of a staggering 100 plus levels, and the goal in each was simply to drink your soda. There was no challenge, difficulty, story, or requirement for any sort of skill on the part of the player, and we can only assume it was created as YouTube fodder. Bizarrely, Soda Drinker Pro did contain a secret subgame called Vivian Clark, which was made up of a series of minigames a la WarioWare. This too was completely bonkers, though some critics did at least give it a little praise for breaking up the otherwise monotonous experience. It seems unlikely that the developer SnowRunner Games intended for Soda Drinker Pro to be an award-winning title, but it was still totally naff nonetheless.
Oh boy, wasn't 2017 a great year for gamers? Not only did Nintendo release the Switch, a fantastic little console that was superior in every way to its predecessor, but we players were treated to a smorgasbord of brilliant titles. The beautiful Breath of the Wild dropped as a launch title for the aforementioned Switch, Super Mario Odyssey was unleashed upon the world, and indie fans finally got to enjoy Undertale on their consoles. You're not here for the good stuff though, are you? You want to hear about the absolute trash that marred the good name of 2017. As ever, a game qualifies for this list if it was released in 2017 and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. Where average scores differ between Metacritic and game rankings, we've gone with whichever is lowest. Finally, we did unearth a game called Chicago 1930, which had a score of 36.86 on game rankings, but we couldn't find much information about it, so we just haven't included it in our list today. There was nothing really to talk about. So now that's out in the open, let's get to it, shall we? Okay, I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2017. Number 10. Drive Girls, Vita, 39%. We've seen some bizarre premises for games in our time, but a title in which scantily clad women transform into cars and battle gigantic bugs is a new one on us. Released exclusively on the PS Vita, Drive Girls revolves around the Drive Girls, an elite force who've been tasked with ridding Sun Island of the creepy crawlies that have invaded it. Despite its slightly wacky story though, most critics found the game to be incredibly dull. In terms of gameplay, Drive Girls was of the hack and slash variety, with a bonus car mode thrown in for good measure. Sadly, many players found that button mashing, rather than any sort of skill, was the best method for taking down enemies. Some reviewers did note that mowing down adversaries whilst in car form provided some fun, but when the levels are as repetitive as those in Drive Girls, even that has its limits. In short, if you were looking for a game where you get to ogle barely clothed anime ladies, then you might just have some fun with Drive Girls. Before you rush out and buy a copy though, we'd like to remind you there are websites out there where you can see that sort of thing for free, so go do that I suppose. Number 9. The Dear God, Switch, 39%. We mentioned in the intro that the Nintendo Switch came out in 2017, and we all know it was home to some of the finest games of that year, but it also happens to be home to some of the very worst as well. The first of several bad Switch games on today's list is The Dear God, a title for whom the jokes really do write themselves. The premise of the game is thus. Players take on the role of a hunter that has been mauled to death by a pack of wolves. Rather than simply rotting in the ground or making their way to the afterlife though, they're reincarnated as a deer so that they might redeem themselves for their numerous human misdeeds. Visually, The Dear God was lovely, and if you were to judge it based upon its graphics and design alone, you'd probably think it was a half-decent indie title. Unfortunately, behind all of the beautiful pixel art was an incredibly bland and boring platforming experience. Critics panned the story, the controls, and the lack of challenge presented by The Dear God, with most agreeing that the game was all style and absolutely no substance. The Dear God? More like, Dear God, what the hell is this rubbish? Oh, got him with the joke that I did like 3 times in the entry. Yeah. Number 8. Dying Reborn, PS4, 38%. There are some games out there that make good use of VR technology and all it has to offer. However, for every one of those games, there are about a dozen that have lazily jumped on the VR bandwagon in the hopes of making a quick buck. Dying Reborn was one such game. Dying Reborn plays out somewhat like a horror-themed escape room. Players are confronted with a series of puzzles, each of which brings them closer to getting protagonist Matthew out of the hotel in which he's trapped, and finding out what has happened to his sister, Shirley. From a technical standpoint, critics didn't have much to complain about. Dying Reborn controlled just fine, both in VR and otherwise. The graphics were good, but not groundbreaking. The sound design was okay, and there were no bugs or glitches to speak of. What the game lacked, though, was any kind of tension. Somewhat ironically, the protagonist cannot die, so there was no real urgency when it came to solving the puzzles. Speaking of, the brain teasers were, in places, overly obtuse, with players often requiring input from the internet to help them find solutions. On the whole, Dying Reborn wasn't terrible, but a lackluster story, unfair puzzles, and some wonky voice acting meant that it just wasn't worth playing. Number 7. Tuohuo Kabuto 5 Burst Battle, Switch, 38%. Down at TripleJump Towers, we're always up for a good fight, though because of our super buff physiques that could decimate most any opponent, we tend to keep our fighting virtual. However, when a game like Tuohuo Kabuto 5 Burst Battle comes along, it's sure to enrage the whole office and result in yet another one of our legendary brawls. James still hasn't recovered from the last one. Burst Battle was a spin-off from the Tuohuo Kabuto series. Should I know what that is? I don't know what that is, but it was one that failed to live up to the quality of its predecessors. In terms of gameplay, players chose one of 9 different characters before facing off against a string of opponents using a variety of attacks. It was fairly standard stuff. The main thing that critics took issue with was the tempo of the game. If you're a fan of fighting games, you've probably come to expect fast-paced action, something which Burst Battle sorely lacked. Players also found the camera difficult to handle, and often had trouble getting characters to do what they wanted on account of the fact the controls were so temperamental. Fans of the series might have enjoyed seeing some of their favourite characters again, but for everyone else, Burst Battle was a complete waste of time, money, and effort. Number 6. Troll and I, PS4 36.43%. Here at Team TripleJump, we hate it when a promising game fails to live up to its potential. Seems like Spiral House, the developer behind Troll and I, had bucket loads of ambition, but weren't able to pull off the execution. Troll and I is set in post-World War II Scandinavia and tells the story of Otto, a young boy who befriends the titular troll who is being pursued by a band of merciless hunters that have destroyed Otto's town. The main problem with Troll and I was that nothing about it was as good as it could have been. The story had the potential to be something epic, but fell flat because players found it derivative and cliched. The graphics would have looked more at home on the PS2 than they did on the PS4, and the gameplay had been done far better by other games. Playing as the troll had some merits, but most of the game required players to use Otto, so the poor monster took a back seat. With a more experienced team at the helm, Troll and I could have been something truly special, but the mediocrity of every aspect of the game meant that most players wished it had stayed under whichever bridge it had emerged from. Number 5. Tokyo Tattoo Girls, Vita, 36%. We've already seen one game on today's list that was all style and no substance, and now it's time to take a look at another. Indeed, Tokyo Tattoo Girls was a game that looked very nice, but clearly the devs spent all of the budget on the artwork because the rest of the game was a bit plops. Based on its marketing, you could have been forgiven for thinking that Tokyo Tattoo Girls was a JRPG, but in actuality, the game was of the strategy persuasion. Players take control of one of 6 tattoo masters, women upon whom a number of tattoos have appeared that give them special powers, and must conquer the whole of Tokyo by invading its 23 districts one by one. It sounds great in theory, but in practice, it just didn't work. Some critics felt that what gameplay there wasn't bad, for a few minutes. After that, the game became incredibly dull and repetitive. The story didn't fare much better either, as it just didn't go anywhere. The game could have woven a rich tale of rival clans vying for territory, but it ended up with a plot that felt like an afterthought. Trust us, a full-day session of getting an actual tattoo would be less painful than playing this game. Number 4. Randall, PS4, 35.38%. If you take a moment to browse the Steam, PlayStation, or Xbox digital storefronts, you'll find scores of indie platformers, though for every Celeste or Super Meat Boy, there are a whole load of Randalls. In this game, players take on the role of the eponymous protagonist as he awakens in the city of Nook, with no recollection of how he got there. He's quickly recruited by the local resistance group and finds out that Nook is ruled by an evil mining corporation that not only controls the one available fuel source, but is also able to control the minds of citizens. It was classic, if slightly derivative, dystopian fare. A lackluster plot was the least of Randall's problems, though, as most critics found that the game controlled horribly. It was almost impossible to get Randall to go where players wanted him to, because the distance of his jumps was determined by how long the player held down the X button. For a platformer, this was entirely unforgivable. On a slightly less negative note, critics did give some praise to Randall's visual presentation, which the devs seem to have put a great deal of thought into. It's just a shame they didn't put the same effort into, the rest of the game. Number 3. Hello Neighbor, PC, 33.79%. For a few short months in 2017, it felt like all there was on YouTube were Let's Plays of Hello Neighbor, and you could be forgiven for thinking it was a decent game. The frequent jump scares were excellent fodder for content creators who all seemed like they were having a blast with the title. Sadly though, if you don't earn your living by screaming into a camera, then the game isn't much fun at all. Hello Neighbor focuses on Nicky Roth, a young boy who believes that his neighbor, Mr. Peterson, is up to no good. But surely no one with the name Peter could be evil, right? Determined to investigate the strange noises coming from Mr. Peterson's basement, he breaks into his house so he can uncover the truth. Hello Neighbor's premise, story, and graphics all impressed critics, but its technical flaws ultimately let it down. A number of reviewers found they frequently clipped through objects, got stuck trying to crawl through small gaps, and things they were holding would just zoom out of their hands. It really is a shame because with a bit more QA, Hello Neighbor could have been a good stealth horror title. Instead though, it's remembered more for its bugs and glitches than it is for its scares. Here's hoping the devs have learned their lesson in time for the sequel. Number 2. Road Rage, PS4, 26%. We've covered a lot of terrible driving games on this channel, and though few hold a candle to the sheer abhorrence that is big rigs over-the-road racing, there are some, like Road Rage, that have seemingly done everything they can to imitate its crappiness. Road Rage is set at some point in the future, where motorcycle gangs stick it to the man by riding around town and hitting each other with big sticks. Oh, yeah, that'll learn them. It would probably be quicker to list the things that Road Rage did right, but in all honesty, there really wasn't anything that it did manage to pull off successfully. The driving, i.e. the one thing the game should have been able to do competently, was fundamentally broken. The control scheme was odd, but even once players got used to it, they found their bikes didn't do what they wanted them to. Taking corners was almost impossible, and the contact physics were so janky that a stray speck of dust would cause players to explode in dramatic fashion. As though that weren't enough, the graphics were poor, the AI was wonky, and the soundtrack was nothing to write home about either. As a result, the game was about as much fun as being stuck in rush hour traffic. And number 1, Vroom in the Night Sky, Switch, 17%. Arguably one of the worst bits of gameplay in all of gaming history is the rings level in Superman 64. Now imagine, if you will, an entire game made up of just that. Horrifying, no? Well, that's basically what Vroom in the Night Sky was. Players take on the role of, and I'm quoting here, magical girl Luna, and must fly through the sky on a magical bike in order to collect enough key stars to open the magical gate. Honestly, the game's description uses the word magical so often that we're beginning to think someone was getting a cash bonus every time they dropped it in there. On a technical level, Vroom in the Night Sky worked just fine. It didn't suffer from any major bugs, and if you pressed a button on your controller, the character on screen would do a thing. The thing the game was lacking, though, was any sort of fun. The level design was bland and repetitive, the graphics were deeply unattractive, and the game's translation from Japanese to English had been handled poorly. It's therefore my questionable honour to bestow the Worst Game of 2017 award upon Vroom in the Night Sky. Now hop aboard your magical bike and ride it into a magical lake or something. I really don't care anymore.
We've done it, guys. We've finally done it. They said we were crazy, that we'd lose our minds before we even finished, and that such a feat was utterly impossible. But we proved them wrong. Indeed, today's worst games of list is a unique one. It's a special, nay, monumental moment in YouTube history, as once we have shared the 10 entries that lie before us, we will have documented every single one of the very worst games from 1990 to the present day. For the final time ever, or at least until 2022 is over, we'd like to remind you of the rules. A game qualifies for one of our worst games of lists if it was released in at least one territory in the year in question, and received a minimum of 7 professional reviews. We get all of our review scores from Game Rankings and Metacritic, and where the game has differing scores between the two, we go with whichever is lower. I'm Ashton from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst games of 2018. Number 10, Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn, PS4, 35%. There are some game franchises that start out great but go downhill after a few sequels. And then there are others, like Shaq Fu, that were never great to begin with. You may recognise the series from our worst games of 1994 list, where the original title rocked up to the party with a dismal score of 44.5%. Clearly, Shaq Fu: A Legend Reborn took one look at the shenanigans of its predecessor, loudly declared, "Hold my beer," and then proceeded to poop on the host's rug, much to the disgust of everyone else at the party. I think we can dispense with the party analogy now. The beat-em-up saw the 7'1" Shaq returning to save the world from the Black Star Ninja through the clever use of Kung Fu. Sadly, the silliness of the premise wasn't reflected in the actual game, and critics found that the humour fell flat, and in some places was downright offensive. Things weren't much better if you looked beyond the writing, as the gameplay was generic and repetitive and the art and sound were less than stellar. To most, the game was a complete joke, but to those who backed it on Indiegogo, it was a real roundhouse kick in the teeth. Number 9, One Piece Grand Cruise. PlayStation 4, 35%. By 2018, VR technology was really starting to take off, and a number of titles like Beat Saber, Skyrim VR, and Resident Evil 7 VR all proved the medium was far more than just a gimmicky way to get people to shell out hundreds of dollary dues on yet another peripheral. As with any medium though, there was still some tosh, with One Piece Grand Cruise being a prime example. The game was based on the long-running manga and anime series of the same name, and plonked players down onto a pirate ship in order to fend off an attacking kraken or enemy vessels. I'd like to say there was more to it than that, but alas, there was not. In fact, most players were able to experience all that One Piece Grand Cruise had to offer in just 30 minutes. As though the short runtime weren't bad enough, Grand Cruise suffered from repetitive and unchallenging gameplay. The artwork wasn't too bad, and fans of the anime might have gotten something out of seeing their favourite characters in VR, but the chances of even that were slim. Grand Cruise? More like Booze Cruise? You know, because the execs must have been drunk when they greenlit this nonsense. Got 'em. Number 8, Super Seducer: How to Talk to Girls. PC, 35%. We cover a lot of games on this channel that are offensively bad, but it's not often we come across one that's just downright offensive. Super Seducer: How to Talk to Girls is one such game. The title stars Richard LaRuina, a man who's made his fortune by teaching men how to pick up women, and presents players with a series of FMV scenarios, during which they must pick the correct things to say to a series of ladies, most of whom look like they want to be left alone. The whole thing is cringe and sexist from beginning to end, painting women as objects that just need to be given the right passphrase in order to dole out sex. The scenarios are horribly written and badly acted, and LaRuina gives such terrible advice that we're genuinely surprised that he's married. We can only assume he doesn't follow his own advice. Since LaRuina's advice is so awful, here's some free dating tips from love guru Ashton Matthews. If you want to talk to a girl, try treating her like a normal human being. Because, plot twist, she is one. And if you see someone reading by themselves in a cafe, leave them alone. Number 7, Past Cure, Xbox One, 34%. Over the course of our worst games lists, we've seen many titles that had some good ideas that the devs have been unable to execute. And Past Cure is yet another. Past Cure tells the story of Ian, an ex-soldier on a mission to uncover the truth about the military experiments that were done to him, which endowed him with supernatural powers. He's able to slow time and manipulate his surroundings through astral projection, though every time he uses his abilities, his mind becomes more and more detached from reality. On paper, the game sounds great, but all of Past Cure's ideas were implemented poorly. The sanity meter mechanic could have been cool, but the problem was that the game never really dished out any consequences for allowing it to deplete. The story was also poorly written and dialogue was stilted, and the voice acting was just atrocious. The gunfights fared no better with critics, who felt battles often lasted too long, and contained NPCs who could take your eye out from 1,000 paces, and the stealth sequences weren't any fairer either. With a more experienced team at the helm, Past Cure could have been decent, but instead, it ended up being just another title with too much ambition and not enough substance. Number 6, Agony, Xbox One, 34%. Sometimes you come across games with bizarre titles that leave us wondering exactly what the devs were thinking when they bestowed their creation with such a moniker. Other times, we find that a title perfectly befits the game to which it's attached. Agony is an example of the latter, on account of the fact that it's excruciatingly painful to play. Agony follows a lost soul who has been trapped in hell without any memory of his former life. He has the ability to control others and possess weak-minded demons, and must seek out the Red Goddess in order to escape his infernal prison. There were many problems with Agony that caused critics to give the game a severe tongue lashing. For one thing, it was riddled with bugs, and not the kind that one might expect to find in the fiery depths of hell. Furthermore, its stealth system was atrocious, and considering that stealth was really the only way to successfully avoid the various beasties roaming the landscape, that didn't really fly with critics. Perhaps the worst thing about Agony, though, was that it relied wholly on shock value. The trouble with that, though, as one reviewer pointed out, if things are constantly at 100, they cease to stay surprising for very long. Number 5, Fantasy Hero Unsigned Legacy, Switch, 34%. What's that I see over in the distance? I think, yeah, it's support! In 2014, Fantasy Hero Unsigned Legacy was released on the PS Vita to a middling score of 59 out of 100. 4 years later, the game was ported to the Nintendo Switch, and luckily for players, the devs had made several improvements to the title in order to make it more enjoyable. Oh, who am I kidding? The Switch release scored even worse than the original. I don't know why they bother. Fantasy Hero Unsigned Legacy was a typical JRPG fare. The world is in ruin after monsters known as the Decoders have all but wiped out humanity, and players take on the role of the hero, who, along with their pals, swoops in and saves the day. By all accounts, the Switch version of the game was essentially the same as the PS Vita one, but critics seemed less willing to give it any sort of pass. The story was boring, the combat felt unfair, and the characters seemed like they'd been copied and pasted from a generic RPG creator, which is definitely a real piece of software. In short, Fantasy Hero Unsigned Legacy wasn't broken, but it certainly wasn't worth players' time either. Number 4, Gene Rain, Xbox One, 32%. There are a plethora of third-person shooters out there, which poses a couple of problems for devs trying to create a new one. Firstly, you've got to make something new and exciting, so as not to get lost in the sea of other similar titles. And you've also got to make sure the gameplay is flawless, lest ye be compared unfavourably to games that do it better. Sadly, Gene Rain nailed neither of those things. Gene Rain is set sometime in the future in the midst of a war between humans, robots and hybrids. Players take on roles of characters from each of these factions, and the ultimate goal is to... Actually, nobody seems to be sure because the plot is so nonsensical. A convoluted narrative could have been forgiven if the rest of the game was up to snuff, but as you can probably guess, it wasn't. Gene Rain suffered from poor localization and even worse voice acting, sluggish and often unresponsive controls, and myriad glitches. On the plus side, it was only about 4 hours long, though most critics agreed those hours could be spent doing something infinitely more interesting, like, I don't know, filing your taxes or something? Number 3, Ark, Survival Evolved, Switch, 29%. When we first told James that Ark Survival Evolved was one of the worst games of 2018, he went on a violent rampage. Luckily, we were able to calm him down by telling him it was just the Switch version that rated poorly, and the whole debacle was resolved with minimal casualties. In terms of premise, Ark is a game of the survival variety, and players must roam the open world in search of materials which they can use to craft a base, weapons, or anything else that facilitates staying alive. No, not that one. Oh yeah, and there's dinosaurs too. On all other platforms, Ark garnered good review scores, earning 70 on PC and a very nice 69 on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Still, it's impossible to deny that the game had some, let's say, technical inadequacies, and on the Switch, these problems just seemed to amplify. Players found that in handheld mode, the resolution of the game was so low that it was basically unplayable. And though things improved slightly when the console was docked, Ark was still plagued by slowdowns. Ark on any other platform is a great game, but we must ask that you save yourself a world of pain by avoiding the Switch version like the plague. Number 2, Wild West Online, PC, 29%. We're sorry to say that Wild West Online had nothing to do with the outstanding 1999 movie Wild Wild West, and was instead a crappy Red Dead Redemption ripoff. If it had been some sort of tie-in with Will Smith's finest work, it probably wouldn't have fared much better with critics, but it might at least have had some catchy tunes. Prior to its release, many gamers believed that Wild West Online was going to be a lot like Red Dead, only with MMO stylings. Sadly, what they got was an unfinished mess of a game with little in the way of actual contents and tons of microtransactions. Let's start with the character creators, shall we? It's rather fair to say that the devs shouldn't have bothered, as players could select one of 5 faces and choose to have hair or be bald. That was it. Once the actual gameplay began, things got no better. The PvE was basically non-existent as there was barely any content within the game, and the PvP was wildly unbalanced as high-level players were thrown onto the same server as newbies. A Western MMO isn't a bad idea, but Wild West Online was about as much fun as dysentery. And number 1, The Quiet Man, PlayStation 4, 27.15%. If you're a video game, then making the claim that you're story-driven is a risky one. For The Quiet Man, said risk didn't pay off, and the title ended up being critically panned. The game focuses on Dane, a young man whose mother is killed in an accident when he is young, after which he invents a plague doctor-like character called the Quiet Man. Several years later, Dane serves as an enforcer for his friend Tay, and the Quiet Man stalks and later kidnaps Tay's girlfriend, leading Dane to turn true detective and try and track her down. The USP of the Quiet Man was the fact that Dane is deaf, and therefore the game had little sound and no subtitles. If done right, it could have been a great way to tell a story, but the execution was bungled, and so players just ended up having no idea what was going on. Not only was the storytelling amiss, but the combat was banal. There was no variety to the enemies, and the graphics were painfully bad. It's for all of those reasons, and probably many more, that The Quiet Man earned itself the title of Worst Game of 2018. Huh, we did it! All the worst games. Ooh, I just need to do one more thing. Ben, the writer wants to know if she can come out of the cage now. Right, I'll tell her. Sorry, Cat. Ben says you have to stay in there until you've done all the best games too.
Anyone who's seen us struggle with sentient cars, mummified kickboxers, or Tom Clancy's tweaked out terrorist guards will understand we're quite partial to a good, bad game. Naturally, we've focused a lot on titles from previous console generations in our Worst Games Ever series, which you can find on our channel, by the way, subtle plug. But, and I hope you're sitting down for this bombshell revelation, new games are coming out all the time, and some of those are also absolute toilet. Whether it's a shoddily designed mess, a license that had no reason to exist, or literally last year's game with a new title, publishers are constantly finding new ways to piss in our cornflakes. For the sake of fairness, and to avoid the temptation to put something rather controversial in here, literally just to piss people off, we've used Metacritic's rankings from the year of 2019. Thank you very much for that, by the way, Metacritic. So we can be sure that they're considered by critics to be real dog plops. For multi-platform games, we've picked the one with the lowest review score of them all. We've also stuck to Metacritic's stipulation of needing 7 or more reviews for the games to count, mostly to weed out the huge steaming pile of awful Steam asset flips. But of course, all we've taken from Metacritic, unless otherwise stated, is the review score itself, and all thoughts expressed about these bargain bin dwellers are our own. And oh boy, do we have a few. I'm Peter from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst reviewed games of 2019. Number 10, Narcos, Rise of the Cartel, PC, 45%. In November last year, there was a notable marketing push for this turn-based strategy title, but nowhere in any of the adverts was it explained exactly why they felt the need to slap a license for a highly rated series about the 1980s Colombian cocaine trade onto a blatant XCOM clone. In a way, the choice to go with the strategy genre for this IP is to be applauded when so many cheap TV tie-ins were just plump for the generic shooter template, but it's also a completely baffling decision. Narcos somehow managed to be both uninspired in its level of imitation and include terrible decisions with the few gameplay changes they did make to the XCOM format. First off, you're only able to move one unit per turn, which means half your team get left behind in most fights. The AI is frustratingly defensive and tedious, the models are mostly dull reskins, and if a unit that does resemble a character from the show happens to get killed, it's an instant game over. Brilliant. Wouldn't want too many deaths in our game about murderous drug cartels, now would we? I think PC Gamer said it best when they asked, why aren't I just playing XCOM instead? Number 9, Generation 0, PS4, 45%. This one's a bit of a surprise anomaly for Swedish developers Avalanche Studios. The team behind some respectable and often high-quality open worlds such as Just Cause, Mad Max, and The Hunter Call of the Wild missed the mark quite drastically with their self-published title Generation 0. This desolate survival experience started with a lot of promise, setting you up as a young adult that returns from an island excursion to a 1980s Sweden to find that everyone's just gone, and that the only signs of life are a bunch of aggressive robots. The problem was that when first released, playing the game felt just as bleak and devoid of any life. It was accurate to the concept, we guess, but you can still have a wasteland-based game without, being crap. This world lacked the environmental cues of games like Fallout, but also didn't offer compelling survival gameplay as seen in titles like Rust or Ark. It basically boiled down to shooting and looting robots, rinse and repeat. The big mystery wasn't even explained in any clear or meaningful way either, which was a real waste of potential. Although we should say there have been regular updates since launch, so hopefully the Just Cause veterans can salvage something from this wreckage in time. Number 8, Submersed, PS4, 44%. What's more terrifying than being stuck in shark-infested waters in a clunky old diving suit? Experiencing exactly that, but through the medium of what feels like early PS3 era shovelware. There is a way to make retro 3D graphics work well in a horror setting, but this deep-sea disaster is not the way to do it. Believe it or not, Submersed was released in July of 2019, but everything about it looks and feels dated, from the clumsy AI to the hackneyed horror tropes, poorly executed puzzles, and the inventory system with only 8 slots that seem to actively despise you for using it. Now, the concept of shark-based spookery is fine on paper, but it's like they looked at Jaws' dated animatronics, ignored the rest of the movie's fantastic tense cinematography, and thought, that's what we need for our first scripted encounter with the big bad sea chomper. Although we'll admit it does look hilarious to dismiss one of the bitey Bruces with your electric prod. That's right, stay in the naughty corner and don't question our use of electrically charged weapons in an underwater setting ever again. We would say this title is the Sharknado of the aquatic game world, but at least that movie had some moments of fun. Number 7, FIFA 20 Legacy Edition, Nintendo Switch, 43%. Many people look at EA's yearly football franchise and scoff at the practice, calling each iteration a bare minimum upgrade with just a few updated team lineups. Now, while that's clearly an exaggeration for what is, for most people's money, the best digital emulation of ball kickery out there, the Nintendo Switch version of FIFA 20 was actually that. A shameless reskin of last year's FIFA 19, almost cynically named Legacy Edition. Or in other words, the we couldn't be arsed, so here's last year's game with a $49.99 price tag edition. None of the real FIFA 20's notable changes are present in the Switch version, including the much-hyped Volta mode, which was advertised on the game's trailers, for goodness sake. Many Ultimate Team features were missing too, and even seemingly simple updates like custom house rules are also absent. The game's Amazon listing, since updated to sound a little less savage, first described it as the, quote, same gameplay innovation from FIFA 19 without any new development or significant enhancements. Oh, ouch. All I can say is I look forward to the day when all this annual rehashing behaviour comes to an end. As Nintendo Life put it, this can't Coutinho happening. Frankly, that pun might be the best thing to come out of this blatant insult to fans everywhere. Number 6, WWE 2K20, PS4, 42%. Yeah, you knew this was coming. The long-running wrestling series had an absolute shocker of a year, and you've probably seen the countless memes even if you have no interest in sweaty grapples whatsoever. When veteran 2K developers Yuke stepped away and handed over the reins to NBA 2K studio Visual Concepts, none of us were prepared for what would come of it. Significant graphical downgrades were just the tip of the iceberg. Terrible animations, unnecessary control changes, a main story mode with incomprehensibly bad writing and loathsome protagonists.
That's right! I'm gonna give your grandmother bed sores! What is wrong with you?
And then there's the glitches. Oh sweet unholy undertaker, the glitches. Broken textures that cause nightmare-inducing fleshy monstrosities, tattoos crashing the game, bizarre body contortions and slapstick animations, ropes that are possessed by the devil. Honestly, there are so many horrific yet hilarious bugs, we don't know whether to laugh or cry. And somehow, 2K are still having problems. On the 1st of January 2020, a coding error caused the game to consistently crash, making 2K20 impossible to play in the year 2K20. It beggars belief. Number 5, Dollhouse, PS4, 41%. This unnerving horror noir title is a textbook example of how an intriguing concept can be completely butchered by terrible execution. First announced in 2013, Dollhouse takes psychological horror to a very literal level, as you assume the role of an amnesiac detective delving into the recesses of her own mind in search of clues about her past. You'll need to solve puzzles while avoiding evil entities like the Weeping Angel-style mannequins, then find reels of film and edit them together in-game to create a lovely little memory movie. All sounds like prime horror material on paper, right? Well, unfortunately, when all's said and done, the game essentially just boils down to searching for randomly placed collectibles in a procedurally generated map of samey corridors. The developers don't seem to realise that there's a fine line between tension and tedium, and the lack of anything remotely interesting in this game turns the potentially eerie into the dreary. Oh, and if you die, you start all over again, with a completely different layout. Great. An underwhelming story that's poorly placed and the monotonous gameplay are the final nails in this promising idea coffin, and it'll probably leave you wishing for the sweet embrace of amnesia yourself, just so you can forget you ever played it. Number 4, Contra Rogue Core, Nintendo Switch, 40%. Oh, awesome! Contra's back! So, what's the old bullet-blazing jungle runner doing these days? What? They did what? Yes, yet another legendary name from gaming's past has suffered the indignation of an abysmal modern reboot. The change from side-scroller to a hybrid twin-stick shooter isn't an offensive decision in and of itself, but everything else is practically insulting. For starters, the awful repetitive level design recycles bosses like they're on wartime rations. The dialogue is cheesy too. Now, sure, it's a series born from 80s action movies, but it feels like they're trying too hard to pander to an edgy teenage audience who won't know what a Contra even is. Oh, and by panda, we mean a literal panda. There's a panda character. Why is there a panda character? Movement is clunky, shooting is inaccurate, but the biggest sin is the weapon overheating mechanic that forces you to stop shooting in a franchise that was built on non-stop shooting. This so-called Contra title sullied the PS4 and Xbox One, but the Switch version topped them both when it came to bad reviews, with its poor resolution and murky textures. We're so sorry for what they've done to you, Contra. Number 3, Blades of Time, Nintendo Switch, 38%. Bringing back a legendary franchise just to butcher it in front of millions of adoring fans is one thing, but a sadder story is bringing back a completely unremarkable title for the benefit of, well, we're still not exactly sure who. Gaijin Entertainment first released Blades of Time in 2012 on the previous console generation, and it received little fanfare even then. It starred the, and I quote, gorgeous gun-wielding treasure hunter Ayumi, which translates from cynical shovelware speak to lady protagonist with minimal clothing, and amongst the boring predictable button mashing, there was only one interesting feature, the ability to rewind time. But just because one can manipulate time doesn't mean that one should, as I can only assume that's how we ended up with this dated mess in 2019 in the first place, actual time travel. The flow of combat is constantly marred by both terrible frame rate issues and intentional game design choices, like long delays after dodging, a dreadful targeting system, and clunky transitions between ranged and melee attacks. Even the time manipulation appropriately slows down the Switch itself to a snail's pace. Worst rewind since... Basically, if you want engaging combo-rich brawling with a cool, sassy female lead that manipulates time, then Blades of Time is absolutely the perfect game to trade in for Bayonetta. Number 2, Left Alive, PS4, 37%. Amazingly, one of the worst games of last year came not from a small indie studio, but from one of the big boys or girls, Square Enix. Yes, that Square Enix. This stealth action with mechs number is technically a sequel in the long-running Front Mission series, the first one in almost 10 years in fact. With the producer of the Armored Core series, Toshifumi Nabashimi, along with former Metal Gear character designer Yoji Shinkawa both on board during development, it certainly showed promise, but that only added to the disappointment upon seeing that they literally just came up with a poor man's or poor woman's Metal Gear Solid clone. This title dialed back the Front Mission series' focus on giant robots with massive guns, although there are still plenty to be found, and put a whole lot of unforgiving, poorly implemented stealth in its place. And when stealth inevitably fails, the combat is even worse, thanks to awkward aiming mechanics and poor AI. The story also borrows from Metal Gear and its school of hammed-up acting, but at least provides a decent narrative with strong anti-war themes that pull from the series' rich world. But sorry, long-time Front Mission fans, that's about all you're gonna salvage from this train wreck, or mech wreck, if you like, I don't know. And number 1, Eternity, The Last Unicorn, PS4, 36%. Well done, Eternity, for almost single-handedly managing to ruin unicorns for everyone. This woeful action RPG does a lot of things wrong, but the story is something else entirely, supposedly inspired by Norse mythology, even though we're absolutely certain that unicorns aren't remotely related to Viking-era legends.
It all began with the arrival of the elves at Alfheim. 4 unicorns, sacred creatures, were given to the elves by the goddess Morea.
It's like someone blended half a dozen generic fantasy books into a pint glass, downed it in one, and then vomited the resulting mess onto a video game script. Other noteworthy trailer quotes include beings of light, a witch coming from hell, because that's where witches come from, and the elderly scrolls. Oof, I hope someone from Void Studios is keeping an eye on the post for a letter from Bethesda's lawyers. Honestly, I just feel bad for the trailer's voiceover artist, if no one else, who has little to no control over the drivel she has to read out. A bit like if I was forced to say, mystical penis biscuits of Pixieland, or what? I actually really enjoyed Death Stranding. What? The rest of the game feels just as antiquated as the setting, with bog-standard combat that frequently breaks, and a protagonist who likes to ignore her own health bar and just drop dead at random intervals. This and many more issues give Eternity: The Last Unicorn the unenviable award of the worst game of 2019. We just hope this isn't the first and last attempt for the newly formed Void Studios. Just stay away from the elderly scrolls, okay?
It's safe to say that 2020 was quite the memorable year. It was definitely unlike any other, and the world of gaming hasn't been exempt from the roller coaster ride. Our Twitter feeds regularly brought us news of console shortages, Cyberpunk 2077 shenanigans, remakes, remasters, and Animal Crossing being literally the only way to survive quarantine. I think there was also an election at some point. Who knows anymore? Anyway, while all sane people are looking ahead at the year to come, we're choosing to look backwards at the year we left behind, just for the sake of digging up the biggest gaming failures of 2020. That's who we are as people, and you can't change us. Similarly to 2019, we've combed through Metacritic's lowest rated titles for the year, discarded anything with fewer than 7 critical reviews, and put them all neatly into a list that we can gaze upon and cry. Join me, won't you? I'm Ben from TripleJump, and here are the 10 worst reviewed games of 2020. Number 10. The Elder Scrolls Blades, Nintendo Switch, 42%. This installment in The Elder Scrolls represents a departure from Bethesda's usual strategy of simply releasing Skyrim on a bi-monthly basis. Its repetitive gameplay, outdated graphics, and veritable motherlode of microtransactions failed to engage players in a way that other Scrolls titles have succeeded at even years after their release. Strangely, Bethesda aimed to condense and miniaturize a fantasy experience that is enjoyed mostly due to its vast possibilities and sense of adventure in lands unknown. Bold move, making a game's USP the removal of the series' USP. While it wasn't particularly heralded on mobile devices, it certainly didn't fare any better for its Switch release, which seemed downright ugly on both the console's modestly sized screen and when played on a TV. Dropping frame rates, crashing, and poor graphics really impacted the reception of this reimagined dungeon crawler. Granted, it still has some of the hallmarks of the franchise, but overall The Elder Scrolls Blades is like an empty soul gem. Soulless. Got him! Number 9. Gleamlight, Nintendo Switch, 42%. Ironically, for having the word light in its title, one of the main complaints about this action platformer is that it's simply too damn dark. And I don't mean dark as in edgy, I mean that it's hard to actually see where you're going or what you're supposed to do. Bleak worlds are a dime a dozen in indie games these days, but it still needs to effectively communicate gameplay, story, and tone. While the interesting art style is quite lovely, the design choices often leave too much to trial and error, which contributes to frustrating gameplay. To be frank, it's a case of style over substance, and buying it over Hollow Knight, its clear inspiration, would be an act of madness. The generally unfavourable reviews shine a harsh light on Gleamlight's blatant issues, whether it be the characters feeling unresponsive, unfair platforming sections, or poor choices of music. The concept seemed promising, especially with its beautifully drawn stained glass world, but it didn't quite deliver. For a Hollow Knight clone, it at least got the hollow bit right. Number 8. Street Power Soccer, PlayStation 4, 41%. You know what we're like here at TripleJump, just a bunch of footy-obsessed lads who love that team, kicking the ball and definitely shooting a hole-in-one, am I right, fellow hooligans? Regrettably, Street Power Soccer just didn't fulfill our sports ball needs, even though it did promise to combine sick style and high-energy action in a completely over-the-top experience. As hype as it tried to be, it seemed to utterly bore critics with its flawed implementation, technical shortcomings, and appearance that wouldn't look out of place on PS3. It may claim to be street, but it's just not that cool. Oh, it thinks it is, with its jarringly mismatched music, green screen Sean Garnier, and 6 skill shots, but it ended up so meh. The in quotations skills are nothing more than a single press of a single button, followed by an uninspiring animation that leaves you feeling rather unskilled and frankly uninterested. It's brave of anyone to release anything remotely football related while FIFA still monopolises the genre, but with a price close to £25 at the time of recording, it's hard to justify purchasing this title for its bravery alone. Number 7. Tamarin, PlayStation 4, 40%. At first glance, Tamarin looks like an ideal nostalgia fix, but beyond the charming facade lies remarkably dull gameplay and, well, not much else. This mascot platformer is indeed pretty to look at, and we're sure that younger players might enjoy the cute animal characters, but it's a far far cry from the engaging gameplay of, say, Banjo-Kazooie or Super Mario. In fact, any younglings who were drawn to the vibrant, fuzzy aesthetic had better prepare for a tonal change that seems to come straight out of Watership Down. The woodland is set ablaze and grotesque insects start to murder the fluffy forest creatures. The main character is then armed to the teeth with an arsenal of guns and returns Rambo-style to unleash carnage on the insect menace. It's jarring, to say the least. But hey, what about the platforming? Well, that can be avoided entirely by casually using the long-range jump. That's right, it's a platformer with no mandatory platforming. Tamarin is playable, but it's hard to recommend it with the likes of the remade Spyro and Crash 4 being just as easily available. Number 6. Remothered Broken Porcelain, PC, 39%. In a year of remakes and reboots, we also got a Remothered. This one may not have won any Horror Game of the Year awards, but it definitely got handed the sticker for most awkward title at the 2020 finish line. Expect the usual survival horror environment, complete with locked doors that must have been invented by the same company that does all those Resident Evil security systems. You'll also be pursued by an unkillable brute that can only be momentarily stunned by... Wait, is this Resident Evil? Short answer, no. It's a painful continuation of Remothered Tormented Father. Something about an evil nun and science and the convent burning down and a conspiracy and a missing little girl, and okay, let's just say that the plot probably enthralled people as much as the gameplay did. Honestly, the real frights come down to the sheer number of bugs, control issues, and terrible combat, which when combined renders the game nearly unplayable. The game will certainly give you a horrific experience, but not quite in the way the developers intended. Number 5. Ark of Alchemist, Nintendo Switch, 36%. Once again, we've got a game that looks like a charm but doesn't have the substance to back it up. The chibi characters in Ark of Alchemist, while cute, don't leave you feeling enchanted or invested, and though the Switch's library is filled to the brim with awesome RPGs, this sadly isn't one of them. RPGs, after all, require the player to feel involved in the world, characters, and plot. It's all about being immersed in the experience. These games often get players to spend hundreds of hours exploring the environments, expanding on the storyline via side quests, and getting to know their ragtag group of comrades. Ark of Alchemist, by contrast, delivers a poorly put together dungeon crawler that lacks any hook to pull in an audience for hours on end. Even if you're a fan of the Atelier series and you're desperate for some extra alchemy, this one isn't going to give you the same warm feeling. Actually, if you're a fan of the Atelier series, go play one of those games. I know you haven't played them all yet. No human being has. Number 4. Fast and Furious Crossroads, PC, 34%. In the Fast and Furious movie franchise, there's always time for one last ride, especially when it's for family. No family loves each other enough for Fast and Furious Crossroads, however. The game is unforgivably boring, especially disappointing when the franchise is known for its bombastic stunts. It's drab, flat, uninteresting, and worst of all, each time I see the title I think it says Fast and Furious Crosswords, which might actually be more fun. Any player drawn to this game thanks to brand recognition is sure to be woefully underwhelmed by sad graphics, yawn-inducing missions, and driving mechanics that just aren't fun. It fails to capture any of the ridiculous action of the franchise and instead uses it as a vehicle, pun intended, for cashing in. There's just not enough speed, enough fury, enough of anything really. Crossroads theoretically has all of the ingredients, but Slightly Mad Studios pulled it burnt and lopsided out of the oven. Number 3. Dawn of Fear, PlayStation 4, 33%. Dawn of Fear tries, oh lord it tries, to recapture the magic of classic survival horror. Needless to say, as it's on this list, it fails profoundly. While the developer's love for old horror games is so evident, Dawn of Fear is nowhere near the same level of quality as its inspirations. The tragic storyline is laboured, with our hero Alex returning to his family home following the suicide of his mother, death of his father, and sudden death of his brother. I'm just glad he didn't have a dog, because that thing would have died too. This low-quality love letter to Resident Evil takes everything that made its senpai so memorable and delivers it in a way that just doesn't work. Sadly, it doesn't even reach the heights of so bad it's good a la Deadly Premonition. The fixed camera angles cause frustration instead of thematic tension, weak aiming controls are annoying instead of adding to the fear, and the translation is riddled with errors. It won't scare you, but playing it may well scar you. Number 2. 13. Xbox One, 32%. It took a while for Xbox to show up on this list, but Microsoft shouldn't feel too bad about debuting so high. This stinker of a remake scored among the top 10 worst games for practically every platform. Loosely based on the first 5 volumes of the 1984 Belgian graphic novel of the same name, 2003's 13 was designed with a comic book style presentation that earned it a cult following. 2020's remake was criticised for its changes to the unique art style, its difference in game design, and the glaring technical and audio issues. Fans of the original were left disappointed by the AI bugs that caused gameplay to feel arduous and strained. It has graphics, yes. It has sounds, yes. Heck, it even has gameplay, but none of it actually delivers. In fact, the game was received so poorly that publisher Microids had to go on record and apologise for the state that it's in. 2020 was a killer year for remakes, with Final Fantasy VII and Demon's Souls racking up some great reviews, but this one couldn't even match the quality of the original, which wasn't all that great to begin with. Number 1. Tiny Racer. Nintendo Switch, 29%. Appropriately, Tiny Racer earned itself the tiniest score. This uninspired title from Ice Torch Interactive doesn't do anything you haven't seen before from better, more capable racing games. Okay, granted the cars are small, but other than that it's more or less an insipid circuit racer with a physics system worse than a teenager's first game coding project. While it does have multiplayer, don't bother inviting your mates to a few laps and a few laughs unless you want to irreversibly damage your friendships. If you spent your childhood racing your toy cars around your bedroom floor, ramping off hardbacked Harry Potter books, drifting expertly between Beanie Babies and avoiding your hamster's exercise ball, don't expect this game to recapture any of that magic. Instead, you'll just be sat there head in hands after resetting your car's position back onto the track for the millionth time, wondering if it was really worth downloading this instead of Cyberpunk 2077. Actually, it probably was.